The 89th Masters, live from Augusta National.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Sports Extra.
And BBC Sounds.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're listening to us. We are at Augusta National for the 89th Masters, the opening day that has taken place under glorious blue skies, a gentle breeze depending on where you are on the course. Perfect temperatures as well, not too hot, just lovely and pleasant. The patrons are packed in. It is a glorious, glorious sight as ever here in Georgia. And the leaderboard for an opening day has got some big hitters on it. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Azaleas blooming in the Georgia sunshine. Justin Rose flourishing in it. Playing in his 20th Masters, he's our leader. He's played the front 9 in just 31 shots. Birdied the 8th and the 9th. After birdieing the first 3 holes, he leads by 1 on 5 under par. Corey Connors, the Canadians, in the clubhouse at 4 under. 2 other players on that number at the moment out on the golf course. One of them, the defending champion, Scotty Scheffler. We'll hear more on him in a minute. He's at 4 under with a couple to play. And Tyrrell Hatton as well, the Englishman, also at 4 under par. Fellow Englishman Aaron Rai on his Masters debut. He actually got it to 4 under after 10. Finished at 2 under for his round today. Rory McIlroy is out on the golf course at 1 under par. Bryson DeChambeau is 1 ahead of him. He's got it to 2 under after a birdie at the 6th. And just to pick out a couple of other names for you, in the early stages of their first rounds, we've got Shane Lowry at level par after 5. Victor Hovland, Jon Rahm, Tommy Fleetwood all at 1 over par. Matt Fitzpatrick out there at 1 under par after birdieing the 4th. And Stephen Jaegermark, the German, finished at level par today. You and I saw him earlier on today. He was 4 under after the 12th. He double bogeyed the par 5 13th, bogeyed the 14th, bogeyed the 17th to finish at level par.
13 seems to have caused some problems for people today. There was one score in particular, which I'll go back to in a moment, but let's just get details of Scotty Scheffler's birdie on 16. Catherine Downs at this part of the course for us.
Yeah, of the 3-ball here, Justin Thomas and the amateur Ballester, who he's playing alongside the defending champion. It was the worst tee shot of the 3, found the heart of the green, the safe space in the green, did feed down a little bit towards the flag, but it was still miles away. 30 feet, 35 feet, and he rolled it up the slope, curving in from right to left, and the crowd built, the crescendo built as the ball neared the cup, and in it went for Scotty Scheffler. So it drops to 4 under par, 1 shot off the leader's mark.
It was Ian Carter, who is at Amen Corner for us this afternoon. It was Chris Kirk, who it might have been before you got there on 13, but he stood on the 13th tee on 1 under and finished it on 3 over. So he took a 9.
Oh dear! Yes, that was before I got to this portion of the course, Mark. But it's amazing. As you so brilliantly described, the conditions are really, really good. And when you consider the rain we had at the start of the week, when 1.25 inches fell to soften up the golf course, you're going to get the benefits of that at their highest in terms of the competition today. But no one's going particularly mad. Yes, Rose has gone to the turn in 5 under par. I saw Bob McIntyre on the 13th. His round was unravelling at that point, and he clattered his tee shot into the trees just above the Saracen Bridge. Is it the Saracen Bridge? I can't remember which bridge it is now, but anyway, it's clattered into the trees. It's not the Hogan Bridge, it's the other one. And anyway, the ball came out of the trees, and it had only travelled 75 yards from the tee. I've never seen anyone have to play their second shot from so far back on the 13th. So this golf course has many, many ways to bite you.
Well,
I'm going to check my bridges now.
Well, I was going to say, given the way the first hour went on 5 Live, I'm surprised it's not Sydney Harbour, to be honest with you.
Oh, I've got an analogy for you, but I'll leave it for later.
Oh, dear. Andrew McGee, how would you describe conditions around where you are then?
Well, the breeze is freshening just a bit. Thinking about 13 and that tee shot, some of those big overhanging loblollies on the left side have disappeared. I think the players think they can squeeze a long hooking driver over in there and have a 7-iron left, and they're paying for that mistake of being too courageous. Beautiful shot coming into 12, and he's hit the middle of the surface. Very smart play. You go right to the pin on 12 if you're watching at home. That's a bad shot.
Let's go to James Gregg, who has caddied this course as well. When he said earlier his sort of first time here, first time as part of our team working, but you have caddied here. You're over 17 for us this afternoon. So who are you watching?
I'm actually watching Phil the Thrill Mickelson, three-time winner here, of course, 54 years of age, with his aviator shades on, and he's very nearly just treated the fans in the grandstand around this 17th hole to a bit of Mickelson magic, with a flop shot, the face wide open on the wedge that he had in his hand, and just trying to feather one up there and give himself a look for par, having he slashed one into the trees off the tee. So it's been all rather exciting up here, I've got to say, and I will just challenge those guys on Amen Corner, Mark, because I can feel a really quite strong breeze blowing up here at 17.
Well, and that is the beauty of this golf course, that the wind can change on a hole, let alone on different parts of it, and that is one of the challenges, obviously, of Augusta National. Kat, what have you got?
Not a breath of wind down here on the 16th tee, where Tyrrell Hatton has just fired his ball high into the blue sky, up above the tops of those lob lollies that Andrew McGee was talking about. The ball towards the back edge of the green. Will it catch the slope? No, it won't. It'll stay at that back edge, about 35-40 feet from the pin. He had a chance for birdie, did Tyrrell Hatton, on the 15th in front of me, also down here in this little knot of holes with the two little ponds down in this little dip in the course. The birdie, though, did not drop for him. That would have given him a share of the lead alongside his countryman, his Ryder Cup teammate Justin Rose, but that didn't drop, and so Tyrrell Hatton birdie hunting now on the 16th, but the ball straight into the heart of the green. He's safely over the water, and he's got a long putt for birdie coming down the slope towards the pin.
The Byron Nelson Bridge.
I've just been on the Masters app trying to watch Chris Kirk make his 9 down the par 5 13th. And it's slightly confusing me because he hits his drive into the middle of the fairway. It looks like his second shot with a long iron goes into Race Creek. And then suddenly we jump to his 6th shot. So I think he must have taken a drop from Race Creek and then put the next one back in Race Creek, but they don't show you how he's done that. Drops again, then knocks the 6 onto the green and 3 putts and takes a 9. That's all the detail I've got for you at the moment.
So the leaderboard then has Justin Rose going for birdie on the 10th. Ali.
Yeah, par 4 10th. Justin Rose, light blue, short sleeve shirt, just rocks himself into position. This is no more than 10 feet. I'd say slightly less. Left to right on the 10th green, and it's going to die in beautifully on the left-hand side of the hole. And Justin Rose, having birdied the first 3 holes, has now birdied the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th to get himself to 6 under par, 10 holes played, and he's 2 shots clear in the first round of the Masters. Golf's an easy game, Trish.
Well, it's certainly making it look that way, isn't he? I think the thing with Justin Rose is, and I noticed it at the Ryder Cup last year, I think he absolutely responds to the younger players being very successful. And I noticed one of the things at the end of the Ryder Cup, when they were all having their little huddle around and Rose was really involved, the likes of Ludwig Åberg and other younger players, Victor Hovland, very much looking at him like he was up on a pedestal, and I think he absolutely loves that, and I think it gives him a real motivation to keep, he's what is he now, 44? Yeah, I mean, that no age at all, is it, chappers?
No, not at all. But does he have, and we talk about this a lot with sports people, does he have a freedom that comes with his experience, or will he have nerves that start to come with his experience? If he's still leading at the end of the 3rd round, then it's like, I'm 44, I haven't won the Masters, what an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to make any difference if you're 44 or 24. If you're leading coming the last day of the Masters, you're going to have the nerves without a shadow of a doubt. Doesn't matter who you are, what you've won, whether you were Scheffler and you've won 5 tournaments before this last year, it's not going to make a scrap of difference. But what I do think is, I think he has a lot of expectation still. He's got a lot of game as well. Yeah,
do you remember actually at Troon last summer, so finished runner-up in the Open last summer, and eventually Xander Schauffele was just too good for everyone on the final day. The putts just didn't quite drop for Justin Rose. I remember walking around with him in that final round, and he was playing well, but it just didn't quite happen. I remember him coming off the 18th there, and accepting the defeat with good grace. But I think in his post-round interview as well, just accepting, the chances now, the age he's at, they are going to come, but they're fewer and further between. And I think later in your career you appreciate them more. But, as you say, Mark, he's so comfortable around this golf course. Played at the Masters 20 times now, and there he is, 2 shots clear at the top of the leaderboard. Rory McIlroy, we've just seen, he's played the par 4 7th. He remains 1 under. He came up just short of that 7th green, chipped it to about 3 or 4 feet, and he's knocked in the putt for his par. Earlier on today, Mark, that was a rare Scotty Scheffler error we saw on that par 4 7th. It's not a hole that gets covered all that much. Narrow par 4 up the hill with a really shallow green, and we watched Scheffler, didn't we, drop his approach shot into the bunker, short side himself, had no green to work with, and just floated it out and dropped it on a dime, stopped right dead by the hole and popped it in for his par.
Do you want to do Bryson second on 7 here, as Bryson is on that leaderboard? He's in tied 5th, 2 under through 6.
Yeah, Ipswich Town blue as well with the polo shirt.
That wasn't blue. Really why I was bringing it. Yeah, but anyhow.
Dark blue trousers. He's pulled that away to the left-hand side, but he's found this shallow green, and the ball is rolling towards a bunker. The green is entirely surrounded, dotted around this green, giant bunkers with the white powdery sand. Trish, he doesn't look best pleased with where he's ended up there from the middle of the fairway.
No, perfect position, wasn't he, in the middle of the fairway, and that is not a good shot for Bryson at all.
Morikawa we're now watching on the 18th. So Colin Morikawa in this first round of the Masters got himself to 3 under par with an eagle at the 13th. He's just splashed out of that bunker on the 18th. He's got a putt to save par there, and he's currently at 1 under par for the Masters, so that is 5 shots off Justin Rose's lead.
How do Ian Carter, how do you assess where Justin Rose is at the moment and his thoughts and game and feelings, particularly if he progresses? I know Andrew McGee doesn't want to get us to get too excited.
Well, the thing is that he does know how to start Masters tournaments. He has finished at the top of the leaderboard after round 1 4 times before, which is an incredible record. Obviously, he went very, very close on a couple of occasions, including losing the playoff to Sergio Garcia in 2017. I got the impression, and I think Ali was absolutely right to recall his performance at Royal Troon last July, which I think served as a reminder to him as much as anybody, when you consider that he had to qualify for that Open Championship to then find himself in the penultimate group going out there alongside the champion Xander Schauffele, finishing in a share of second place with Billy Horschel. I think that was a very important reminder to Justin Rose that he still had it to be able to compete at the very top. And I know, talking to him, he knows that perhaps his most likely role in the next Ryder Cup, having been a star in Rome, is to be a vice captain. He was a captain for Great Britain and Ireland as in the Team Cup at the start of the year, and that was a nod to his seniority and the fact that the next step in his career is potentially not playing but being an influence in the back room of things like the Ryder Cup. So when he comes here, and he's here as of right, and he knows how to get it done, certainly in the first round, he's going to take full advantage, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
He's gone straight down the middle with his drive on the 11th. If you want us, the football, by the way, is on 5 Live this evening, but I'll try and keep you updated here on Sports Extra if you're interested. 2 of the British sides have had dreadful starts. Tottenham are behind to Eintracht Frankfurt already. Rangers are down to 10 inside the first 15 minutes at home to Athletic Bilbao. Kat's watching Tyrrell.
Yep, watching his ball tiptoe through the scattered shadows thrown across the green on 16 away across the water to my left, and that one has been left short. It was a really tricky birdie putt for Tyrrell Hatton, coming down the slope of the hill from about 25 feet or so, and it's just come up shy of the hole, so he's bent down, snatched up the ball, put the marker down, and not a bad display of demeanour so far from Tyrrell Hatton. A little bit of frustration when he missed the birdie putt on 15, a bit of a gesture after the ball to say come on, that should have been going in, but he's looking pretty calm, he's looking pretty good. I think where he is on the leaderboard at the moment at 4 under par, he's feeling fairly comfortable up there, you know, just tucked in a couple behind the lead, propped up on the handle of his putter as he watches his playing partners Jordan Spieth and who else is he alongside? I can't say. Tom Kim as well, just sizing up their par putts here on the par 3. But yeah, Tyrrell Hatton looking calm, keeping everything in control at the moment, Mark, but you never know where it'll go with Tyrrell Hatton.
Colin Morikawa missed a par putt on 18, so he's going to finish off a level par round. Drops to tied 23rd. On 17, I think, James Gregg, you'll be seeing Scotty Scheffler coming into view very shortly.
I've got him in view right now, actually, after a poor tee shot. It was up the left-hand side, in and amongst all the patrons who had to be kind of shifted out of the way. Scheffler unable to hood one round the trees. He was completely the wrong side of this fairway for this back left hole location today, even with that wind coming in off the right hand side. That yellow flag stick with the yellow flag on it, fluttering away hard here. No long walk with a putter therefore for the world number one. He's in the front right bunker and he's just sizing up his third shot here. Of course, he's played very well indeed. The Jaws music you can sound, can't you, when he's headed towards the top of the leaderboard. He's 4 under par at the moment, having just made a 2, as we heard from Kat, at the par 3 16th hole. So he's had a little look at the lie and he's just walking halfway between where his ball is situated in the front right bunker and where this pin is in this little bowl. He only needs to get it probably 15-20 feet or so out of 40 between he and where that flagstick is, and it will feed all the way down there. So all of a sudden it's got rather full around this 17th green. And here is Scheffler just going through the motions here, and caddy Ted Scott just leaning one hand on that white golf bag of the world number one. Bearded this year, as opposed to the clean-shaven Scotty we saw as he romped home to a second green jacket 12 months ago, standing over it now after a final glance, and the ball up into the air and it checks up beautifully. It rolls down and very nearly catches the left-hand side of the hole. However, Trish Johnson, I understand you've got eyes on this, and well, he's got a little bit of work to do to save his par and keep himself at 4 under.
Yeah, he certainly has, James. Probably about, I don't know, 8 feet, that one, I think, back up the right to left up the hill. But interesting thing with Scotty today, I think he'll be delighted with this, because I've got to be honest, I don't think he's played very well at all. I think if you look at a top-class day on the greens, it's usually around about 100 feet. That's an absolute really good day. Well, he held a 60-footer on the 4th. He's held a 30-footer. He's certainly held a couple of 20s. So he's already well over 100 feet. And at 4 under par, that's not really his forte, holding monsters, I wouldn't say.
The amazing thing is about Scheffler, having watched a lot of him this season, is that, you know, the external noises is he's not playing great golf. Well, I mean, by anybody else's standards, he's 15th on the PGA Tour FedEx Cup standings, which is not bad considering as a top player, he doesn't play every single week. He's had a close call at the Houston Open a couple of weeks ago behind Min Woo Lee. And, you know, he's actually been pretty solid. And he's set his own standard there, hasn't he, by being so brilliant last year. If you count the Olympics and the Hero World Challenge at the end of the year, he won 9 times in 2024. I mean, that's Tiger Woods kind of numbers if you throw the Players and the Masters in there as well. And I've just got eyes on Justin Thomas, who at 1 over par will be disappointed with the way his opening day here at this year's Masters has started, because, well, he's now actually also come out of a bunker short left of the green, having been way right of this 17th fairway, and he's got about 15 feet or so to save his par to keep himself at 1 over. I should also just quickly round off this group with Jose Ballester, the 21-year-old amateur from Spain, who qualified by virtue of winning the US Amateur last year, won at Hazeltine to book his spot here, and this isn't his major championship debut. Actually qualified for the Open last year, but he's at 4 over par, which is certainly not disgracing himself.
Rory's on 8. Ali?
Yeah, he's hit a big booming drive up the right-hand side of the fairway. He'll definitely be fancying a birdie there. He's 1 under par at the moment. That's 5 shots off the lead held by Justin Rose. Some of the driving from Rory McIlroy today. 1 off the first, 1 down the 5th, another one up the right-hand side of the 8th. Trish, there's a big bunker sort of lurking up the right-hand side of the 8th, but that's not bothering Rory McIlroy, is it?
No, honestly, when you watch him, and he's not the biggest bloke in the world either, to say the least. You know, he's fit as can be, but he is not tall, and there's not a lot on him, but my word, he generates such club head speed and ball speed. It's out of this world, it really is. And even when you're looking at someone like Jon Rahm, who gives it a real rip, Rory's got plenty more than that.
Ian Carter, keep your eyes peeled, because Justin Rose's golf ball will be on its way towards you shortly. Justin Rose is leading in the first round of the Masters. You're listening to it live on Sports Extra and the BBC Sounds app. He's going through that familiar pre-shot routine. Justin Rose, the backswing, the dipping of the knees. He now stands in the middle of the sun-splashed 11th fairway. He holds the iron club out in his right hand, pointing it towards the target. That is just a stunning view he's got down the slopes of the 11th fairway. One green roofed TV tower, the Hogan Bridge behind the 11th green, the pond lurking front left as well. In the light blue shirt, you heard the swing, you heard the contact, big divot is thrown forward, and Ian Carter will have eyes on Justin Rose's golf ball.
As it lands on the very front edge of the green on the 11th, it is safe, it is not in the water to the left, and so many of the approach shots that we've seen Andrew Magee on this 11th hole have missed the green to the right. That has found the putting surface, but it is a good, well, it's 33 paces on that flag, so that's a good 30 yards away. 90-footer coming for birdie for the leader.
Well, anytime you can have a long, happy walk with your putter in hand, it beats having a chipper coming from the right side of the screen. So very nice to get this one in the fairway, on the green, on the very difficult 11th.
His body language, once he saw where that landed, suggested slight surprise that it was as short as it was, Andrew.
Well, it is a bit into the wind, and we've talked about the thinning of the trees, and I think that's going to play a big part of this Masters as we go. I can feel the wind freshening a bit. I know James up on top of the hill on 17 can feel a bit more, so maybe we're sitting a little high. That's where's this ball? 30 yards below us. It's hard to feel some wind down that area. A good shot on the green. Let's give him some applause there, chappers.
Oh, listen, I'm applauding here. You lot applaud there. James.
Scotty Scheffler, having missed the green to the right-hand side, has chipped up. Yeah, that breeze is stiff up here, really is. I'm getting a chilling breeze, believe it or not, despite the sun beating down here at Augusta National on this opening day of the Masters, and we have eyes on the world number one. He's just below me here in the back left-hand corner of this 17th green, and he's given himself a fairly decent opportunity to save his par and therefore validate that birdie that he made at 16. He stands over it now, the claw grip on that mallet putter of his, rocks his shoulders backwards and forwards, and it just catches the left-hand corner of the hole. So Scotty Scheffler, a scrambling par save there at number 17, and good work, consolidatory work, and he'll head to the final tee at -4, just a stroke off that lead of Justin Rose's at a couple back now, of course, of Rose, who's there at 6 under par. But Scheffler's name, the world number one, rather unsurprisingly up there in lights here on day one.
I don't, honestly, I'm trying to work a computer that I think was last used by Clive Sinclair, but it's I don't think he's not dropped a shot, has he, Scheffler? As I'm just looking at his round, he hasn't dropped a shot.
No.
But eventually got it to work.
Yeah.
And he's had to scramble a little bit, just like then, as James said, Trish, but very rarely. He's never looked in trouble.
No, again, he's another one. I think his short game is underestimated. His chipping is underestimated because he doesn't do it that often. He's such a fantastic iron player and he hits so many fairways. He loves this golf course and he thinks his way around this golf course so incredibly well. And I think that's one of his best attributes more than anything else. But as I say, when your short game is that good, it takes the pressure off your long game. He's not having the best day with his irons, but 4 under par, wow.
Could easily be 5 under as well, just in terms of the golf that we've seen in front of our eyes. The lip out, wasn't it? The 3 putt on the par 5 13th, where he was slightly clumsy with that first putt as well. But we've mentioned the brilliant up and down from the bunker on the 7th. Do want to mention a tidy front 9 for Matthew Fitzpatrick. He's not been having the best of times on the golf course recently. Birdied the 4th. We've just seen him knock a birdie in at the 9th. So 2 under at the turn for Fitzpatrick. That's 4 off the lead, held by Justin Rose, who's playing the 11th.
I just want to go back to the 11th and talk to Andrew Magee then, because we've mentioned how the hurricane affected the course in various places. 15, 16, there are a few trees that have gone there, and actually visibility is different depending on where you are. 10 and 11 was the other area where some of the trees have come down. It's probably too early to say, is it, Andrew, how much that is affecting breeze, wind conditions?
Well, I don't think it's too early to say. Sitting in our vantage point, we can, for the first time in my 19th year from this grandstand, I can see Augusta Country Club across the way through the trees. I've never been able to see that before. So trees have definitely been leveled. Driving here 2 hours north yesterday from Greenville, South Carolina, tree stacks of branches everywhere. So Hurricane Helene really wrecked some havoc around here. But it could be a blessing in disguise, because we're all chopping trees down over here in this country to get some more sunshine underneath the trees so the grass can grow a little bit better. So, maybe they got a free break in a kind of roundabout way.
But I suppose, Trish, the players will have had plenty of practice rounds as well this week to have tried to ascertain wind in different directions and the difference it would make with the difference in the trees.
Yeah, but also, Chappers, when you think about all the Masters we watch year in, year out, that is the main problem with this golf course. 12 is a perfect example of that. You can stand up on that 12th hole, you can look at the flag on 11 and it's going downwind. You think, well, it's got to be going downwind on 12. 12 flag's not moving an iota, and actually you hit it and it stalls, and you're thinking, well, how can that be? It's now into the wind, and this is the problem with this golf course. It's so difficult when even on this hole 15 that we're watching now, the trees are so tall that it just makes it. The wind is everything, and it's and even though you can see that a flag might be bellowing downwind, you hit a shot and it stalls up in the wind, and you're like, well, I don't know what to tell you, and it's caddy's nightmare, absolutely, because there's only one person getting a rollicking. It's sure as it's not the player.
No, you golfers are horrible, aren't you? At times?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ian, do you have Justin Rose in front of you?
Yes, I do, and he's over this lengthy birdie putt from the front edge of the green, the left edge of this green, and his trusty caddy Mark Fulcher is attending the flag. You don't see that often these days. The ball on its way, turning from right to left, tracking very nicely, and is beautifully judged for pace. He's put it to 2.5 feet. That really is a fantastic putt from the leader, Justin Rose, at 6 under par, and he should be able to save his par there on what is proving, as it always does, one of the most difficult holes on this golf course, the 11th.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this since inception of this event. Number 11 has proved year in, year out is the most difficult, with number 1, number 4, number 5, but 11 always has the standard bearer of toughness.
So an excellent putt there from Justin Rose. And Mark, I'm likening this 11th green almost to the shape of the island of Ireland, and he was in the very much the southwestern tip of the island, putting from there, and he was putting up to I would suggest somewhere just inland of Belfast. I'd love to be able to say it was Hollywood, but it's a bit more inland than that. So if you imagine the island of Ireland, and beyond the hole and up a bit further is Royal Portrush. So that was pretty good. He traversed a beautiful island there, and he should be able to save his par.
And in the course of that geographical description, 2 goals in the Europa League involving the English sides. Tottenham have equalised at home to Eintracht Frankfurt. Pedro Porro with that. Andre Onana has just made an absolute ricket in Lyon, and Lyon lead Manchester. If you criticise the opposition, you've got to be capable of catching, and Lyon have scored against Manchester United, and they lead by 1-0. Do you want to do a leaderboard, Alan?
Yeah, let's do that. If people are just joining our coverage at the moment, fans of Justin Rose, I think will be delighted to hear that he's 2 shots clear in the first round of the Masters this Thursday afternoon in Georgia. 6 under par for 10 holes played. Birdies at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 9th and 10th. Clubhouse leader is the Canadian Corey Connors at 4 under par. Alongside him on that mark, Scotty Scheffler, who's hit his drive up the 18th but has found the bunker, the first bunker down the left-hand side of the 18th fairway. And Tyrrell Hatton playing the 17th at the moment. He is also 4 under par. Aaron Rai got it to 4 under par. The Englishman on debut in the Masters. He was 4 under after 10, then bogeyed the 11th, 12th and 13th. Eventually finished his round at 2 under par, which is a really good start to his first ever Masters tournament. Matt Fitzpatrick, I've mentioned, 2 under par at the turn. He is playing the 10th, and just scrolling a little bit further down the leaderboard, I can see Rory McIlroy still there at 1 under par, playing the par 5/8. And Bryson DeChambeau, while we've been talking a bit, Mark, made a bit of a pig's ear of the par 4 7th, found the middle of the fairway with the drive, pulled the approach shot left of the green, and then I think the Americans used the verb to degreened it, so chipped right through, right across that 7th green, over the other side, knocked the next chip on, and popped it in for a bogey, so he's at 1 under.
de-greened?
Yeah, I've not heard that.
Have you not heard de-greened
No, not
it?
heard de-greened, no.
Justin Rose to save his par on the 11th. He's looked at it from both sides here. Just a couple of feet. This should be routine for the leader, and it is. Straight into the hole. Excellent two-putt for the Englishman, and he remains at 6 under par and continues to lead the Masters by 2 shots.
Rory McIlroy's second shot on its way on the par 5 8th, and it hits one of those big mounds to the right of the green, and you heard the hollering from the patrons, and that has been a really nice kick. He's playing for that as well, because you know that can happen, and it's hit that bank and it's come rolling in onto the left-hand channel of the green. That is where the pin is. He's got himself an eagle chance there.
He certainly has. Just going back to the de-green thing, is that not when you're on the green and then you knock it off the green?
Oh, I see.
It's
yeah,
gotta
I think
be.
you're right.
You've got to be on
Yeah.
the green. You can't de-green it if you're not on the green to begin with, can you?
No. Should we ask the American? That would.
Yeah, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
Can you de-green? Yes, by hot weather, the sunshine, and that's the only way I know how you can burn something out to de-green.
But Andrew, they're right, aren't they? You've got to be on the green to de-green. A chip from one side of the green across the green to the other side of the green is probably not de-greening it, because as Trish says, you've not been on the green in the first place.
Correct.
Yeah,
I'll go
okay.
with that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll take my medicine there. Apologies.
Sorry, just a thought.
Also, good use of the collective there when actually it was just you that got it wrong.
Yeah, correct. Yes. Yes. Thank
James
you.
Gregg watching Tyrrell Hatton.
Who is very, very angry, is Tyrrell Hatton. He had hit what he thought was a great approach shot into this back left pole location at number 17. He marched all the way up from where he'd hit his second shot from with the putter in hand, I think enjoying the walk until he got about 30 yards short of the green and noticed that his ball was in fact 2 or 3 paces before. So he's actually hit a really heavy-handed chip shot, and he's left himself a really tricky 6.5 footer down the hill for par mark to keep himself at 4 under. So I'll keep you updated on how he gets on with that one.
Rose leading by 2 on the 12th tee. Ian Carter.
Man playing his 20th Masters, and you can hear him chatting to his caddy now.
You hear 160. That's what I'd be giving. Just
Mark Fulcher, long-time caddy, man who was at his side when he won Olympic gold in 2016. Justin Rose, a former world #1, US Open champion in 2013, twice a runner-up at the Masters as well, and 4 times he's led after the first round of this tournament. Teeing it up on the left side of the teeing ground on this par 3, which is 156 yards today. The flag is cut in the back right corner of the green, and it's fluttering more now than it has done throughout the entire afternoon, and in pretty much the same direction as the flag fluttering on the 11th, which isn't often the case. Sort of blowing back towards the player, so into the wind, this tee shot. Rays Creek in front of the green, then the bunker, and then the narrow strip of green. High trajectory from Rose, and the ball lands on the putting surface, and that is all you ever want with your tee shot on Golden Bell.
Just a huge sigh of relief. The gallery all standing. That was our first look at the patrons, not gallery over here. It is the patrons are standing for Justin Rose, aiming left of the pin like every player, holding the ball on the left side of the tee, and he was trying to hold the ball for a right to left golfer. That is a cut shot left to right back into the wind to make the ball come down softer on a firm green. Well done.
We're into the wind here, and just to develop the point that Mark was raising with you, the fact that the canopy of the loblolly pines and the foliage behind is that much thinner, a lower trajectory shot is going to be more affected by a breeze into the player than it would have done in previous years.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting to see some of this wind buffeting us now, and the classic look is the flag stick on 12 blowing right to left and the flag on 11 blowing left to right. Let's go to Mark.
How are you? Let's go to...
I'll take the ball.
I want to go to James, because I think Tyrrell Hatton is harumphing off to the 18th tee.
He is, yeah, after his first bogey of what has been an otherwise pretty brilliant day for Tyrrell Hatton. Top 10 finish here last year. Top 10s also at the Open at Royal Troon and at the US Open last year. So it was a really good year, and of course it was his first year as a live golfer last summer. However, Hatton. He thought he'd found the surface. I think he'd even perhaps thought he'd given himself a really good look at getting to 5 under par until he realised that ball that he hit into the 17th green was 2 or 3 paces through the back of the green. He put the putter away. He ummed and ahed with his caddy about whether to use the flat stick or indeed try and chip it in, and it was a really poor, knifed little chip shot that he saw blaze it past, and then he missed the return coming back. So a big slam of the putter back into the bag as he sort of traipsed off towards the 18th tee. So a drop shot for Tyrrell Hatton. He's fallen back to 3 under par, and like I say, it was a really, really good start to the day, and that'll really irk him so late on in his round.
Ludvig Åberg on the 8th has just gone from one side of the green to the other.
But not de-greened it because he was chipping from off the right-hand side of the 8th green. We've got a Rory McIlroy eagle putt to come, so if he can hole it on the 8th, he'll jump from 1 under to 3 under. Scotty Scheffler is 4 under. Last we heard of him, he was in the bunker down the left-hand side of the 18th fairway. He's done his best Sandy Lyle impression from there. Hit a wonderful shot beyond the flag on the sloping 18th green that slopes from the top of the hill up by that clubhouse and back down towards the fairway, and it took the slope and it's rolled in to about 10 or 12 feet, and Scheffler will have that for a birdie on the 18th. Trish?
Yeah, Andrew, can I ask you a question? Because I'm watching an awful lot of pitch shots and chip shots all through the day today, and I've never seen so many players literally can't get the ball to stop anywhere near the flag if they've got a sort of 30-40 yard shot. Are these greens way firmer on the first day of the Masters than usual, do you think?
Well, I know the sub-air system has been on after the deluge Monday, and so the course is firm and it's dry. And speaking to some friends yesterday who were overheard caddies talking to their player, they've taken the bounce off their wedges this week. They've all gone to sand wedges with less bounce. That's the protruding back edge of a sand wedge that we call it in this country. And the fairways are so tight, you just want to be able to nip it off the top. Is what the players are doing, and I think they're doing a pretty
Rory
nice job.
McIlroy's eagle putt is on the way, Andrew, on the 8th. It's just going to miss on the left-hand side. McIlroy should be able to tap that in for a birdie. Turning from right to left, 5 feet out, Trish. That looked good, and I thought it might drop for the big moment. But that will take him to 2 under. He's playing some nice golf.
Yeah, he's very consistent. That's all he's doing. He's just sort of... He's doing a Scheffler, in all honesty. This is what Scheffler does every day of the week. He just sort of plots his way around the golf course, and if Rory keeps going the way he is, you'd expect him, without any mishaps, to finish round about 3 or 4 under.
Just go on then, go back to the sand wedge. So the sand wedges that a lot of them will be playing with this week are what then, Andrew?
Well, it's less than 10 degrees, maybe say 8 degrees of bounce, the protruding back edge of a wedge, of course. And most of them have chosen to go with a different club. They travel with this many clubs, and of course there's the Vans that all follow the tour, and they will change wedges per the tournament and per the firm ground. Bermuda grass, bent grass, zoysia grass, depending, they will change clubs.
Trish, just on that?
Yeah, well, I think that just it just goes to show how the firm the grass is. I mean, and so for the layman, basically, if you've got more bounce on it and you've got really tight lies, then the chances are you can knife it very easily. It's the gist of it. So if you just take a little bit of bounce off it, then it makes it a lot easier to just sort of get that leading edge through and tiny little bit of bounce, and it's not sort of skidding off a very tight surface.
Scotty Scheffler on the 18th for birdie, downhill left to right to finish at 5 under par. It'd be 1 behind Justin Rose. Sends it forward, heading for the hole, and grazes the right edge of the hole. You heard the oohs and the ahs and the gasps, and Scotty Scheffler almost imperceptibly shakes his head in disappointment, mutters to himself as he picks the ball out of the hole. Not played his best golf, not dropped a shot. 4 birdies for the defending champion, a round of 68, and right in the mix.
And maybe, Trish, left a couple out there.
Yeah, yes, and I think from Scotty's point of view, I think most of the players will know that this is a very, very easy scoring day. It's probably going to be the easiest opening day they've had for a long time. So I think 4 under, you look at that, the start of the day, you'd think that's maybe 1 under par today. So he's, he won't be overly chuffed, but he's in a very, very good position.
What you would say is that nobody... I mean, I know Rose is on 6 under. He still has the majority of the back 9 left to play. Nobody's gone big, though, have they?
No, and do you know what's great for us watching? I think that's the key is, we would love this to go into Sunday. Yeah, you've all got your favourites who you want to win, but wouldn't it be great if we go into Sunday and we've got a clutch of players, maybe 6 or 7 players, all within a shot or two and you got a chance to see one of those come out of the pack and win. So that's what we're looking for, really.
Well, also big names, and plenty of European names as well. You know, Rose 6 under, Scheffler's 4 under, Corey Connors is 4 under as well, Hatton 3 under, Aaron Rai 2 under, Harris English, Jason Day, Denny McCarthy 2 under, Max Fitzpatrick is 2 under, Rory McIlroy is 2 under. We have had plenty of Masters, Ian Carter, where the big names take their time to rise. You know, it felt like for a few years, every time we came, Charlie Hoffman was leading after 2 rounds.
That's right, yes. You do have these sort of characters, and you might say that Justin Rose is one of them. He's over his birdie putt now on the 12th. This around about 15, 16 feet from the heart of the green. Sends it on its way delicately, looking for it to borrow from left to right, but it stays above ground. And he's going to have to settle for a par. 2 shots clear at the moment at 6 under par, and the man in the light blue shirt and the white trousers just bends down and marks his ball. He'll take every care over the par putt to come.
Just to be clear, Trish, I do not have a problem with Charlie Hoffman. It was always that could be quite a difficult sell on a Saturday if he continues to pull clear. That's all.
I just don't know what Charlie Hoffman's ever done to you. It's extremely unfair, unwarranted. I need an explanation.
Kat, who have you got in front of you at the moment? Anybody?
I have a lovely lull, actually, and one of my colleagues from American radio has just given me a lovely iced glass of lemonade, which is going down very nicely indeed in this lovely sunshine. I've got Jose Maria Alazábal at the top of the hill, Tristan Lawrence, who was going so well, wasn't he, over at the Open a couple of years ago, 8 over par, and Brian Campbell, recent winner in Mexico on the PGA Tour, is also at the top of the hill on the 15th. Angel Cabrera's group is behind me with Laurie Cantor. He dropped a shot, I'm afraid to report, for English golf fans in his first Masters appearance. He has moved to 2 over par, dropping a shot at the 15th, and Adam Schenk is in there as well at 1 over par. But a bit of a lull in terms of the big names, so a little bit of a breather for us in this little corner down at 15, 16, and there are a couple of sizable turtles that have pulled themselves out of the water, and they're sitting with their little heads facing the green here on 15, as if waiting for the next big names to come through. The leader, Justin Rose, we've got Rory McIlroy coming along, and they're all just, it looks like they've pulled themselves out to take some prime position and take in this exciting first day of the Masters.
Well, and we're paying particular attention to aquatic life this year at the Masters, because in the house that we are staying in, the owners have left us in charge of feeding their fish, which is actually quite a big responsibility.
And also, I am very worried because there are 6 of us staying, so if you're only supposed to feed them twice a day, and if everybody feeds them twice a day, they're getting a lot of food.
Well, like most things when we're part of a team, I'm taking no responsibility for anything. So there we are. Ian.
Justin Rose just sizing up now his par putt on the 12th. He was quite timid with the birdie attempt, came up a couple of feet short. He's seen Max Homa make his birdie after a brilliant tee shot. He's moved to 1 under par. He's been out of form so badly recently. Here's Rose then, and into the cup. So another par for Rose to remain at 6 under par, and 2 very tricky holes have been negotiated. Now he'll be looking to capitalise on the 2 closing par 5s, 13 and 15. He's about to make his way up the slope to that 13th tee with a par in his pocket at the par 3 12th. So Rose going along very, very nicely here, Andrew.
Yeah, beautiful. Get through 11 and 12, and that's a big sigh of relief to get past this tricky. It's only 156 yards, Ian. Can you just believe how difficult this plays year in, year out? Had tournaments are won and lost on a 150-yard hole. It just blows me away. Good tee shot on the 13th. Gets him a good eagle possibility. This could be 65 if he can keep his nose clean coming in here.
His lowest round at Augusta is a 65 mark, so he might be thinking of a PB at some stage today.
You were watching Rory McIlroy go down 9?
Yeah, he's unfurled another corking drive down the middle of the 9th fairway, so he did pop in the short birdie putt on the par 5/8, came close to the eagle there, 2 under par at the moment for 8 holes played, 4 shots off Justin Rose's lead. You said one word to me there, Trish, about Rory McIlroy, having watched him hit another perfect drive. You said balance.
Yeah, his balance is just magnificent today, especially with the driver. You think of someone that hits it as hard as he does with the ball speed that he has, but his balance is just absolutely perfect. And I think when he's like that driver, wow, is it some weapon.
Getting close to half times in the Europa League games. Lyon lead Manchester United by a goal to 0. Still Rangers 0, Athletic Bilbao 0. Rangers down to 10 inside the first 15 minutes there. Tottenham and Eintracht Frankfurt are all square at 1-1. There is one game in League 2 this evening as they approach half time, and it is Crewe 0, Cheltenham 1. James, going back to the club thing and the wedges and choosing the different angles and so on and so forth, but before a major or before a big tournament for you, how many different options would you have had to choose from in a truck or from your manufacturers before actually going out with your bag?
For the women, back when I was playing full-time on tour, none at all.
Right, okay.
For the guys, for as long as I could remember, certainly on the PGA Tour, as much as you want. And for the women on the LPGA, probably in the last, I'd say probably 10 years. But before that, very, very little.
But you're talking a couple of degrees here, a couple of degrees there, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's not the loft, it's the bounce.
No, yeah,
So, I mean, it's massively important, just the difference between having a wet golf course and, like playing on a links course where it's just such tight lines. If you've got a massive, great big bounce underneath there, I mean, geez, you'd have to have your hands so far forward. It's just such a dangerous club to have. You just wouldn't want it. Maybe I'm not explaining it in the very best way, but...
No, but also on the rules and the laws, what... Is that then your bag for the 4 days?
No, you can change any club after each round.
After each round, you
yes,
can. Right,
you can change your clubs after each round, but obviously during the round, you can't change anything specific, even if you do any damage to it.
And hope that your caddy doesn't do an Ian Woosnam and leave an extra one in or whatever.
No,
Justin Rose not best pleased, our leader, with his tee shot off the par 5 13. This is the part of the golf course, Mark, where you are in splendid isolation. It is so beautiful up there. Glorious hole this, called Azalea. You can see the azaleas here, the slow motion replay of Justin Rose hitting the driver from the tee. It's a hole that turns from right to left, and Rays Creek winds its way down the left-hand side of the fairway. He's just blocked that a little bit out to the right-hand side. No real trouble, not into the trees or on the pine straw. Probably come up a little bit shorter than he wanted to be, just beyond the TV tower, away to the right-hand side. And now we go back to the 8th green where we saw Rory McIlroy putting for eagle, and Bryson DeChambeau, I mean, he's almost in another town here. This has got to be over 100 feet of putt. In his bright blue shirt, DeChambeau with those stiff arms stretched out sends the putt to the left-hand side of the green. It takes the big break and it starts to track towards the hole for distance from that range. That is pretty darn good. He's probably left himself maybe 7 feet, 8 feet or so for the birdie, Trish.
Yeah, I mean, that was monstrous, wasn't it? He was in a different postcode to start with down there, and then pretty well judged, and he's left it below the hole as well. So he's got a good chance of birdie, but by no means a gimme.
Just on Rose, Mark, and I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves here because we're not even, we're nowhere near finishing this first round. Justin Rose playing in his 20th Masters. The champion who took the longest to win the Masters, Sergio Garcia, holds that record. He won on his 19th attempt. Rory McIlroy is playing in his 17th Masters this year, and Justin Rose is in his 20th Masters. But the record for that, for the longest, for the most times you played it before winning it, is Garcia on 19.
Who, of course, beat Rose
in the playoff, exactly, in 2017.
Jordan Spieth looking to finish off on 18 as well. He got off to a blistering start, this Spieth. He was 2 under after his first 3 holes. He slipped back a bit as the former champion to one over.
Got off to a good start last week as well in San Antonio, but just not putting 4 rounds together at the moment.
Isn't it? I mean, this is sport, isn't it? But we were sat doing Ali's terribly run sweepstake last night in the house.
I've just sent John Murray a message and said that went without a hitch last night. I thought it went
well. There
perfectly.
was still quite a lot of disgruntled.
Not sure
people.
about the pizza box as the hat this year.
I know. Yeah.
Fair enough.
And obviously James Gregg, who does so much on the PGA Tour, knew everybody's biography as they were coming out. I mean, everybody's biography, which was brilliant. But one of the surprising things about that is when we were looking at it all, that Jordan Spieth is down in the 60s in the world.
I'm afraid it's that type of game, chappers. It's I think the difference with Jordan Spieth is, and I can absolutely say this without a shadow of a doubt, for 3 years the guy hardly missed a putt inside 20 feet. That is not the norm. Even Tiger, at his absolute very best, had no stats like that whatsoever. And I think Jordan...
So did it mask other things then?
Absolutely it did. Absolutely it did. I mean, just think about when he won the Open. Think where he was, out on that right-hand side.
Well,
the amount of shots he's always hit off the planet. But if you're holding 20, 25 footers at a relentless pace, left, right and centre, and I'm not just talking about the odd one each week, it was like he did this for 3 or 4 years. And that's when he won his majors. And now, the putting has changed. It's not as good. And he started missing short ones as well, the 3-4 footers. It's almost impossible. I mean, he's definitely on his way back. But the trouble is, while you're trying to get back to where you were, the rest of them have all gone up as well. The level has risen so much. And to think, you've got to get to the Scheffler sort of, level to get back to being world number one. It's almost impossible.
Strange, isn't it, Andrew McGee? Because the famous phrase includes the words "putt for dough," and yet if it's your putting that consistently saves you, eventually you may be in trouble.
Exactly right, and I think Ian showed me a stat yesterday about the players who have good putting stats here. Mostly have not won, but guys who hit the green more often in the right places below the hole are the ones that win. So the more opportunities you can from the correct position below the hole, I think is a better way to look at playing Augusta than how many putts you have overall.
Rory McIlroy's second shot into the par 4 ninth is on the way. It's another stunner. It zips into that green front right. You can hear the cheers in the background there. McIlroy looks satisfied. Maybe 6 to 8 feet for birdie on the ninth for McIlroy to try and get himself to 3 under par. The game is totally under control at the moment.
Yeah, and his wedges are good, aren't they? And he's even left that under the hole. He's got the uphill putt, so he can be aggressive with it. It's not a scary putt at all, and he looks very much in control of his game at the moment.
He will be coming into Ian's view over the sort of next hour or so, and maybe Ian used ominous to describe Scotty Scheffler earlier on. Maybe, Ali, you could start to use ominous with Rory McIlroy.
Yeah. I think just watching the replay there, Mark, that actually was so dead aim. I think that's actually hit the flagstick on this first bounce into the green, has hit the stick and dropped back, and fortunately has not gone flying off left, right or way beyond the flag, as Trish says, has left it below the hole. So another birdie chance to come for McIlroy. I mean, we've said it in the build-up, haven't we, Mark? In terms of coming into this Masters, 2 wins already on the PGA Tour this season. McIlroy's never been in that position before. He's looking very, very comfortable, very composed. So impressive in that playoff to win the Players as well, in terms of stepping on that tee, that 16th tee at Sawgrass, and sort of dominating that playoff right from the start. Couple of controlled shots with the irons as well to make sure of business there. So we set it up, didn't we, at the start of the week?
But he's as consistent as Scheffler, though. He hasn't dropped a shot either.
Correct.
He's going to go through the front 9 and not have dropped a shot.
Yeah, exactly right. And we were setting it up as Scheffler against McIlroy, and it's going to be a lot more than that. And Justin Rose is certainly having his say at the moment. But McIlroy, I'm sure will have an eye on Scheffler. I mean, he'll have an eye on everyone, but he'll see that Scheffler's gone round in 4 under par. You said, Trish, didn't you, in the preview programme at the start of the week as well, needs to get off to a fast start. We're looking at Justin Rose now. Second shot, par 5, 13, gripping down the shaft of an iron, bends his knees as he sends it low down the fairway. It takes the slope, it rolls right to left. He had no chance there, Trish, of getting onto the par 5 in 2.
No, very sensible, especially in the position he's in. No need to take any risk, not a hope. But going back to McIlroy, I think an interesting thing that a lot, people keep mentioning the fact, yes, he lost the tournament, and he certainly did lose the US Open last year. There's no two ways about that. But what they don't really mention is the fact that he keeps putting himself in those positions, and as a player, when you keep putting yourself in those positions, other people from the outside might think, well, he keeps losing them. If he doesn't win one soon, he's never going to win one. But I think from his perspective, he's actually thinking, if I keep putting myself in a position, I'm bound to win one soon. And I think that's more the point. He's not getting worse, he's getting better. And he will see this year of all years, I think, the 4 venues for the majors. I mean, if he could hand-pick them, he'd probably pick all 4. They are absolutely perfect for him, and he's got off to a great start here. And if he wins this one, well, who knows?
Manchester United equalised in Lyon, the stroke of half-time. Lenny Yoro with that. So that's 1-1. Rangers 0, Bilbao 0. Rangers down to 10, Tottenham 1, Frankfurt 1, and Crewe equalised on the stroke of half-time in League 2 at home to Cheltenham. That's 1-1.
Tyrrell Hatton has two-putted the 18th green, first round of 69, 3 under par. I'm sure he's a guy who will want to perform better in the majors. This is 39th, 2 top 10 finishes in his last 23 majors. Definitely has the talent to be better than that. Good start to this year's Masters. And your venues for the other 3 majors this year that Trish is talking about: Portrush, obviously, for the Open, Quail Hollow, North Carolina, for the US PGA, and Oakmont, Pennsylvania, for the US Open.
There was still a little bit of a harumph at the end for Tyrrell Hatton because the birdie putt was what, 18 inches short?
It's great effort, though, from the side of that 18th green. I mean, that's a good two-putt from over there. But you're right, he's probably still spitting about what happened on the 17th and has taken it down the 18th. But that's a good start for Hatton.
But that's the key for Hatton, isn't it? To not let what happened on a previous hole then affect. I mean, that's the key for all golfers, isn't it? Whether you're a pro or an amateur.
Well, it is, but obviously we know with Tyrrell he has a sort of reputation for chuntering a bit, let's say. I think that would be the politest way to put it. And, you know, it doesn't... the quality he has is, in general, he doesn't let the last shot affect his next shot more than he's never going to stop. He can't change his character now. He's never going to stop. And it's hard to know whether it works for him or he'd be better if he changed.
Trish Johnson with us here on Sports Extra. And we are live from Augusta this evening on both 5 Live and Sports Extra during half-time of Lyon-Manchester United, which is level at 1-1. Rangers 0, Athletic Bilbao 0, Rangers down to 10, and Tottenham 1, Eintracht Frankfurt 1. The cheers you can hear are for Alistair Bruce, well, not for Alistair Bruce Ball, are for...
Thank you,
yeah.
Thank you. Another Rory McIlroy birdie, so he's followed the one at the 8th with a fabulous birdie at the 9th. He's played the front 9 in 33 shots, exactly how he wanted to start this year's Masters. Playing beautifully, swinging nicely, 3 birdies on the front line, no drop shots, 3 under par, and 3 shots off the lead held by Justin Rose.
So the leaderboard then?
Yes, the leaderboard at the moment. Justin Rose, playing the par 5 13th, can't get to the green in 2, blocked out on the right-hand side by the drive. He's at 6 under par. That is 2 shots ahead of Corey Connors, the Canadian, in the clubhouse on 4 under par. Defending champion Scotty Scheffler, also 4 under par. Tyrrell Hatton of England, 3 under par. He's just finished out on the 18th with a par to get to that mark. McIlroy now at 3 under. He's heading down the back 9. Aaron Rai on his Masters debut. The Englishman finished at 2 under par, as did the Australian Jason Day. Matt Fitzpatrick, another one on the 2 under par mark. He's on the back 9 now. He's parred the 10th and remains at 2 under par. One name I just went searching for, actually, not mentioned in our coverage at all this evening so far. Brooks Koepka has played 10 holes so far, is 2 over par for this year's Masters. Bryson DeChambeau 1 under, having played the 8th, and he'll be heading down the 9th.
Our correspondent Ian Carter at Amen Corner this evening, so Rory will probably be there in about, 25 minutes or so and coming into view, which will be interesting. And you'll be able to hear that on Sports Extra. You've got Sergio Garcia in front of you at the moment in the colours of the Spanish flag, or looking like a fruit salad sweet, depending on your point of view.
No, I think the Spanish flag is a brilliant likeness, if you like, Mark, with that blood red top, the blood red cap, and then bright yellow trousers. He always likes to make a sartorial mark, doesn't he, Sergio Garcia? And he's just teed off on the 12th, going along quite nicely at 1 over par as he came down the 11th hole just a short while ago. In front of me now, actually, is Matt Fitzpatrick, who's someone who's been so badly short of form, but he's having a good day, the Englishman, currently at 2 under par and about to chip from just off the right side with his 3rd shot at the par 4 11th.
There's an Englishman who's having a better day, and he is beaming at the moment.
Andrew McGee said a 65 is possibly on the cards. Justin Rose, 6 under par for 12 holes, did the sensible thing here on the par 5 13th, knew he couldn't get to the green in 2, knocked it up to the distance he wanted to. Trish has hit the perfect pitch shot into there, just to the left-hand side of the flag. It's checked up, 6-footer to come for birdie.
Yeah, it's an absolute corker, beautifully judged, just pitched it round about flag high, A little bit of check. The only thing he does have, that will be absolutely grease lightning. So he's got to be very, very careful, but beautifully played.
His consistency here is remarkable, Ian Carter, isn't it? 16 cuts made out of 20 appearances, 6 top 10 finishes, twice a runner-up.
Yes, it's extraordinary, and 4 times the first round leader as well. He knows how to get out of the blocks here. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And this is a golf course where experience, I think, counts for an awful lot. You build so many good memories, and knowing where not to hit the ball, how to play the percentages, where not to press the panic button. All of those kind of things go into the mix. It's no coincidence that, you know, you've only got Fuzzy Zeller really as a first-time winner of this tournament. That was a complete anomaly. You need to know your way around the Augusta National, and no one knows it's better than Justin Rose, and he delivers at this time of year, time and again.
So he is 6 under with a possibility of going to 7 under, and Rory, Ian, has done exactly what Rory would have wanted to do today.
I think so, yes. It sounds like he's playing within himself with a fluency which has been the hallmark of so much of his golf this year, and that is, I think, a very promising sign. We've seen him on a number of occasions come into the Masters with the kind of hype that he's had this time around, and he's looked nervous, he's looked edgy, he's scrambled to make pars, he's dropped shots here and there, he's made mental errors. That hasn't been the case on this front 9. I think it'll be a very important back 9 for him, and if he can see what he considers to be a more pragmatic, patient and strategic approach to this pay dividends, then I think that will go a long way to fueling his quest to win the one major that he has yet to achieve.
You will also be seeing soon, Ian, Matt Fitzpatrick coming into view after what has been a very difficult season for him.
That is correct, and in fact I've just seen him chip a little bit clumsily here on the 11th with his 3rd shot, so he's got a tester to come, but he is 2 under par. And of course on our preview programme we had Billy Foster on, who'd been Matt's caddy for the last 6 years, but they parted after the Players' Championship, so he's got Dan Parrott on the bag. He was going to have a job share through this season with Dan Parrott and Billy Foster, but such has been the decline for Matt Fitzpatrick. He's down at 74 in the world. This is someone who 3 years ago won the US Open and was a dead cert for the European Ryder Cup team. You can't say that about him right now, and potentially this could be a turning point week. Still very early to say that. He'll be encouraged to be 2 under par at this stage, but I think a very important par save putt coming up for him in the next few moments.
He's got who on the bag?
Dan Parrott.
Who? Oh, it's the little things sometimes, isn't it?
I said Dan Parrott.
Ali, you see McIlroy tee off on 10.
Yeah, imperious again, Mark. So the 10th hole, I mean, people who listen to us regularly and know Augusta National will know the 10th very well. It's the one, actually, I think when you come for the very first time and see Augusta in the flesh, you are stunned by the steepness of the slope. It's like a giant ski run that swoops right to left up from the top of the golf course and down towards the bottom. Took a 3-wood there, Trish, and actually it surprised me. We watched Aaron Rye, Mark and I earlier, hit that tee shot, and he ripped a drive down there with the draw, and as it set off I thought, blimey, he's taken that tight to the left hand side, but there is room out there. You've got to shape it right to left, and McIlroy's done just that.
I'm just going to jump in, Trish, sorry. I think Matt Fitzpatrick is about to putt. Ian.
Yes, and this is important. This is to stay at 2 under par and stay prominent on this leaderboard that has Justin Rose at the top at 6 under par. So to stay within 4 shots of his fellow Englishman, Fitzpatrick has 6 feet here, and it was a clumsy chip because he went above the hole, and this will be an awkward one that will need to be gauged with a little bit of break from left to right. Putting from his own shadow, the Englishman sends it forward and it turns into the middle of the cup, and that is an excellent save from Matt Fitzpatrick, and he remains at 2 under as he makes his way to the 12th tee.
Back to Trish and the tee on the tee shot on 10.
Yeah, the 3-wood from McIlroy was just perfectly executed again. Obviously it's just that little bit easier, just to turn a 3-wood over. McIlroy likes to hit it right to left anyway, but just in perfect position on 10.
Tell you who else is going along very quietly and nicely in a sort of understated way, in a former champion who we're just seeing his second shot into the 9.
Is that Matsuyama? Yeah, we've just seen the second shot in there. Yeah, 2 under par mark for the 8 holes played so far. Steady start, parred the first 6, birdied the 7th, birdied the 8th. Yeah, and has just knocked his approach onto the 9th green as well. So 2 under par, 4 shots off the lead, but obviously Justin Rose birdie putt to come from pretty close range on the 13th. That won't be too far away.
Because one of the things we ought to throw in here, Andrew McGee, as well, is we're talking about how serenely a lot of players are progressing today. One of the vagaries of championship golf is the luck of the draw, and that can be whether that be on a Thursday or a Friday. I think the weather is slightly different tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. It's not explained enough about the luck of the draw and the morning round, which gives you an afternoon round on a Friday, and vice versa, afternoon. I think most players would prefer an afternoon round first and a morning round second, so you can continue your golf through dinner and just get up and go again. And but it's the luck of the draw. You can get a terrible draw in the wind and the rain and the lightning and get held out.
There's always one who's different.
Oh, no.
You wanted early then afternoon,
No,
did you?
sorry, Andrew. I always liked it the other way around because I like to have the early score, so you weren't 8 shots or 10 shots behind when you went out after the first day, and then you had the 24 hours kip.
Well, no,
I used to love that.
I'm thinking about my airplane flight after I missed the cut on Friday already.
Andrew.
I think the weather is harder tomorrow afternoon, isn't it, Ian?
Yes. I think that's when we're expecting the freshest winds. And I was just thinking, actually, it feels pretty calm here now. When I walked down to Amen Corner probably three and a half hours ago, you could really feel a discernible breeze. There is, we're at the lowest point of the course and the flags are just fluttering a little bit. But I can't help feeling that these players in the afternoon are maybe getting the best of it right now. And so, if they can get a nice calm morning and then it blows for Scheffler and co tomorrow afternoon, they'll be very happy.
Jon Rahm at the moment looks like he wants to wrap his putt around his own head.
2 over par at the moment, Jon Rahm. He's just missed one there. It's gone sliding by on the right-hand side. And you say, he was gripping that putter so tight. It looked like he might be about to snap it. Justin Rose at 6 under, leads by 2. Birdie putt to come on the 13th. Closest challengers at the moment, Corey Connors and Scotty Scheffler, both at 4 under par, both in the clubhouse. Tyrrell Hatton in the clubhouse on 3 under. Rory McIlroy at 3 under par, playing the 10th.
OK, so our golf coverage will continue on Sports Extra, uninterrupted there. We're going to go back to the football. Hideki Matsuyama has just drained a putt on the 9th. That was for par, though, so he stays at 2 under, does the former champion. The golf continues on Sports Extra. Back to the football on 5 Live. Lyon 1, Manchester United 1, Conor McNamara. And here on Sports Extra, we will continue with the golf, and we are watching Bryson DeChambeau.
Just wondered if Andrew McGee, because he wasn't there last night when we drew the names for the sweepstakes, so we all took it in turns to draw names for him. Andrew, would you like to know who you got in the 5 Live sweepstake this year? Because I know you always love playing along.
I just adore that little thing we do there. Cantley in the air. Let me change the subject quite quickly here on 12. Patrick Cantley, beautiful swing, light blue shirt.
I tell you what,
hit the green.
I tell you what, Andrew, if you are changing the subject to Patrick Cantley, that shows what you think of Ali's sweepstake. Goodness me.
Goodbye.
I tell you what, Mark, when you drew Lucas Glover last night, and I said, what do you mean? He's playing really well. Don't worry about him. 6 over, mate.
Is he?
No.
Excellent. Good. Excellent.
Bryson DeChambeau's just birdied the 9th. He's at 2 under par. Cat Downs has got him in the sweepstake. Now, this is a big moment. Justin Rose for birdie. Short range on the 13th. It's slid by on the right-hand side.
And a bit as well.
Yeah, it's gone past the same distance again. 3 or 4 feet to come, and suddenly these important shots are coming thick and fast at the Masters. McIlroy, perfect position. Middle of a sun-splashed 10th fairway. Shadow-shrouded 10th green away in the distance, yawning bunkers away to the right, and he's hit one left to right, and he's looking to his right and he doesn't like it, and down it comes into the white powdery sand, and he looks down at the striking area at the divot, and Rory McIlroy has missed the 10th green to the right. Trish, what about the bunker shot to come there, because the pin is that side of the green as well.
Yeah, it totally depends on his lie. Magnificent bunker player. But that was a poor shot from McIlroy. Obviously tried to just hold it up the right-hand side with the pin on the right, but totally overcooked it.
Quite a lot of people in the build-up to this 89th Masters were looking at Shane Lowry as a contender. Does well here, excellent short game, of course, and he has also made a good start and had a good front nine, Ali.
He has, yeah. He's just birdied the ninth, so 2 under par, which is 4 shots off the lead. I'm just scrolling down my leaderboard here to see how he's gone about that. Parred the first 2, bogeyed the third, but got himself back to level with a birdie at the 4th, and he's birdied the 8th and the 9th to get himself to 2 under par. So Justin Rose, short range. Go on.
No, you do that.
Yeah, a couple of feet for par. In it goes. So he's not going to miss that one. So the birdie chance goes a begging. Rose stays 6 under, and that's a 2-shot lead.
John Rahm, having looked as though he was going to wrap his putt around his own head on the, I think it may have been the 8th, has now tried to break his driver over his knee on the 9th. Ian.
News of Matt Fitzpatrick and his tee shot on the 12th, and he's overcooked it and gone into the bunker at the back of the flag, moved it from right to left through the air, but just a slight misjudgment with the club, a slight misjudgment of the wind into his face, and so a very difficult bunker shot to come from the back of the green, potentially off a downhill lie as well for Matt Fitzpatrick, who's currently at 2 under par. A couple of players that I thought would be potential challenges this week, Mark, have just come into view for me on the 11th. Brooks Koepka and Russell Henley. Henley, the recent winner at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, into the world's top 10, but he's 2 over par, and Koepka also at 2 over par after 10 holes.
Which is surprising, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, it's very difficult to judge, I think, where the live players are at. I think, the longer that this breakaway tour has been going on, I was speaking to someone earlier this week who is claiming that there is forensic analytics that have now taken place, and certainly by people who are evaluating form for the European Ryder Cup team, and the statistics show that each and every one of the live players is a worse golfer having gone there. Now, that is a point of argument, but they are claiming empirical evidence of that now. But Koepka's such a difficult one to read, because even when he was on the PGA Tour, his performances at that level weren't commensurate with someone who has gone on to win 5 majors. He usually comes alive. He didn't last year in the majors. I thought he might do this time around, but he's off to a sticky start at 2 over.
John Rahm also 2 over, and we were talking, weren't we, Andrew and Ian, yesterday. Rahm was very honest in the build-up to this to say that the constant questions about live affected him last season, and therefore maybe we're expecting a little bit more from him. Today it felt like a fresh start, and he's struggling and he looks angry.
Well, you can maybe say something about Rory in the same respect, with being involved with the players' meetings and unions and whatnot, and took his mind away from his game. So yeah, John Rahm, I loved his honest answers yesterday, and I mean, being honest will set you free out there, folks. So I just love that, and let's see if he can put it back together, because I'm a John Rahm fan.
And then the other player that was mentioned there at 2 over was Russell Henley. And James Gregg, you do a lot of PGA Tour commentary as well. He's had a good season. He's won on the PGA Tour this year, so that's a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a gritty player. He's known as a really good ball striker. He's played in his home state here, of course, being a Georgia boy, and played his college golf in Georgia as well. But, somebody like Russell Henley is one of those you think actually should probably win more, because all the other players talk him up as being somebody who is a really, really solid competitor, and winning there at Bay Hill, fending off Morikawa down the stretch on Sunday. I mean, it is a surprise he started slow.
Outstanding bunker shot from Rory McIlroy has just been played on the 10th here. So the pin just 4 yards in from the right-hand side. He was in the bunker closest to it. He did have quite a bit of distance to go to the flag, but the cheers and the adulation he's getting there, totally deserved. He's read the green beautifully. There's probably about 3 or 4 yards of fringe between the bunker and the green. He's flopped it out onto that fringe. He's rolled it in from right to left. For a second there, Mark, I thought that was actually going to drop into the hole for an incredible birdie 3, but it's so close in where it's finished. He walks up, he taps it in, and that is the short game magic that Trish was talking about, and sometimes we don't talk about enough with Rory McIlroy's game. Brilliant save that, remains at 3 under par 3 off the lead.
That is also a little bit, and I feel like we're going to be doing this a lot throughout the course of the rest of the evening or afternoon here in Augusta, of kind of comparing McIlroy and Scheffler during their first round. That reminds me when we went for a walk on the course earlier of standing by the 7th, and Scheffler hit a poor second into the greenside bunker at the 7th and then splashed out to within 18 inches there and saved himself. Minimum of fuss. That's probably a harder shot that McIlroy has played there, but again, minimum of fuss. I'm not going to be in trouble. Bang, putt, move on.
And it takes the stress out of the putt, because those are the ones, aren't they? If you leave yourself 6, 7, 8 feet on these greens, sometimes they're really, really difficult. Justin Rose has now tugged his drive to the left-hand side of the 14th. It's short of the pine tree. He's annoyed with himself. So off the 13th tee, he's pushed one right, and off the 13th tee, off the 14th tee, he's gone left into that first cut on the par 4 14. Still our leader by 2 shots.
And he's muttering into himself. Ian, who have you got?
Well, I'm just seeing as we speak Sungjae Im actually putting across the 12th, and that's after seeing Matt Fitzpatrick really not... Well, I said it was going to be a very difficult bunker shot, and it proved so, and he only just got it out of the sand and not quite onto the green, so he can't even mark it and clean the ball, which will have grains of sand over it. So Fitzpatrick under a lot of pressure here to maintain his position at 2 under par. You know, you were talking earlier, Mark, about, you know, could we use the same word ominous about Rory McIlroy as I'd used about Scotty Scheffler after his bogey-free round of 68. I think at this stage you have to say words like encouraged or optimistic rather than ominous for McIlroy, because unlike Scheffler, because of history, and you know, it is ominous when someone who's won 2 of the last 3 Masters starts like that. You know, this is his 17th attempt for McIlroy, and he's had good starts before, not many of them to be fair, but I wouldn't put it in the ominous category yet, but I would be very encouraged.
We're just looking at a couple of the live golfers here, Koepka and DeChambeau.
Yeah, so Brooks Koepka now will be in Ian's view. He's just popped in that birdie putt on the 11th, so he's birdied 10 and 11 to get back to 1 over par, and then coming up down the 10th behind him, Bryson DeChambeau, 2 times US Open champion, first round leader last year with a 65, halfway leader as well, 2 under par for the front 9 today. He's playing the 10th. And let's not forget Shane Lowry as well. As you said, Mark, quite a few people fancied him ahead of this year's Masters. Has had a 3rd place finish at the Masters, loves this golf course, has an incredible short game, touch and feel around the greens. He is also at 2 under par playing the 10th. And just watching Rory McIlroy and Ludwig Åberg walking shoulder to shoulder here, having completed the 10th, long walk back to the tee of the 11th. They're deep in conversation.
Back to Ian.
And this is around about 20 feet from just off the back of the 12th green for Matt Fitzpatrick to remain at 2 under par. Former US Open champion. Rocks the shoulders, sends the ball through the fringe of the green onto the putting surface, down the hill towards the hole, but is up and after it and walking after it, and the ball hasn't disappeared, and he'll mark this because he's missed it just to the left, and so it's going to be a drop shot at least for the Englishman. And Ali, he's back to 1 under par.
We're going to talk about another Englishman now. Justin Rose has tugged his drive to the left of the par 4 14th. No bunkers to deal with here, an absolutely giant Augusta green, and Justin Rose has overhanging branches from the pines in front of him to deal with. Looks down at his little white golf ball. He's trying to go between them and up and over very quickly with the launch angle. Doesn't like it. This is going to come up short of the 14th green, so the short game is going to be tested again. Ian.
Matt Fitzpatrick is really grinding over this bogey putt. Andrew McGee, he's been sloppy on this 12th hole so far.
Yeah, just to wait till they're back up the hill. Just a terrible tee shot. He got the ball hooking with the wind, which picked up speed and flew over the green to that back bunker on a downhill lie. Terrible position just to tap in for the bogey. It's in the hole. Bogey 4 on number 12.
So back to 1 under par for the Englishman as he trudges off to that 13th tee. The crowds here at Amen Corner are really starting to swell now because they know big names are on their way. Victor Hovland at 1 over par. Xander Schauffele, the 2-time major champion from last year, he's at 2 over par. Adam Scott at 4 over par. And then, of course, Rory McIlroy will hove into view in this gorgeous part of the golf course, Mark.
What are you smiling at?
Just a slight glitch on the Masters app, but only for a second. Hideki Matsuyama's name appearing twice on the leaderboard. There's a Matsuyama at 2 under and another one at 2 under. There is only one.
There's only one Matsuyama.
And he's 2 under.
As they would not be allowed to chant here at Augusta. Jon Rahm with a putt to maybe put a smile back on his face for a bit. That's not going in, is it?
No. It's rolling and picking up speed, and it's on its way down, and it's pulling up to the left-hand side of the hole here. Jon Rahm currently at 2 over par. I was just looking at the start sheet here, Mark. He is in the second last group out on the golf course. We know what it's like, Thursday and Friday in particular. Even if players are going well, the patrons, the fans drift away, don't they? So if you're not playing well, Jon Rahm could be marching around, stomping around pretty much on his own. Here's Rory McIlroy then, 3 under par, 3 shots off the lead. One of the most difficult holes on the golf course now, and he stands on the tee of the 11th. Looks down at his ball. Lovely, swishing, flowing drive, and again gasps of excitement and admiration as McIlroy hits that lovely high swinging draw down the right-hand side of the fairway and brings it in to the middle of the fairway.
Yeah,
Trish.
It's wonderful. There's nothing quite like seeing McIlroy in total control of his golf swing, and especially with the driver. It's such a weapon for him, and he's putting him in the perfect position, and it's going to give him plenty of opportunities if he can hit that drive on 13 and 15 as well. He'll only be going in there with medium iron shots. So, yeah, it's very, very encouraging, to say the least, for Rory.
Tommy Fleetwood is playing in that group with Jon Rahm. I just realised we'd not mentioned his name for a while. Currently at 2 over par, playing the 9th, Fleetwood, and Rahm.
He had a difficult start, Fleetwood, didn't he? He went so far left with his opening drive on the first.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I've never actually seen anybody over there. I've got to be honest, I didn't know it existed.
Right, Trish, long chip here from the front of the 14th green for Justin Rose. So he missed the fairway to the left. It didn't really give him the opportunity to get to the green. This goes on for miles in front of him. Another shiny, slippery, glass-like putting surface at Augusta. Big sort of false front for him to chip over. On it comes. Now it starts to track from left to right towards the hole. He's judged it beautifully. And again, the patrons recognise the brilliance in the shot there. 3 to 4 feet for the par, and Justin Rose gives them a polite nod. That was lovely.
Yeah, magnificent. Judged it to perfection. He was so far below the level of the green there at the front. It really is difficult to explain quite how undulating these greens look from the front of that area, and then when it picked up speed, it's grease lightning going towards the hole. Judged it perfectly. 4 or 5 feet for par, I reckon.
Yeah, so that's Justin Rose at 6 under. We've got eyes now on the 10th green. Bryson DeChambeau is waiting to putt, but Shane Lowry. Now Shane Lowry, is he heading into the bunker? Is he gone right of the bunker here?
He's gone over the bunker.
Right.
Yeah, he's gone right of the bunker.
So look at this downhill slope over the bunker. He's got to carry probably 10 yards or so of that. Go on, Trish, talk me through it.
Do you know what? Amazingly, so in the girls' amateur golf here on last Saturday, the girl that won, the Spanish girl that won, had exactly that same shot, and you'd never see anybody there. And I'll tell you what, she played it better. No, seriously, she played it. She knocked it just about 10 foot. She played it just over the bunker. She didn't let it hit that downslope. She lobbed it all the way up.
He's got a 35-foot.
Yeah, he has, but you very rarely see a player over that far right. You go in the bunker quite a lot, but not further than that, and that's almost impossible. But it's extraordinary to see the two of them in the same position.
Just to paint that picture a little bit more for you, as an amateur, if you'd have had that shot, you're immediately thinking, I'm going to chip this straight in the bunker.
Either chip it straight in the bunker or possibly knife it 60 yards beyond the green with a full swing as you try and pull off the Mickelson flop shot.
Hopefully the two hackers on the team have just painted that picture beautifully for you of the shot that Shane Lowry had to contend. Bryson DeChambeau, who's now getting rid of a whole load of sand from the green with a towel, is getting ready for his birdie putt, which would take him to 3 under, and that would take him into tied 4th alongside Rory McIlroy and Tyrrell Hatton. And this makes no difference whatsoever to the golf, but I am quite geeky when it comes to sports kit, particularly football, but other sports as well. Bryson DeChambeau is wearing Reebok, and I wasn't aware that Reebok did golf.
Right, yeah. I've only just spotted that. I can see the logo now on the back of the blue shirt.
Can you think of anybody? I can't think of I've ever seen a golfer wearing Reebok.
No.
Ian?
They've returned to the market. I think Greg Norman went through a spell with them back in the day, but they weren't part of the golf market. But they have come back with Bryson DeChambeau.
Thank you.
Well, he's got this birdie putt to come. This will swing Trish from left to right across the 10th green, and you'd have to say outside chance of birdie here.
Yeah, I think the good news is it's uphill, but it's considerably left to right. Probably, I'd say, conservatively 3 to 4 foot left to right. And obviously, if you don't get it up the high side, as soon as it gets down the right side, it's just going to absolutely fall and keep going and going and going. So he's got to make sure he keeps this up the top side. It's a long one as well, Ali.
Yeah, in his live colours, his live baseball cap, the dark blue cap, the dark blue trousers, the lighter blue shirt. Left to right it comes towards the hole. Hasn't quite given that enough. 3 feet or so left to go. So Bryson DeChambeau will have that for par. Justin Rose now stands over a short par putt here on the 14th to keep his 2-shot lead on its way right into the middle of the hole. You saw that black line drawn on the ball to mark his ball, and as the ball just rolled and completed its revolutions, you just saw that line sort of spinning towards the hole. Good up and down from Justin Rose to stay at 6 under.
Yeah, that's a tremendous par, it really is. His second shot just caught the leaves on the trees, knocked it down and left him a very, very tricky up and down, but yeah, he's come up trumps there. Beautiful chip shot, but you got to finish it off as well, and he did exactly that.
The Europa League is on 5 Live this evening. Lyon 1, Manchester United 1, 10-man Rangers 0, Athletic Bilbao 0, and Tottenham 1, Eintracht Frankfurt 1. You'll listen to coverage of the opening day of the 89th Masters on Sports Extra. James Gregg is the newest member of our team. He's on 17. We haven't heard from him for a while. I don't want you to think we're ignoring you. I'm just coming to check you're all right, really.
Absolutely.
Okay, I didn't want you thinking as the new boy we were playing a joke and not talking to you. I know you Gen Zs can be a little sensitive, so if you get ignored, so I want to check you're all right.
I'm fine. I'm more than fine. I mean, I am sitting here on a tower at the back of the 17th green at Augusta National, listening to coverage that I'll probably be listening to anyway. So Mark, I'm fine.
Okay, that's all right. I mean, in the past, I'd never have to check in on John Murray because he was grateful for an hour having a little snooze and a couple of Werther's originals. So I just wondered. But it's different. Just need to check you were all right. Kat, who have you got in front of you?
Just got Denny McCarthy wandering down towards the green here on the 15th. He was going pretty well, the American, in his second Masters appearance. One of the best putters on the PGA Tour, but he's not made a very good job of the approach shot here on the par 5 15th. He's 2 under par, so, with a good push towards the end of his round, he could have got himself up there, tucked in just behind the leaders. Second shot, he laid up. Third shot, he needed to get it close to give himself a chance of birdie, but he's flown it through the back of the green and on that little slope that runs down towards the 16th, the water at the 16th. So he's got a really difficult up and down here to save his par, Denny McCarthy, and stay at 2 under par. He's playing alongside the 2011 Masters champion who capitalised on that meltdown from Rory McIlroy, and Hiroshi Tai, the first Singaporean player to play at the Masters, the amateur mark.
Thank you very much. I've just been sent a message that, of another golfer who used to wear Reebok, John Daly.
Wow. Yeah.
So they've had Greg Norman, John Daly and Bryson. They like a showman.
They like a long hitter.
Is that the picture from the year he won the Open at St Andrews in the Is that in the green? He's in a green sweatshirt there, isn't he, with the big mullet and a Reebok? Yeah.
Ian, you will have Rory come interview soon.
Yes, I will. If I turn to my left, I can see sort of the final third of this long par 5. The par 4, it'd be a par 5 for us, Mark, I tell you that. Well, probably par 7 or 8. So Ali will have a view of McIlroy hitting and his playing partners, Batia and Oberg as well. And hopefully I'll be able to spot them as they land on the green before me.
Yeah, we've got to hope, Ian, that the TV pictures we're seeing marry up with the live action out on the golf course. What I can tell you is that Bryson DeChambeau has tapped in for par, so remains at 2 under par. So very quickly, a reminder of the leaderboard. I know people joining us all the time on Sports Extra tonight. First round of the Masters being played in glorious sunshine. Justin Rose is at it again, leads by 2 on 6 under. He's about to start playing the par 5 15th. Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler, both in the clubhouse at 4 under, his closest challengers. So Ian, first up on the 11th, in the trees on the right-hand side, but I would say they're pretty sparse out here. Ludvig Åberg is sizing up a shot through a little channel that he can see, trying to move the ball from left to right, down towards the green in front of you.
And heading down towards us, and I think, yes, into the middle of the green. Superb shot that from Ludvig Åberg. He is currently at level par. Batia at 1 over, and of course McIlroy in this group, Ali, at 3 under.
Yes, now Mark Chapman's been describing Rory McIlroy's clobber, I like the word clobber, as a stone, the shirt being a sort of stone. I like stone. It's sort of darkish grey colour with an off-white trouser, and here he is in the middle of the 11th fairway. Got to watch the pond that eats into the front left of the green. Move this from right to left, from the right of the green. McIlroy looks down at the ball. Smooth swing, turning it from right to left. We've got the ball tracker on it. It heads in towards you.
Yes, and he's found the putting surface, and it's a wonderful shot from Rory McIlroy, and he's put it to within 30 feet of the flag, getting it onto the front right portion of the green, not flirting at all with the pond to the left of the green, which is somewhere that he is very, very familiar with down the years. He has often struggled on the 10th and especially the 11th, but a brilliant tee shot and an excellent second shot in here to 11.
It was cool to pick up that shot. We were looking back up the fairway and the ball stayed under the tree line the whole way up to the green. I'm going like I could tell there was going to be plenty of club, and it was to the right side where it's supposed to be. Really cool low shot coming into the wind.
I was just going to say, Trish, it's on your to-do list, your sort of master's checklist. You know, we're talking about people that know this golf course well. That second shot into the 11th, McIlroy knew what he had to do, and he did it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that pin where it is, I mean, every player will tell you that the pin is irrelevant. You don't start it anywhere near the pin. You start it on the right-hand side of the green. If it turns over, love you jubbly. If it doesn't, then you're just left with the, straightforward up and down as such, although it is a bit swift. But he looks so in control. The pace of the swing today is just magnificent.
And what's nice here is that we're going to have Rory McIlroy coming through Amen Corner in view of Ian Carter and Andrew McGee, and Justin Rose, our leader at the moment, will very shortly be coming into view for Catherine Downs, who's overlooking the 15th green, and then the par 3 16th. Ali, he's just teed off on 15.
What is nice about that as well, Mike, is we will get a loo break then, because the others can take over for a bit.
I mean, that's the sort of generational shift, isn't it? When we first started doing this in our early 40s, we could do the whole show. And now, Trish, you go into your early 50s, and it's right.
I don't know. Is that a bloke thing? Maybe.
It's 100. Okay. It's 100% a bloke thing.
It's the coffee. You've asked me to get you a coffee every 5 minutes, chappers. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah. There are other biological reasons for it as well. It's not just the coffee.
Justin Rose hit a great drive up the right-hand side of the 15th fairway. Another fabulous hole. I mean, we're really looking forward, to the whole week here, Mark, but the back 9 on the Sunday, these risk-reward holes. You get to the top of the hill there. Cat Downs is going to see this, and then it's the decision, trying to hit that second shot onto the par 5 green. Water in front, steep slope at the back, but the first bit you've got to do is land it in the position to go at the green, Trish, and Justin Rose, our leader by 2 shots tonight at the moment, has done exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I watched a fascinating programme this morning with Scotty Scheffler, who was doing it hole by hole, and he said on that particular hole, 15, that second shot, the only thing you do is get over the drink. It doesn't matter where you go, you just do not bring the water into play.
Okay, we have Justin Rose on 6 under, Corey Connors and Scotty Scheffler both in the clubhouse on 4 under, Tyrrell Hatton in the clubhouse on 3 under as well, McIlroy 3 under through 10, Aaron Rai, the Englishman, 2 under for his round. Laurie Cantor is just finishing off on 18. He had such a good start, and he's just drained a 15-footer for par on 18, but he finishes, Ali.
Yeah. Double bogeyed the 16th, double bogeyed the 17th, finishes at 5 over.
Right, so we're going to watch Justin Rose go down 15 and Ian Carter watching McIlroy through Amen Corner, which is time for the middle-aged loo break in the media centre.
Well, you enjoy. Do what you have to do. That's probably what we have to say. So Rory McIlroy, he's got about 30 feet here, Andrew McGee, for a birdie to get within 2 shots of the lead, move to 4 under par. This hole's been his nemesis so many times here. He's often put it in the trees down the right-hand side, tried to squirt it out and put it in the lake. But this has been textbook so far.
Absolutely textbook. Right behind his line here. We know this is going to be right to left, putting right towards Rays Creek, the pond on his left. We know this breaks, Ian. What do you think? 3 feet right to left, really slick putt. You'd love to have them nuzzle this one out for a gimme, wouldn't you? Not leave yourself a 3 or 4 footer to make that 4. I like the way his demeanor is slower. He's walking slower. He looks very confident.
Yes, he loped onto the green, looked very comfortable, very relaxed. A couple of glances at the hole, 30 feet away. Aiming just to the right of the hole, maybe by 3 or 4. It's on its way, slick putt towards the hole, turning from right to left, turning, and just turning across the face of the hole, but beautifully judged. He's put it to 18 inches, and that is going to be a par 4 on the most difficult of par 4s, this 11th hole. We've only had 4 birdies all day long, and McIlroy will be delighted as he just walks around there, taps it in, and remains at 3 under.
Oh, he's just on cruise control now. A nice solid swing on the 12th and get out of this watery grave area and get to those birdie holes.
We have seen him tetchy in the past, haven't we, in first rounds when there's been so much of a burden of expectation. But I think you're absolutely right to just point out the level of body language there, which does look really, really encouraging for his many fans around the world. Let's head up to the 15th and Kat.
Yep, Justin Rose, drive on this par 5 15th, finding the very centre of this sun-soaked fairway, big lob lolly pines, all the way down either side of the fairway, casting these big sprawling shadows. And Justin Rose, resplendent, he's glowing almost, up on the horizon, these bright white trousers, cricketing trousers, if you will, and then a sky blue shirt that matches the Georgia sky above him, white baseball cap, and it looks like he's going to go for the green in 2 here. He's pulled a fairway wood from his bag that I've managed to seek out through my binoculars. He's just having another chat with Mark Fulcher, his caddy. He's been called over for another bit of a conversation. His playing partner Max Homer wandering down amongst the trees on the right-hand side, down towards his caddy. A little bit of conversation, as you can see, between Fulcher and Rose. Just maybe looking for a little reassurance here as he's going to take on this risky shot. So many players choosing to lay up 550 yards this par 5, and the water right in front of the green, and then that steep slope up to the sloping green and the flag cut on the front right edge. So here he goes. Justin Rose sends this up on its way towards the green, flying over the water. He's cleared that, absolutely no problem. The leader of the Masters, his ball plummeting down to the right edge of the green. He's off the playing surface, but very safely done beyond the flag. And he's going to have a little trip of about, just a couple of yards to cover until he can reach that slope of the green that will then bring the ball down to the flag. So a good birdie opportunity coming up for the leader Justin Rose here, Ian.
Biggest ovation of the day here, without a doubt, on the 12th tee as Rory McIlroy marched up at 3 under par to get ready for this teasing, tricky tee shot on the shortest hole on the course. Golden Bell, the 12th, 156 yards in length. And McIlroy will have a little wait here because the group in front of him, Adam Scott, who's struggling, Xander Schauffele, who's struggling, he's at 3 over par now, and Victor Hovland at 1 over par. They are still finishing off on the 12th. So a little gap here, Mark, for McIlroy and co before they hit their tee shots. But as we were were saying just earlier, the body language is really, really encouraging at this very early stage. Let's emphasise that. But McIlroy seems very much in control of things right now at 3 under par.
Certainly does. Athletic Bilbao have taken the lead against 10-man Rangers, although the goal has gone to VAR, so they do lead 1-0, but VAR are taking a look of it. Former champion Jon Rahm has rescued himself on the 10th. Trish?
Well, he's hit a very good chip shot, but he's left himself an absolute shocker of a putt. It's only about 5 feet, but it's going to be left to right and as slippery as you can get. So I don't know if his putter's going to survive if this doesn't go in.
It's nearly been broken on about 3 occasions already, so he's still got 7 or 8 holes to go. Lyon won, Manchester United won, and Tottenham won, Eintracht Frankfurt won in the other Europa League games. There's about 15 minutes to go or so. In fact, Tottenham are way ahead of the others, actually. They've only got less than 10 minutes to go there. 15 minutes to go in France. We can go back to Kat.
Yep, you can. Justin Rose just looking very relaxed, walking down the right-hand edge of the fairway here on the 15th. His ball, second shot from the top of the hill, pulled out the 3-wood, gave it a mighty swipe, and the ball through the back of the green to the right-hand edge. Leads the Masters by 2 shots as he's playing this par 5 15th hole. And he's got a good chance here to extend his lead. Little up and down. It's going to be a tricky one from the back of the green in the shadows where the patrons are all gathered, their bare knees just tucked under the rope, sitting on those little green deck chairs. And Justin Rose is going to give them a real show here. They're going to be just a matter of feet away from him as he takes his 3rd shot. He's going to just bunt it onto the green and let it slide down towards the hole. But first we're going to watch Max Homa taking his 3rd shot. He's had to lay up, the drive finding the trees down the right-hand side. Just a little swing of the club for Homa, who has had such a plunge down the rankings over the past year, down at world number 81. And if you remember, 12 months ago he was up amongst the contenders, finishing in a tie for 3rd last year, but he's changed his clubs, he's sacked his swing coach, he's searching for form, is Max Homa. Is one of those players that you just hate to see searching and searching and searching for something in golf. And here he is with his 3rd shot into the par 5. That one goes beyond the pin, and he will have a long putt of about 35 feet for his birdie. That's a very outside chance, and it's Justin Rose, though, who we're focusing on in this group, Mark, and he's pacing around this little chip now on the side of the 15th.
Let's just get news on Victor Hovland, for no other reason than some of us may have him in a sweepstake. Ian?
He's just dropped a shot, I believe, on the 12th, or maybe, no, actually he's just made his par save, so he remains at 1 over mark, but there was a lengthy wait as he surveyed that putt for Rory McIlroy, who's now ready to go on the tee. The sun has just peeked behind the cotton wool clouds up above, and McIlroy, this one flying just to the left of the flag, high trajectory, and lands in the heart of the green. Super shot, brilliant distance control, and he's given himself a 20-footer for birdie, playing the percentages. Lovely stuff.
That was beautiful decision making there. I think he sat there with that little 2-minute wait there and decided exactly what he wanted to do. He didn't mess about when he put the tee in the ground. He stepped over it and struck it right to the perfect spot.
Andrew, are you a believer when he talks about being more strategically savvy, being more pragmatic, being more patient?
Totally. It looks like he's making better decisions behind the ball, which I think every golfer needs to understand. That's the most important part about hitting a great shot, is to be decisive. No matter if you're right or wrong, be decisive.
Super tee shot, Mark, from Ludwig Oberg, who is currently at level par, and he's given himself a birdie chance of, I'm guessing, around about 15, 16 feet. He went to the right of the flag. McIlroy's gone to the left of it.
Athletic Bilbao had the goal ruled out by VAR. They were then given a penalty, and they've missed the penalty. And Rangers are down to 10 as well. Rangers 0, Athletic Bilbao 0. Jon Rahm's putter will do very well to survive this round. He missed that par putt, Trish, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not a happy camper, is he? Nothing's going for him. He's not playing particularly well tee to green, and the putter's not behaving. Having said that, he's leaving himself some horror putts. That just behind the back of 10, 6 feet down the hill, left to right. And good luck with that one.
Kat.
Chip from Justin Rose, our leader, from the inky shadows of the Lob Lolly Pines tall over this 15th green, and he's just chipped it onto that front edge of the green, using the slope to work the ball down towards the flag cut on the front right corner, and it comes up 6 feet short for Justin Rose. That's what he'll have for a birdie that will extend his lead at the top of the leaderboard at the Masters on the opening day.
OK, thank you. Alistair Breezeball, what have you got?
John Rahm 3 over. We just said that, did we? Yeah, bogey putt on the 10th takes him to 3 over par. So that's a full 9 shots of Justin Rose's lead. Justin Rose, as Kat was saying, birdie putt to come, possibly could get to 7 under. Connors and Scheffler both at 4 under. Tyrrell Hatton at 3 under, as is Rory McIlroy on his way safely onto the green at the par 3 12th with a birdie putt to come. I was just having a look down the leaderboard to try and pick out some other names.
Just before you do that, let's news of another former champion who's just gone through in front of James Gregg. And Bubba Watson is in the red. Oh, James Gregg isn't there, presumably because we haven't talked to him enough.
Gone to the loo.
Yeah, he's got. He is 1 under. Is Bubba Watson through 17? We'll bring James in shortly. Who else had you spotted then?
Who was I looking for? I was looking for Koepka again. Matt Fitzpatrick, I see, is 1 under after 13. Shane Lowry 1 under after the drop shot at the 10th. Colin Morikawa finished level par today. Did get it to 3 under after an eagle at the 11th, and then drop shots on the way in from there. Joaquin Niemann got it to 3 under par early on the front 9 today. Been going very well again this season on the Live Tour. He finished at level par. And Jordan Spieth finished at 1 over. Dustin Johnson currently at 1 over with 4 holes of his first round to play. Sergio Garcia also at 1 over. He's got 5 holes of his first round to play. Brooks Koepka at 1 over. Victor Hovland also at 1 over par. Will Zalatoris. Did you have some money on? Did you stick some money on Will Zalatoris? 2 over par finished today. So
not out of it.
Not out of it.
No. I was just thinking, isn't it a shame? I'm looking at Dustin Johnson. You know, it wasn't that long ago that he was just an absolute superstar, and you knew he would be competing in this particular tournament and all the majors. And yeah, it's just such a shame that I know we don't want to get into the whole live thing, but I don't know. Just Jon Rahm, I'm looking at him thinking, yeah, okay, you've made 400 million, and I'm pretty much sure it's impossible to turn down, but it seems to have. It's made him angry because he's not competing. He's not competing enough. We'll get back to that.
But then there are others who are competing. Bryson won. Okay,
there's one.
Yeah, and that is Bryson, and he is in front of Ian alongside Matsuyama. They're on 11. Rory's on 12.
DeChambeau has just hit a very average chip that's only just made it onto the edge of the green at 11 from down in sort of Larry Mize country, if you remember all those years back when he broke Greg Norman's heart in the playoff. And it's a similar area for Shane Lowry. Lowry's at 1 under par, DeChambeau at 2 under. Saw a lovely chip from Hideki Matsuyama, who has chipped up to tap-in range to remain at 2 under par. So Lowry is about to chip. Up ahead on the 12th, Akshay Bhatia, who's playing with Rory McIlroy, will be first to putt there after a pretty prosaic tee shot, which found the green but way left of the flag. McIlroy's going to have about 20 feet. Here's Lowry's chip on the 11th, and that one grabs as it finds the putting surface, tracks down towards the hole side and goes to 2 feet and earns the applause of Andrew McGee next to me. Kat.
Justin Rose has the shaft of his putter held along the line of the putt, which he hopes will extend his lead at the top of the Masters leaderboard to 3 shots. Just bending down now to move a little speck of some imperfection from these glassy carpet-like greens, now crouching down in those bright white trousers. Vivid dark shadow cast over the ball now. He widens his stance, the ball out in that shaft of sunlight between his legs, slides the head of that big mallet putter behind it. This is about 6-7 feet for birdie for Justin Rose to extend his lead on day 1 of the Masters. Sends it, and it's in. And there is a big roar for Justin Rose. So often gets off to a hot start at the Masters, and he's doing it again. The lead at the Masters on day 1 is now 3, and the leader is Justin Rose.
Trish.
Fantastic. Never looked anywhere else, did it? He looked extremely confident. Yeah, Fuch is loving life. They're a great combination. They really do. He takes a lot of Fuch's instruction because he's a very good player in his own right.
And he has a 3-shot lead, and at this stage, he's on course to shoot that 65 we were talking about earlier, Ian.
He is, yes, he is. That's his lowest score in what is 19 completed Masters to date. Rory McIlroy's best score, by the way, is a 65. He's currently at 3 under par, but he's got a putt here on the 12th, round about 20 feet into the dappled shadows that are being cast in the vivid afternoon sunlight here. And he's sandwiched between the bunkers at the back and the bunker at the front, and that narrow strip of green, having played to the middle of the green. And now over this, sending on its way, looking for a birdie here through the shadows towards the hole. Will it drop? Will it drop? Not quite. Not quite. It's a good effort from McIlroy. And he, I think, is going to just take every care here and mark it before finishing off. But he should make his par, Andrew Magee, and that will keep him at 3 under.
Yeah, while we're watching that action, Bryson DeChambeau from about 15 feet slips in his par putt. That's the bit of the roar we heard. We thought that was maybe Rory slipping in the left edge of the 25-footer, but leaving here with a par 3. You can tell when Matsuyama gets close, the photographers all show up from his country, and it's deep up here on the grandstands.
Certainly is very congested. Matsuyama finishes off on the 11th green as we take you up to the 15th and Kat.
Yeah, just seen a very relaxed looking Justin Rose after that birdie on the 15th that extends his lead to 3 shots, smiling at the patrons who all rose to their feet on the front rows here on those little green deck chairs to applaud the leader as he walked to the 16th tee. This little par 3 across the water, the surface of which just crumpled, kissed by the wind, little ripples of water, and the flag away in the distance, cut to the back left-hand edge of the green, and a big sprawling shadow from one of the pine trees right in the centre of the putting surface. 3 gaping white sand bunkers ready to suck the ball down, and then that treacherous slope as well of the green tipping down towards the black glassy surface of the pond. Justin Rose on the tee at the moment, talking to Mark Fulcher, and just wiping his hand on the white towel that protrudes from the rim of his green and white golf bag. They're having a quick look at the yardage book yet again, taking every care over this tee shot. And the par 3 here. We've seen a few balls in the water. Tony Finau splashing in. Bubba Watson also came a cropper here a little earlier on. And Justin Rose, our leader, by 3. Won't want to be making any mistake here. He's made his club selection. Just going through a bit of a pre-shot routine here, widening the stance, very slow backswing, and then he's rehearsing how he'll transfer that weight through the front leg into the ground and up into the sky as he's looking for the right trajectory, the right distance here, way in the distance. Hundreds of patrons crane their necks down across the water to Justin Rose. He's ready to hit it now, standing just waggling the face of the club behind the ball. A couple of glances over the lake towards that little yellow pin fluttering in the distance, and the ball now on its way up into those white cotton wool clouds, now down looking at the heart of the green here, and there's a little slope there that'll catch and work towards the left. This is looking good for Justin Rose. It's going to stop there. It's about 25 feet or so from the pin for Justin Rose, safely in the centre of the green on the par 3 16th Ian.
12th green, and McIlroy from 3 feet into the cup, and very assured as well, and he marches off with a par in his pocket up to the 13th tee and remains at 3 under with a regulation par at the 12th. His playing partner Akshay Bhatia 3-putted, so he dropped a shot and goes to 2 over par. But Ludvig Åberg, and I wonder if this is a little sign, I don't know, Mark, but when he had his birdie putt, the sun went behind a cloud and gave the sun going behind the cloud just suddenly took all the shadows away, Ali, which made it much easier to just read the putt and see the putt, and he knocked it in for a birdie, so the Swede has gone to 1 under par.
Justin Rose, our leader, at 7 under par. We've heard about his tee shot into the par 3 16th green. Trish Johnson and I watching Bryson DeChambeau's tee shot towards the 12th green. Across Rays Creek, beyond the green and into one of the back bunkers. And that, I guess, for players of that level, Trish, less scary than it would be for someone like me. But that bunker shot from the back of that green, I mean, everything runs away and back towards the water, doesn't it?
Yeah, He's got a decent lie and he's on the upslope, so I don't think he'll have too much trouble with it. He was a little bit unlucky. It just pitched back edge, looked like it would just hang on, but just the last roll of the ball just took it down into that fresh, fluffy sand there, but shouldn't be too difficult to get up and down.
Just been sent a message from Graham McMillan, our former producer, did the job for many years, is obviously listening to the coverage this evening, so thank you for listening along. Had spotted something that Jack Nicklaus has said this week. Apparently he asked Rory McIlroy last week to describe shot for shot how he was going to play Augusta National. He got done, this is Nicklaus saying, he got done and I didn't open my mouth. I said I wouldn't change a thing. That is exactly the way I would try to play the golf course. Wow. That's interesting, isn't it?
It's very interesting indeed. With obviously Jack with his victories here, I think that says you all you need to know about McIlroy's newfound sort of confidence on this golf course and sticking to the plan. That's the key.
Ian is out at Amen Corner. He's just seen Hideki Matsuyama, former champion, hit a tee shot in there. Where did that end up, Ian? Did you see?
Yeah, it went into the front bunker, Ali, and he followed Bryson DeChambeau, who went into the back bunker. So the green is completely clear for Shane Lowry here, who got up and down to remain at 1 under par. The Irishman making decent looking contact on that high trajectory up above the tree line and onto the green, and probably around about 25-30 feet from the cup. Similar sort of shot to the one that McIlroy hit to set up his par there, and I think that was a really good point that you made there. I listened to that press conference this morning with Jack Nicklaus, and the fact that he sat down and went through every hole with McIlroy, and McIlroy outlined his tactics for each and every one of those holes, and it was really striking when Nicklaus said, nope, I wouldn't argue with any of that, and I think that's encouraging. Certainly, the other thing that was encouraging about that, because Nicklaus was there with his other two honorary starters in Tom Watson and Gary Player, and they were actually asked, who do you want to win and who do you think will win, and they all three of them just said Rory McIlroy. And they felt that this was the right time for him, and it just felt like that things were aligning for him. Of course, we're in danger of getting way ahead of ourselves here, but we're entitled to speculate at the very least.
And all he can do in the first round, Trish, you said, got to get off to a good start, got to be in the mix. Rory McIlroy is in the mix. Justin Rose, let's not forget, is our leader at the moment by 3 shots. He's on 7 under par. McIlroy is 3 under par, playing the par 5 13th. But so many times we've come here and McIlroy's played himself out of it, and then and sometimes then makes a charge in the final round when it's too late. He's just got to be in the mix, and he's in the mix.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Ian's mentioned this a few times. We've had a few, I wouldn't call them rucks exactly, but let's just say disagreements where I've said, Rory this, and Ian's been right. It's so much easier to shoot a low number on Sunday when you're not contending. That's the easy bit. Yeah, he's finished second, but he was never in with a shout that time. So this is a little bit special, because watching we've seen pretty much every shot, and he looks totally in control of what he's doing.
Right, we're still waiting to see what Justin Rose is going to do with his putt up on the 16th green. He's our leader by 3 shots. At Amen Corner, Ian Carter is sitting there alongside Andrew Magee. 2 groups still to go through there in terms of playing the 12th. We've got John Rahm, Wyndham Clark and Tommy Fleetwood. I just saw Tommy Fleetwood actually hit his second shot towards the 11th green. It ended up to the right-hand side in Larry Mize country, as Ian was describing it earlier on. Sahith Theegala, Sepp Straka and Sam Burns in the final group out on the golf course this evening. 5 to 10 in the UK, coming up to 5 to 5 local time. Rose with a birdie putt to come on the 16th. Ian, I think you've got bunker shots for Matsuyama and DeChambeau at the 12th.
Yeah, front bunker for the Japanese former winner Hideki Matsuyama. He's gone down in there, just wafting the club above the ball here. This should be fairly routine as he chops underneath it, lets the ball come out and release up past left of the hole, and has run on by maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that. Andrew Magee, Bryson DeChambeau went into the back bunker, and you said to me it should be an easy bunker shot.
Well, it's easier than Matt Fitzpatrick's or Brooks Koepka, who had down slopes. This ball just trickled in. I could see the ball, then I couldn't see the ball, so it's barely in. So he has a bit of an upslope, which is a much easier shot to land this softly on the edge of the green, trundle it down to the hole, hope it doesn't get away from him towards Race Creek.
And the sun is back out, and so those dappled shadows where the hole is located are there as big puff of white sand. The ball comes out, and just like Matt Fitzpatrick, just couldn't get enough of it to get to the putting surface, and the ball is frustratingly stuck for the US Open champion on the edge of the green. Ali.
Yeah, you'll have seen there the follow-through of Rory McIlroy away in the distance. Ian, back right of that 12th green. He's hit his tee shot on the par 5 13th. He was looking slightly concerned as it made its way towards the trees on the right of the turn on this hole that doglegs the par 5 from right to left. But it's found the first cut, Trish. That should be okay, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should be absolutely fine. It's just on the downslope, and obviously coming out of the rough will make it harder to get it to stop anywhere near the flag. But Rory, with his strength, should be able to get enough decent contact on that to get it on the green.
Justin Rose has been waiting a while for his birdie putt to come on the 16th. He leads the Masters first round by 3 shots at the moment. You're listening to it on Radio 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. Back on Sports Extra tomorrow night. Commentary then switches to 5 Live Saturday and Sunday. We've got shots at the moment of Bubba Watson putting for par from 10 feet or so on the 18th. 2 times Masters champion. That's a perfect putt across the 18th green, turning from left to right into the middle of the hole. And Bubba Watson, a very satisfactory 71 first round, 1 under par.
Very impressive indeed, and obviously we all remember probably the shot of any Masters tournament is just sensational on 10, wasn't it? The wedge that moved about 50 yards in the air. Never seen anything quite like it, to be honest.
Yeah, helped Bubba Watson win one of those green jackets, and if you go down, if you make the walk down the right-hand side of the 10th, there is a plaque there to remember the shot. To the 16th, Justin Rose, Cat Downs.
And you mentioned, Ali, he's had a long wait, hasn't he? Both of his playing partners, Max Homa, JJ Spawn, making a little bit of a tricky job of this long 185-yard par 3 as it's playing today. So Justin Rose, his tee shot coming up to within 15 feet of the hole. Overestimated it at first reading, but I'm told that the official measurement is about 15 feet, and he's standing in one of those splays of shadow from the overhead pine trees, sitting ready to send the ball up the slope now, turning from right to left, and in it goes. Back-to-back birdies for Justin Rose on 15 and 16, and the lead is now 4 shots. He birdied the first 3 holes of the day, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th. He's picked up a birdie on 15, and he's followed it up with 16. How about that, Trish Johnson?
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. He really is in top form, and do you know what, Kat? He's trying to stay very, very cool. He's not trying to get too excited. There's no little punch home. You know, he's 8 under par. How can you not want to punch that home? But he's just trying to keep his emotions in check. He knows it's very, very early in the first round, but what a start to this tournament for Justin Rose.
Well, Justin Rose has shot 65 before at the Masters, never shot 64. That's what he's on course for if he can par the 17th and the 18th. Course record is 63, held by Nick Price and Greg Norman. Back to Amen Corner, back to our golf correspondent Ian Carter.
And Bryson DeChambeau, after that disappointing bunker shot, putting from the back edge of the green, probably 15, 16 feet here to save par and remain at 2 under par. That rigid putting stroke of his sends the ball forward through the shadows. No, it's not going to drop. Frustration for DeChambeau, and a bogey from the bunker for the American at best, and he bends down to mark his ball. He'll take every care over that. News of Shane Lowry, he didn't make his birdie putt, so at best he's going to remain at 1 under par. Hideki Matsuyama should finish off, you would think, although that bunker shot, Andrew McGee, did just get away from him a little bit and just ran on maybe by 3-4 feet.
You know, if you're hanging out here all day long, you've been here since, 8 o'clock in the morning, and you've had breakfast and you've stretched and you've thought about, you watch some golf on TV. This is a long, long day in Augusta, waiting for these shots and on the tee box. It's really frustrating to kind of finish it out. You have to finish this day out and post a nice early score. And so these last few holes, these little 4-footers, 5-footers, got to stay patient. Matsuyama over this ball in the shadows on number 12. Ball's on its way. He has missed it. That's our first bogey here. Let's watch a couple more short ones.
Yeah, so frustration there for Matsuyama, and both he and Bryson DeChambeau have failed to get up and down from the bunkers, and yes, of course, it's scrambling from the sand can be a little bit of a fraught experience, but let's be fair, they were two, on the general scheme of things, two relatively straightforward looking shots.
Both of them were, yeah. Matsuyama had a flat lie, and so did Bryson, so they made a real mess of this one. They both had downhill par putts, which you just want to avoid all week long, and Matsuyama still has a bit to clean up here from behind the hole. Taps it in, he has his bogey. Next up, Bryson DeChambeau for his bogey, but he has got about 4 or 5 feet also.
Yeah, it's going to take every care here. So 1 under par for Matsuyama as he trudges to the 13th tee, and we take you back to Alistair.
Thanks, Ian. Eyes on Justin Rose. 8 under par, 16 holes played. First round at the Masters. Here he is in conversation with caddy Mark Fulcher again. Just see if we get any more of that. You can hear the swish of the practice swing from Justin Rose, looking totally cool, calm and collected. I remember when he was in contention back in 2007, cold year at Augusta. Eisenhower Tree stood in that fairway on the 17th, and it's where his sort of challenge came a cropper. But here he is leading the Masters by 4, first round. Narrow ribbon of fairway ahead of him. That has gone away to the right-hand side. That is what happened back in 2007. Clears the trees away to the right. We're yet to see where that ball's going to land. We can see patrons ducking immediately, getting up, getting out of their little green seats. They're going to have to move some of those. So that is not ideal for Justin Rose. What happened there, Trish?
Well, amazing, isn't it? When you can be playing so well, but sometimes you just get a hole that you doesn't fit your eye at all, and you don't like it. And obviously, Justin doesn't like that tee shot for whatever reason. But he's obviously got the club face just for absolutely wide open at impact. That started so far right of his target, and he just got his hands stuck behind him. Didn't release the body at all in time. Just got all the timing wrong. And he's going to need to get very lucky. I don't think he's going to have much of a chance to make the green from there.
No, so it's possibly going to have to be an up and down for Justin Rose to make a par at the 17th. Let's give you a little rundown of the leaderboard after we've popped out to Cat Downs on the golf course. Cat, what have you seen?
There was an almighty whoop, and now it's all gone very quiet. Ali, as is always the way, isn't it? Because Dustin Johnson, we were talking about him a little earlier, weren't you, Trish, about this great Masters champion who's just kind of been a bit of a diminished character in terms of his prowess on the golf course. Well, I think he may have heard you, Trish, because his tee shot on this par 3, 185 yards straight at the pin. Huge cheer from the crowd. It came slamming down, looked like it was going to go straight in, full toss, but it's just come to rest a couple of feet beyond the flag. Stunning tee shot from the former champion.
OK, thank you, Kat. We've just seen Sergio Garcia in front of you attempt his second shot at the par 5 15th, has cleared the water, ended up on the left-hand side of the green. I'll run you down a leaderboard, a full leaderboard. Mark Chapman's going to join us again shortly. Our golf coverage here of the first round of the Masters, the 89th Masters 2025. What a day it is for Justin Rose so far. He's heading down the 17th. He's missed the fairway to the right. He leads by 4 on 8 under par. Closest challengers, both in the clubhouse. Scotty Scheffler, the defending champion, no drop shot today at 4 under par, and the Canadian Corey Connors. Tyrrell Hatton in the clubhouse at 3 under par. Rory McIlroy still out on the golf course, also at 3 under. Aaron Rai, the Englishman, on his debut, finished at 2 under par, as did Harris English and Jason Day. Matt Fitzpatrick, 2 under par with 4 holes of his first round to play. Cam Smith finished at 1 under today. So did Freddie Couples, champion back in 1992. 71 for Freddie Couples today. Patrick Reed, the champion 2018, also finished at 1 under par, as did Bubba Watson, as we said.
Do you want me to jump in on Patrick Reed and what he thought of his day?
Yes, please.
He was asked afterwards, how would you sum up your day? He said, something poor. I won't say what the first word was. Pretty simple. I hit it fine. I missed it in the wrong spots. Putted horribly. I hit the ball fine and putted horribly. And the questioner then went, but given all that, a 71. He went, I don't care. It's not good enough. So then he was asked, when you're having a day like that, you want to break it. You want to break the putter. That's what you want to do. And the questioner went, but you didn't? And he went, no, I should have.
Okay. Can you relate to that at all, Mark? Do you ever feel like that?
100%. I was hitting it fine. Ball striking wasn't a problem. The flat stick is on vacation and it needs to show up. It needs to get on a flight and meet me here.
That's great stuff. That's box office.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's without me saying, I can't say half the things he said, but there we are. Anyhow, back to your leaderboard.
Yes, okay. So where were we? Oberg.
We were with Patrick Reed.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Finished 1 under. Oberg's 1 under on the golf course. So is Matsuyama. So's DeChambeau. So's Lowry. So we're going to be bringing you all of that in our coverage here this evening. Colin Morikawa finished at level par. So did Joaquin Niemann. Brooks Koepka level par. He's got 5 holes of his first round to play. Jordan Spieth finished at 1 over. Sergio Garcia is currently 1 over. He's playing the 15th. Xander Schauffele's just birdied the 13th, so he's at 1 over par. So is Victor Hovland as well. Bernhard Langer playing in his last competitive Masters, he said, finished at 2 over par. Now then, second shot. Rory McIlroy going, I presume, for the 13th green. Again, lovely flowing swing, drives the ball forward under sparkling sunshine, lands at the front of the green, just to the right of the flag, grazes the ball of one of his playing partners out there, gives it a glancing blow. That is a splendid, laser-like iron shot into the 13th green. Eagle putt to come.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. And I love with these top players, you always know, even when you don't know, when you can't see, when they just let the club and it's just a little twirl of the club at the end, you know it's bang on line, so you don't have to worry about if it's going in Rays Creek or anywhere else. But I tell you what, off a downhill, side hill lie, out of the rough, to get that to pitch short of the flag, but over Rays Creek and come up, 10, 15, maybe 10, 12 feet behind the flag, might have had a little help with a little nudge off the cush there with a little ball.
Like he was playing pétanque there, wasn't it? Is it just a little kiss off the other ball?
Do you play a lot of pétanque?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. One of the more middle class things I've said, I think.
that shot he's just hit there is one of the famous Masters shots. You think Phil Mickelson with the 6-iron off the pine straw when he was going head to head with Lee Westwood in a Masters that Mickelson won. But I think one of my favourite Masters shots ever from around about that sort of area, Ludwig Oberg with his third shot in here into the par 5 13th has knocked it in close, and he's got less than 10 foot for a birdie to come. But Faldo, when he beat Norman in 1996, as he took him apart really on that final day and everything went wrong for Greg Norman, Faldo deliberated for ages over that second shot into 13, whether it was the fairway wood or the iron. Eventually went for the iron and hit a shot just like that into the 13th green.
I noticed John Rahm is taking himself apart on 12. He's 4 over as he's in the bunker on the 12th as well. We'll get details from Ian in just a moment. But Justin Rose has got a horrible second shot on 17.
Little get together for Rahm and Reed, do you think, post round? Just talk it all through and
see if their putters can get on the same flight.
Exactly. Right, James Gregg is up in our commentary position, up away, high to the left of the 17th green, and Trish, we can see where Justin Rose is, and he's got one of the tall, thin trees right in front of him. Ball on the pine straw to the right of the 17th fairway, leads the Masters by 4 at the moment. What do you, having just seen that camera angle there, what do you think he can... What are his options here, do you think?
Well, I mean, he's 8 under par. What do? Do you try and pull out the miracle shot? The front bunker probably would be his, the best place that he can probably get to. I think he'll probably give it a left-to-righter, a low left-to-righter, which is the swing that he's practicing. But he's got to move this considerably in the air. And I think James will be hopefully seeing this come to land somewhere near the green very shortly.
Yeah, coming to a green near you soon, James Gregg. I mean, the tree is 7-8 yards in front of him, directly in front of him, and as Trish says, the shape he's trying to hit here is left to right around the tree. Again, in the hands of a A less brilliant golfer, this could easily go straight into the tree and come flying back at you, but Justin Rose is obviously not looking at that. Ball of his playing partner just ahead of him to the left. It's a swoosh. You heard the contact, you heard the gasp, and James Gregg now looking for Rose's ball.
Oh, and that is an absolute stunner, Ali. It's landed on the front left corner of the green. It's not going to be the easiest of chip shots, but the way you described that, I was looking through the binoculars, could see him.
Hang on a second, James. Hang on a second. Okay. Rory McIlroy for eagle on the 13th. Big swinging right to left of this to get to 5 under par. He's looking, and it's going to miss to the right-hand side of the hole. It's going to go a little bit beyond. Couple of feet to come from McIlroy. Should make his birdie. He'll be at 4 under. James, so what's Rose got left?
So he's at the front left portion of the green, just a couple of yards shy of that. So he probably will be chipping unless it's unless he's got some kind of a line to cozy that one down to this back left hole location. Interesting, this 17th hole, 440 yards, not long, not short. It's the 9th most difficult hole on the golf course in the Masters history. But I think that is very much in context of how you're playing in your round. It's a consolidation hole in many ways. I think a lot of players relieved just to walk off here with a par 4 and walk towards that 18th tee, which I feel actually that Justin Rose now really will be if he can get this one up and down. But where I was looking down this 17th hole, Rose was completely obscured by the tree that you were talking about being sort of 8 feet in front of him. So that is a stunning shot to shape it from left to right. It must have hugged the left-hand trees, barely missed them, and then just skipped round, narrowly skirted around this front left bunker out of the 2 that guard this Australia-shaped green alley. And there it is. It's right in that front left corner. So that's a beautiful shot from Rose. But he does have a little bit of work to do to keep himself there at 8 under par.
It was actually Bhattia's ball that McIlroy nudged, and now McIlroy's marker has returned the favour to Bhatia, whose putt looked like it was going to trickle a fair way past the hole, and McIlroy's marker just stopped it. Let's go to the angry group that Ian is watching on 12.
Yes, that includes Jon Rahm, who's currently over his par putt on this par 3 and knocks it in, so he's got up and down to remain at 4 over par. Par also for Tommy Fleetwood, who very nearly made his birdie putt from around about 30 feet. So Fleetwood will remain at 2 over par and Wyndham Clark at 1 over par, but they've not had the day. I'll tell you who's even more angry though, Mark. Sepp Straka. Straka missed the 11th green so far right. He had probably, I want to say, 25 yards right of the green, played to the flag, which is cut to this side of the green. So he was short-sided, but completely overcooked it and put it into the water. So then had to take a penalty drop, and he will be putting from around about 25 feet for a double bogey 6 shortly. So disappointment for him. Sahith Theegala, who's at 1 over par, has just chipped up. He's got a tester to save his par. He's currently at 1 over. And Sam Burns also at 1 over. Straka having a really miserable day, though, at 3 over par. So the final group on the course really having a miserable time of it.
Yeah, he's way down the track, isn't he? 3 over through 10, as Ian was saying. Russell Henley 4 over through 14. These are just some of the strugglers towards the back. Adam Scott, former champion, 4 over through 13, which is what Jon Rahm is through 12. Billy Horschel's had a horrible day, 5 over for him, and he has finished his round. 5 over for Laurie Canter, we were talking about, and Jose Maria Olazabal as well. 5 over. The worst round of the day, Nick Dunlap, 18 over.
Rory McIlroy here, short one for birdie. I'm sure he's going to make this. Pops it in to get to 4 under par. So birdies the par 5 13th, 5 to play, 4 off the lead held by Justin Rose. And Justin Rose is out there on his own. Let's not forget, we've just seen Ludwig Åberg, Trish, roll in a lovely birdie putt there, so he couldn't get to the green in 2. Watched a wonderful wedge shot in, has held the putt from about 10 feet or so to get himself to 2 under par. I mean, right in it, because Rose's closest challengers at the moment, Connors and Scheffler at 4 under, so McIlroy's now at 4 under par as well. Åberg 2 under. Very much so, and clearly, you know, his debut last year, finished second. And I have to say, I think the shot, we didn't talk enough about the shot he hit on 11. That's one of the best shots I've hit. I've hit? It would have been one of the best shots I've hit in a long time. Even if I do say myself, you're not wrong. One of the best shots I've seen in a long, long time. Having to hit with the water on the left-hand side, having to
hit that big cut round the tree and hold it up and be bang on line. That is some shot.
Let's go to James Gregg watching Justin Rose.
He's just stepping into this little awkward chip he's left himself after, admittedly, that incredible recovery shot from the right-hand trees here at this 17th hole that is called Nandina. And with their white trousers on, that I've heard described by all the other commentators out there on the golf course, Rose steps in now, a couple more final glances at the yellow flagstick that waits probably 20 yards or so away, a little ridge to overcome, and the ball lands on top of said ridge. And this looks a really nice speed, actually, from Rose's chip shot. A wave of acknowledgement from Max Homa, his playing partner, who gives him the thumbs up to say, well played. He doesn't need anybody to tell him that. The crowd like that one, and the eyes will tell him he's only got a couple of feet left to stay at 8 under par. Therefore, with that 4-shot lead, those birdies for Rose, just to remind you, coming in flurries. Birdies at 1, 2 and 3, at 8, 9 and 10, and then coming off the back of a couple at the moment. It won't be a third straight birdie in a row here on this opening day, but he is at 8 under par, and of course his best Masters score in any round is 65. So if he could tap this little one in that will be coming in a couple of minutes time, and a par up the last, it will be his best ever Masters score to set him off on a very, very good start on his 20th Masters appearance mark. So that will be coming in a couple of moments time.
And very few things have been wayward for Justin Rose today. That tee shot on 17, that probably the worst shot we've seen from him today, and yet he's rescued himself.
I just don't think it's a tee shot actually that suits Rose. He likes to shape the ball a little from left to right. That fairway up and over the hill does shape from left to right. The landing area, the preferred landing area for the players, is down the right hand side. It gives you a better angle in, particularly today with this back left hole location, but in general they all want to be on the flat part down the right hand side. And I just think with that wind off the right hand side and he liking to shape it, it's just not one that will be comfortable for him. So actually I wasn't too surprised to see him not hit his best of the day there, particularly knowing that he's on this incredible score and he's about to have an excellent start in pursuit of a first green jacket. Max Homa, by the way, at 2 over par, just tidying up himself for a par. And it'll be JJ Spawn, the Masters runner-up, who lost in that playoff, of course, to Rory McIlroy at TPC Sawgrass just a few weeks ago. He's at 2 over par as well. He's going to have a little par putt after he found the front left bunker, and then Rose will be, well, he's just kind of, he's getting a little nervous. But Alistair Bruce Ball, you've got eyes on somebody else.
Yeah, Bryson DeChambeau's 1 under par, third shot into the par 5 13th. Bit of check on the wedge shot in from 138 yards. Distance is perfect, maybe 12, 15 feet or so from the left of that flag for a Bryson DeChambeau birdie attempt. I was just having a little look in the media guide, Mark, to see. I'll come back to it in a second. Actually, let's see what Justin Rose is doing in front of James. I was looking for a particular Justin Rose stat, but James, give us the live action.
We have time for the stat, unless you just hold for a second.
So I was looking for because we've been talking about how many times he's led after the first round of the Masters, to see who has led the most after the first round of the Masters. I can't find it in the book.
Is it Charlie Hoffman?
I did see one flash up on the screen, though, that said Jack Nicklaus had done it 4 times and Rose has previously done it 4 times. So I think and he's very likely to now, isn't he, with a 4-shot lead. That looks like that is a record that is going to belong to him.
It'd be a nice feather in his cap to have.
Very
and
much.
Actually, he's only got a couple of feet left here, but taking good care, as you can well imagine, over this little tiddler. I bet when he was walking up to find his tee shot amongst the pine straw down the right hand side of this 17th hole, and all the spectators were having to move the green chairs away to make way for him, he would have been delighted to just have a couple of feet left for a consolidatory par here at this 17th hole. So standing over it, square on to this putt at the moment. The coin's still behind the golf ball of his, and a final little adjustment down now on his haunches, just twitching that little line to his preferred start point, and then one more final crouch down a couple of feet further away from the ball. He always tucks the little left sleeve under his left armpit before setting himself, almost just to get nice and compact. And now, after rocking a couple of times onto both feet, completely still, the shoulders move backwards and forwards, and Justin Rose tidies things up very nicely. Escapes with a par 4 here at the 17th hole. Justin Rose, 8 birdies on the day. He leads the Masters by 4 strokes, walking with his chest puffed out towards the 18th tee, just away to my left-hand side here. And I'm wondering what all these spectators are doing. I think they might well be gearing up for a glimpse of the first round leader here, and also the groups to follow.
And behind, Rory McIlroy is chasing hard. He's hit a good drive down 14, straight down the middle. And Hideki Matsuyama on 13 has had some of the worst luck you could possibly have, Trish.
Do you know what? Golf is so unfair. You hit the flag, not on the fly. It pitched just short of the flag. It's hit right in the middle of the flag. Could have easily just come down straight in the middle of the hole. Instead, it's gone straight backwards, straight into Rays Creek. It misses the hole. It's probably spinning back to about a foot. And he's now got, well, he's in all sorts of trouble. It's just so unfair, this game.
Also, it might not be the day for your ball to go into Rays Creek. I'm just looking at the Daily Telegraph.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and James Corrigan, the golf correspondent at Augusta National here this week, has written an article where the headline is Amateur golfer Jose Luis Ballester urinates into Rays Creek at the Masters.
Yes, someone sent me a little bit more detail on that.
What more detail do you need, Ali?
Well, I mean, where it happened, why it happened,
right.
What was the reaction
where it happened, Rays Creek.
Yeah, but whereabouts on the golf course?
Why it happened? Because he was desperate, I would imagine. Justin Rose's tee shot on 18th, which James Gregg, you should be. We'll have more on this developing story. We should be able to see the tee shot, James.
I can. Yeah, I'm going to steer clear of that particular chat. I think Rose standing over the ball now. Final couple of glances up this famous 18th hole that is incredibly steep back up towards the clubhouse, and a big swoosh, and Alistair Bruce ball, he's holding the finish, but actually he glances down as if in disgust. This one looks to be headed right, Ali.
Yeah, that's trouble. That's big trouble, actually, James, down the 18th. We've seen plenty of players down there in the past, but just like the tee shot, Trish, off the 17th, he's lost that away to the right-hand side, let go of the club with his right hand, leaned his body to the left, and it just depends. I mean, that you're in the lap of the gods in very thick foliage away down to the right of the 18th.
Yeah, I think he's going to be lucky if he's got any sort of swing whatsoever, and the chances are he will probably have to just hack it out sideways as long as he's got some sort of shot.
Yeah, so Justin Rose in a spot of bother. Hideki Matsuyama, having gone into Rays Creek with his third at the 13th, has now played his fifth from back behind the creek, safely onto the green. Putt coming for a bogey. Matsuyama currently at 1 under par, so that's a full 7 shots off the lead held by Justin Rose.
Now, you know how you said you wanted more detail from Jose Luis Ballester? Well, here is his actual media conference after his round with the exact quotes.
I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13th tee.
Yes, yeah, correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go, and since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like real loud. So that was kind of funny.
So he said he completely forgot that there were restrooms by the 13th tee, and if he had to go and do that again, he would do it again because he needed to go.
Well, I've got to be honest, he might not get the chance to do it again, I think, maybe. Because I would be very surprised if a blind eye is turned to that, because that's just not what you do.
Yeah.
It's something they might take a dim view of. I mean, it sounds so by the 13th.
He's an amateur. He's not that excuses.
No.
But look, he's an amateur. Yeah. It's his first Masters. He needed.
I know what you're saying, Mark. I know what you're saying, and also we've not seen any shots of it. And actually, I think the people that are clapping him have probably worked out what he's done, but he's not going to be in full view of thousands of fans. So, yeah, let's see how that one develops. We've seen Ludwig Åberg hit his second shot into the 14th. He's playing alongside Rory McIlroy. Åberg, let's not forget, last year finished second to Scotty Scheffler on his Masters debut, going well again today, 2 under par, having played 2 shots on the 14th. No bunkers around this giant green, a huge false front to this green, steep slopes at the front of the green, and the pin is 32 yards on and just 7 in from the left-hand side. Akshay Bhatia is the third golfer in this group, who's such a distinctive, different-looking golfer. I love watching him play golf. He's rake thin. There's absolutely nothing of him. Lovely, long, black flowing hair which pokes out of the back of the white baseball cap.
Lefty.
And the big... lefty as well, exactly. Loose-limbed, languid swinger. Hit a stunning shot there into the 14th and has left himself a couple of feet to birdie. And plays in glasses as well in the
very distinctive and very, very good.
Yeah, exactly. So, Rory McIlroy, what have you got? McIlroy, 4 under par, 5 to play. Another splendid drive. He's in perfect position here. 113 yards to the hole. Sand wedge in hand. Last look at that yellow flag, which is still atop the flag. I think he likes this, you know. It's on its way. In it comes. Couple of bounces right next to Batia's ball. That is a fantastic birdie chance. Again, it's not much out of 6 feet for Rory McIlroy. Totally, he's just got the ball on a string at the moment.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, and his swing looks so different to those wedges that were, you know, that he tugs an awful lot of the time, or just fannies out to the right hand side, and he's just everything is working perfectly. The turn on the downswing, the club face, it's all staying in tandem, staying perfectly square all the way through, and he just looks great. Doesn't he?
Does.
Hideki Matsuyama is going to double bogey the 13th. All following that ball hitting the flag and then rolling back into Rays Creek. So he's not best pleased, and I would suggest, judging by the view that Justin Rose has from his lie, that he's not going to be best pleased.
Yeah, he's in the trees. Now, we saw him in the trees down the right of the 17th, but he was able to fashion a shot, a left to right or around a tree just in front of him. The problem here with these trees, these are, I don't know the exact names, the species of the tree there, but they are much thicker trees. And I don't just mean the trunks, I mean dense foliage, so it's much more difficult to work the ball out of there. Bryson DeChambeau is loving the putt that he's just made on the 13th for a birdie. You said that was a slippery one, Trish, and he's made that to get to 2 under par. But Rose now has got to be...
back to these trees then.
These trees that I'm
some
trying to describe.
tree expert listening might be able to guess the species from your description.
Green leaves, dark green leaves.
With thick trunks.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ginormous. Come to mind. What they are really doesn't matter. How he's going to manoeuvre the ball away from them, now that's a different matter.
But what you're thinking now, Trish, he's not thinking about getting to the green there.
No.
You've got to get out safely into a space where he can then get his 3rd onto the green and try and save par like that.
The difficulty is, even if he just takes, you know, the sensible option and goes sideways, the bottom of the trees are so low, it's actually very difficult to manoeuvre his way out sideways without catching them as well. I'm wondering if he can see a way where he's not going to get to the green, but if he can see a way where there's a gap up, over or in between, that he can just manage to get the ball going forward rather than just knocking it out sideways.
And also, by going in there, he will have lost distance. If he comes out sideways, he's a long way back.
Yeah, very much so.
Long way back up the hill.
He's got to find a way to make 5, and not make double.
Okay, accept it and accept the drop shot on the last. It would still be a fantastic round of 65. Ludvig Åberg on the 14th green, probably 30 feet or so, pin high, sends this ball up the hill, speeding towards the hole. It starts to lose speed as it tracks towards the front of the hole. It was just going to graze across the front and didn't quite get there. So Åberg will make his par there to stay at 2 under, and Rose is coming out sideways. And you're right, Trish, there's low-hanging branches in front of him, and yet he's scuffed it along the ground deliberately, has just clipped it. It never got more than a couple of feet up in the air, and he's bobbled that out onto the fairway and has a 3rd shot from the right-hand side of the 18th fairway. So Rose, our leader, on 8 under par, could be about to drop a shot on the 18th to go to 7 under. Rory McIlroy now has a short birdie putt, maybe 6-7 feet or so, on the 14th to get to 5 under.
This is massive. This is really massive. If he can knock this one and get to 5 under, he's still got 15 to play. That, for him, with a big drive, is an eagle opportunity. This is huge.
Putt ahead behind the ball, on its way towards the hole, and it just misses on the right. And Rory McIlroy, open-mouthed, expresses disbelief, slides by on the right-hand side. Fabulous birdie chance. He's creating them today, and that is the positive. In complete control of his game, but you've got to take the chances when they come as well. Couldn't quite do it. McIlroy remains at 4 under par. Mark.
But the interesting thing with that is that within this sort of 10 minutes, a 4-shot lead for Justin Rose could have become a 2-shot lead, couldn't it, Trish? If McIlroy had, I know there's so many ifs and buts in golf and in sport, but with Justin Rose looking like he will drop one on 18, McIlroy had birdied that, there'd be 2 shots, and he'd still, as you say, have 15 to play. Yeah,
absolutely. I do think that was a massive putt. It's only the first round, I know that, but there are certain things, certain sort of you know how players react to certain situations, and that's a good shot. We've seen Justin Rose play into 18. Will it come back? He's headed up into the ridge. It's coming back slightly down. Well, it's going to end up about pin high, Ali.
Yeah.
What, 15 feet?
So that's on the Sandy Lyle track back down the 18th green. From above the hole and down towards it, but on the final day of the Masters, that pin is always over to the left-hand side. Today it's over to the right. You're right, Trish. Pin high, and a chance to save par for Justin Rose and shoot a quite sensational round of 64. He's 8 under with the par putt to come, but I guess the slight concern there is drives off the 17th and 18th. He really did lose those to the right, didn't he?
Yeah, he clearly doesn't like that 17th at all, and 18, I was surprised to see him hit another really poor drive, but he's got away with it to a certain extent.
Akshay Bhatia pops in the birdie putt on the 14th, gets himself back to level par. So birdies at 13 and 14.
They're a great group, these three, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oberg, Bhatia and McIlroy. That is such a watchable group.
Yeah. All three of them are superstars in their own right, but it's just the way they all play golf. You know, we know Oberg is about as quick as you can possibly get. Rory's quick. Bhatia not quite so quick, but he's got other things that you look at and think, he's just really interesting to watch. It's a cracker.
Bryson DeChambeau with a good drive down 14. He is 2 under. There are a few big names just circling Justin Rose as he heads down 18 with that 18-foot putt for par to finish 8 under for his round. Meanwhile, back at 15 a few moments ago, just as we wait for Rory McIlroy, Catherine Downs, you saw Patrick Cantlay. We don't have Catherine at the moment, but Patrick Cantlay had a triple bogey 8 on 15, which is a shame.
That was chipping from the back of the 15th, wasn't it? That's a nasty one, isn't it, Trish? Because it slopes so steeply either side. So he's gone through the back with his second. You've got to try and hit that chip back towards the flag, down towards the water. He's just overcooked it.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I said to Kat with Scheffler's shot, and I said maybe he wasn't, he didn't play that as well as you think, and he came up about 8 foot short. I pretty much can.
Had have gone early in Ryder Cup. I think
so.
You're taking your cap off your head and waving at Patrick Cantlay. He responded amazingly well to that, though, didn't he? Yeah.
Honestly, I had so much admiration for him on that singles afternoon in Rome, where he did embrace that from a issue that I was joking then, but I have a lot of sympathy for him because that blew up through no fault of his own. That week it did, Trish. It blew up through a report and a tweet. It didn't start with him. Before you
it did, because it started with the fact that he's not wearing a hat, and he wears a hat every single week of the year. So he knows exactly what's going to happen. No sympathy whatsoever. No, I can't be doing that.
You were on his side 30 seconds ago when I said it was a shame he triple bogeyed it.
Okay, that was a little bit harsh.
Matt Fitzpatrick on 16.
Yeah, so we've not got Kat at the moment, have we? So we're going to, because I don't want to be stealing this from her. Out on the golf course, Matt Fitzpatrick in the shadows on the 16th tee, par 3 across the water, lovely smooth flowing swing. You can see one of the patrons behind him nodding in appreciation as this ball, towering iron shot. It's in the channel there because the pin is cut back left here and it takes the slope and it rolls down, and that sort of Justin Rose made his birdie putt on the 16th, I think from a little bit further away than that, but you get yourself into that little tunnel on the left-hand side. Kat, good shot there from Matt Fitzpatrick.
Do you know what? I was talking to our colleagues on 5 Live, but Andrew McGee was keeping a close eye on goings-on 16. Tell us all about it, Andrew.
Yes, I was. While you were busy, Matt Fitzpatrick did the perfect shot right of the pin here on 16, used the huge slope to the right side, and slid this ball down to about 10 feet right of the hole. Textbook shot. exactly like he drew up in his head.
You do.
Thank goodness for you, Andrew McGee.
Well,
I love this spot. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's your favourite place, isn't it?
It is my favorite place to see how open it is looking back up at the hill here. You can really see the hurricane damage. I just love this spot here. You can just see the whole place.
Alistair Bruce Ball jumping in for commentary on someone else's patch. We're once again living up to his nickname of the burglar.
Yeah, when there's time, that has been explained on a certain podcast that you call the commentator's guff. It's actually called the commentator's view.
Oh, God.
Yeah. You get that wrong every time.
It's astonishing.
Know,
just mix it up.
Yeah, that's right. So I'll explain that at an occasion when we've got a little bit more time. Bryson DeChambeau, 2 under par, 14th hole, clear view of the green from the right-hand side of the fairway. That stiff-arm swing with the blue shafted iron heading towards the green. Get up, he says. It just climbs over the slope at the front of the green. He leaves himself a long, long birdie putt through the heart of that 14th green. And you could see there, Tricia, was just a little dangerous. There can be here at Augusta, with that ball sort of rolling back down towards his feet, but it looks like it stayed up on the level he wants it to be. Shane Lowry's next to play. 144 yards to the flag here on the 14th. Lowry's still very much in contention. 1 under par for his round today. Stares away into the distance here. The big Irishman. Ball lands thud down onto the putting surface. Great approach shot from Shane Lowry. 12 feet or so for birdie on 14.
Yeah, fantastic effort. You could see him he loved it the moment he hit it. Just sort of a click of the fingers, just wanting it to just get down a fraction, but it's just past pin high. But lovely. He's got an uphill putt and he can be aggressive with it.
Hideki Matsuyama, terrible misfortune on the 13th. The approach shot that hit the flag went back into Rays Creek, cost him a double bogey. Light blue, shiny polo shirt. White golf trousers, white golf glove, stands over this ball, pine needles scattered all around him. Just a little pause at the top of the backswing, explosion of Augusta turf as he takes the big divot. The ball lands on the green and then takes the slope and spins away to the right-hand side. So he's got outside of 20 feet for his birdie on the 14th.
Let's go to Kat and to Andrew, who I'm guessing if they look to their right down the 15th fairway, we'll be able to see the McIlroy group, will you?
Do you know what? It's been so slow in this corner of Augusta National today that we can't see them yet. We've got Adam Scott, Xander Schauffele and Victor Hovland have just hoven into view, but there's been such a traffic jam the whole way down the 15th, so we are waiting for eyes on McIlroy.
And they are meant to be keeping an eye on slow play this year, aren't they, Andrew McGee?
Well, they always are, but it's just this beautiful day. The par 5 is going to all be hitting too. I think that's just slowed everything down, plus the first round of the Masters, 89th Masters, slows everything down, the anticipation. The boys couldn't sleep too well last night, and here we go.
I mean, we were watching a real hold-up that Scotty Scheffler's group caught up the gap and then some to the Phil Mickelson group earlier.
Big moment in the sunshine. First evening of the Masters 2025. Justin Rose for a 64. Par putt on its way on the 18th. Has the speed. It's going to miss on the left-hand side. Drop shot right at the last for Justin Rose. And he will be disappointed. He'll be disappointed with the drive off the 18th tee that didn't really give him a chance to make par, to shoot a 64. But you can never be disappointed with a 65 at Augusta. Equals his lowest career round at this tournament and puts him very much in the driving seat. Long, long way to go. Playing in his 20th Masters, Justin Rose, 7 under par for his first round. A 3-shot lead.
Oh, he will be absolutely chuffed to bits, and he would have snapped your hand off if you'd offered him any score. Probably within 3 or 4 under, he would have taken that. And the fact that he is now back in the clubhouse, he'll have a nice sleep, and he's going to get the best of the weather, I think, tomorrow, and then come out and shoot a good number, and then hope it absolutely hails it.
Would there be any part of you, Andrew McGee, that is like just to use the noise that you make quite a lot on bogeying the last?
It's an awful feeling. You know, he is going to think about this. It's crazy, isn't it? The one hole he makes bogey and the rest was just a sparkler. It's just a shame, Denner. He needs to just say it out loud, get it over with, scream, and just stop. and go to sleep. Good luck with that.
I know, isn't it? The human brain's a ridiculous thing, isn't it? You've played 17 holes, you haven't dropped a shot. Remember that. Don't remember what you've done on 18.
Oh, that's easy for you to say.
I know.
Very
I know.
easy. Okay.
And there's just been a little murmur of I don't know, what is it? Misery around this grandstand for Justin Rose. The score just went off on the big white scoreboard over to our left, and everyone went, oh.
Collective sigh. Bryson DeChambeau is sizing up his birdie putt on the 14th. So he is currently 2 under par, 5 shots off the lead. So if he can make this, he'll just be 4 back. Rory McIlroy is 3 back now at 4 under par, and Cat and Andrew will be watching him on the par 5 15th shortly. Rose 7 under in the clubhouse. Corey Connors and Scotty Scheffler have finished at 4 under. McIlroy's on 4 under. Tyrrell Hatton's had a good first round at this year's Masters. 3 under par for him. And Aaron Rai, fellow Englishman, on his Masters debut, one of those players who's finished at 2 under. This is DeChambeau, 2 under par, swinging putt up the slope. It needs a bit of a hit, this one. Caddy in the white boiler suit, holding the yellow flagstick at a rakish angle. The stiff-armed putting stroke of DeChambeau sends the ball on its way. He's immediately up and looking at it. He's interested. He likes it. It's taking the turn. It's going to end up just behind the hole. A couple of feet to go to pop that in for a par for DeChambeau to stay at 2 under.
Yeah, excellent effort.
Right, Rory McIlroy, who has been a supreme driver of the golf ball today. It is all there for him on the 15th. The fairway ahead, drenched in glorious sunshine, launches a towering drive up and away, right down the middle, splits the 15th fairway, lands softly, bounces, throws itself forward, rolls another 3 or 4 yards. And of course, Rory McIlroy in great shape to have a pop at the 15th green.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't get much roll, unfortunately. He hit that one left to right. Decided to make sure he's not, blocked behind those trees on the left-hand side. So he'll be a little further back than I would have expected him to be. But he hits the ball so high. He's one of the few players that can let it come down on that 15 green and get it to stop, basically, after the first bounce. Fantastic drive.
Do you want a good Justin Rose stat?
Go on.
This is courtesy of Justin Ray Golf, who's just tweeted this out. He has now led or co-led more rounds at the Masters than 11 different players who have won multiple Masters. So you mentioned that leading more than Nicholas, right?
That was for the first round, but that's all rounds,
he's now
isn't
led
it?
more rounds or co-led more rounds at the Masters, 8 than 11 different players with multiple Masters wins. So Justin Rose has led after the first round in 04, 07, 08, 2021, right?
And this year.
And this year,
we'll add to that in a second,
we would assume.
Yeah.
He led the second round in 04 and 2021 as well, and he led after the third round in 2017. So just for example, Tom Watson only ever led or co-led 7 rounds at the Masters. Ben Crenshaw only 7 rounds at the Masters.
The stats are great, but what you want is a green jacket.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was just.
But he's constantly getting himself, isn't he, in the mix to do that, and is again this year.
Do you like that stat, Andrew McGee?
Oh, I was watching so much golf, I didn't hear
Didn't even hear it, did you?
What's going on?
Just when I talk, you switch off.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're not alone. Kat.
We've just seen Rory McIlroy appearing at the top of the hill, just to change the subject. There we go. Take the heat off Andrew McGee, poor old Andrew McGee. He was watching Brooks Koepka, actually, who hit a really bad tee shot on the par 3 16th, and the ball kind of bounced off to the left of the pin, which you don't really see very many players missing the ball down that side. But we can see Rory McIlroy now, Andrew, and we've got a little view. There's this knot of trees that sticks out into the fairway, that russet pine straw underneath. There's about 7 or 8 pine trees that protrude into the perfect green of the fairway, and if we look through, we can see Rory McIlroy between the trunks, and he's standing in a patch of sunlight there down the left hand side. That's not where you'd want to be ideally, is it, on this par 5 15?
Well, no, because this green is so firm. Coming over here and seeing the balls bounce, but these wedges are coming in. This shot is very dicey. Over the green is not terrible, although we did see a player earlier chip one down the green into the water.
Oh, I've seen loads of those.
So, how much fun you've had here.
I've seen about 5 or 6 of those today. No one can stick the green here, coming from that back side.
So in the bunker's not a bad play, but Rory has to hit a high hooking draw softly in there. Did you get that, Mark? High. hooking draw. Soft one, not a hard one.
Listen, the listening is the ignoring each other is not a two-way thing. It's I hang on your every word.
Oh, I love this.
I'm told, by the way, and Trish will think that I'm having a go here. I'm told that the delay at 15 is predominantly down to Patrick Campbell.
Do you know what? He did go across the green and into the watermark. He was one of the many players who've done that. So yes, he has contributed to the delay.
Should we do a leaderboard, Ali?
Yeah, we shall. Justin Rose dropped one at the last. What a day today, though. 8 birdies, the 1 drop shot, 7 under par, leads the first round of the Masters as we head towards the closing stages of it. 7 under par. Corey Connors and Scotty Scheffler both at 4 under. Rory McIlroy playing the 15th, also at 4 under par. Hatton at 3 under. Aaron Rai in the clubhouse at 2 under, as was Jason Day. Ludwig Åberg still out on the golf course playing alongside McIlroy at 2 under par, and Bryson DeChambeau another one at 2 under. Players out there on 1 under. Matt Fitzpatrick is there. Shane Lowry, we just saw that actually, couldn't quite make the birdie putt on the 14th. He had a wonderful approach shot in there, couldn't make it, looked slightly frustrated. He is one of those at 1 under par. Colin Morikawa, a lot of people fancied him coming in this week. He finished at level par today. Sergio Garcia, level par playing the last.
You mentioned Aaron Rai, 2 under. He was one of the early starters today. So as things stand, he's tied 6th. This is what he had to say after his round.
Yeah, extremely special. My dad came over from the UK as well for a couple of weeks to see this place, to have a look at it together, and that was amazing to share it with him. We definitely enjoyed a few moments around here at some of the iconic holes and pieces of it, but we tried to get into the golf course as much as possible and really look at what the course presented. Obviously we both saw a lot of it on TV over the years, but it's always different kind of getting a real feel and sense for it in person. So we tried to have a good 2 days, played 9 holes each day, and really took our time to try and understand as much as we could in 2 days. But at the same time, it's a place that you can never have enough experience. I think every time you play it, you'll always learn something. So yeah, it was under no illusion that I'd feel experience coming into it. And but it was good overall and great to share it with my dad.
Lovely stuff, Trish, yeah?
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? Just to share that with his dad, and he's so appreciative of his parents, which is it's lovely to hear. And he's gone on. He's done the whole shebang. He's gone the whole route. He's done the Corn Ferry Tour. He's really worked his way up, and it's so refreshing to see someone have that sort of success. And I think there's a lot more to come from Aaron Rai. I really do.
He looked so smooth and calm, didn't he? And we watched him for a good 3 or 4 holes this morning when we were walking the course. So he just took everything in his stride. I don't think we saw him hit a duff shot.
We didn't, Mark, and actually I was impressed. And I know these golfers deal with it all the time, but we watched him birdie the par 5 8th, and then he walked to the back of the 9th tee, teed the ball up, and there was quite a lot going on around that 9th tee. So if you're not immediately watching and leaning over the ropes, people are walking behind, they're chatting, they're shouting, they're coughing away. But yeah, I just looked at him and he was just so totally focused. Smashed the drive down the 9th with a lovely high draw, did exactly the same down the 10th. Then we stopped watching him and he started dropping shots on the back 9. So it might be up to us tomorrow to get out there and take Aaron Rai round. But I mean, first round ever at the Masters in competition to shoot a 70, fantastic.
Is there any danger, Kat and Andrew Magee, as Rory gets ready to play his second shot, that is he going to be used to having to wait, or is he going to get frustrated?
Well, I'm just going to tell you about the shot, and then we can ask Andrew Magee what he thinks, because Rory McIlroy is ready to hit it now. The green has cleared. He's pulled a 4-iron. We've seen so many players going with the fairway wood from the top of the hill. It's such a long second shot into this green, 550 yards. McIlroy's ball on the way. It goes right at the pin, bounces beyond it, scuttles through the back of the green and down the slope through the back of the green for Rory McIlroy. But he went right at that pin, Andrew Magee. Was that the right play for McIlroy here?
I think so. To clear the water the first time is, and getting it back there, he can fly this chip onto the green, doesn't have to bump it into the green. And guess on the first bounce, I think 4-iron from that far back. Holy cow! I was thinking he is at least 240 yards back there, and He just lashed that swing was so hard, right at the flag. Lovely result, I think.
And what about the waiting that Mark was asking about? Will that
no one wants
be frustrating?
That. No one wants to wait when you have a shot like that. It was a serious long shot. If it was a wedge or a 9-iron something short, that's okay. That can be handled. But a long iron over water at the Masters, ugh.
And now it's the turn of Ludwig Oberg, who is wearing trousers green as though he's left the green jacket behind in the clubhouse, the same colour as the winner's jacket here at Augusta. And he's taking a 5-iron right at the pin as well. Will this cling on to the green? No, it's not. That also is going to roll down just short of McIlroy's ball. Oberg just a couple of paces off the back of the green, but that seems to be the miss today, Andrew.
Well, he can putt that, and that's what I'm saying. I've only been here for 30 minutes, but wow, no one's holding this green, right? Kat, have you seen any balls hold the green?
No, I haven't actually, unless people have laid up to within 100 yards. That's the way to do it, but Oberg, McIlroy, they're not going to lay up on the par 5s, are they?
Yeah, well, I hate to beat this drum too hard, but this is the best part of Augusta, when the greens are this diabolical, and the guys really have to be creative to hold the greens. It's just the funnest, the best part of Augusta National.
What do you mean by diabolical? I mean, I know what you mean by diabolical.
The hardest.
Just because of that sub-air system that you talked about to dry them out quicker after the rain on Monday?
And the sun and the heat, everything is drying out. And if it keeps this pace, it's going to be exciting, fast, left to right, slick putts downhill that are going to miss and go 6 feet by, and you're going to go, ooh.
And such are the thought process that these guys have to go through. McIlroy and Oberg both took irons and both cleared the green. Batia took a fairway wood and ended up in the drink.
Well, I'm listening to the XM guy over here trying to steal his comments for this one. Batia probably shouldn't even try to go for it. He was behind the trees. He had to hit a big high cutting left-handed shot there, which takes speed off the ball. So now he's going to land it short. This is fun because he's got no shot where he's going to lay up. He can't spin this ball. So let's see what he can do. 20 feet past the hole is as good as it gets.
I mean, good to know. Good to know you're actually listening to other people.
Oh, I'm stealing. No question about it. I love cheating and stealing. Love it.
I was just watching Rory McIlroy bouncing down as Andrew Magee was holding the airwaves there. Beautiful sunshine here. It's just getting that kind of golden evening light. Rory McIlroy kind of in these latte colours of the pale trousers and then this fawn-coloured top, and he's coming round now to look at his ball that's bounced through 7 or 8 paces beyond the back of the green and into the shadow. So he's going to have to chip up here, Andrew. And what I've seen from that position, there's been quite a few who've just got it slightly thin. There's a really steep slope that comes down towards the flag, and then if you go beyond the flag at any pace at all, there's no way you're clinging on up from falling into the water.
Oh my, this is what you don't want, but he hit a great shot into the green. I think if he can leave himself above the hole and have a defensive putt for birdie from 6 feet, it would be well done. But what sounds like, and what I've already seen, if we slip it by the hole at all, it goes in the water.
Yeah, honestly.
I've been waiting for this Masters for years, and we haven't had it until today.
As soon as it goes beyond the hole, you're in. I've seen Billy Horschel, I've seen Patrick Cantlay, I've seen who else has been in the water here. There's been countless. And we're now looking down at Akshay Bhatia, who is, where has he gone? In the drop zone? Somewhere. Oh, there he is, just back there amongst the shady patches cast over the fairway from this big lob lolly to the right-hand edge of the grandstand that we are standing in, overlooking the beautiful mirror pond now that is completely still, and you can see an exact reflection of the pines, the blue sky, the clouds of Augusta reflected in the glassy surface of that dark water. Akshay Bhatia at level par, Ludwig Oberg at 2 under par, and Rory McIlroy 4 under par, 3 shots off the lead with 4 holes left to play, Ali.
Yeah, so Justin Rose, as you say, 3 shots clear. Still a fair bit of golf to come here on Radio 5 Sports Extra this evening as we wait for McIlroy to hit this chip. It's the challenge of the 15th as well, Trish. You were just talking about how high McIlroy flights his ball. But even he then can't stop. He couldn't take the risk of hitting the 5-iron there because, as you were saying, Scheffler was saying, you cannot be in the water there. So you've got to take the club extra to be sure. But then it's almost impossible to stop the ball on that green.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because his 4-iron flew at least 20 feet behind the flag. I mean, he could have, let's be honest, he could have hit the 5-iron, but it's got to be 100% perfection. And Rory's, he knows that that's not the shot to play. He's left himself a fairly someone of his calibre, I expect him to get it within 5 or 6 feet.
Yeah, well, that shot is to come. Akshay Bhatia has hit his, having gone in the water with his second, has now got his fourth on the green.
Yeah, and I must admit, and Andrew alluded to it, a ludicrous decision, absolutely ludicrous decision. He's 1 over par, he's right in the thick of things, and he's got to hit a huge cutting left to right shot out of the straw as well. He came up 10 yards short. I mean, never even close to carrying the water. It's a very, very strange decision. Players don't often make those sort of mental mistakes.
Andrew Magee and Cat Downs enjoying the action in the sunshine at Augusta, and Rory McIlroy will be playing shortly. Justin Rose leading by 3 shots at the moment. Kat, what's happening out there?
Well, we're not the only ones enjoying the action here in the sunshine at Augusta. There are hundreds of people packed into this grandstand. You can hear the applause for the players just leaving the 16th tee behind me here, and then leaving the stage set for Rory McIlroy and Ludvig Åberg to take their third shots here at the par 5 15th. They are all around the stand. We can see bare legs crossed behind the ropes, those little green chairs tucked in every nook and cranny here. There's not a space to stand, there's not a space to sit, because everybody wants to see if Rory McIlroy can make a hot start here at the Masters, close in on a first green jacket, close in on a career Grand Slam. It all starts here on Thursday at the Masters, and so far he's making a pretty good fist of it at 4 under par, 3 shots off the lead, and sizing up this little chip.
And here we go again. He had to wait for Bhatia to come up and mark his ball. He's had to look back, and he had to wait for the threesome to walk by on 16. Another wait. Finally, he's taking a deep breath.
Looking, as he says, to be physically loose but mentally tight. All this waiting will be a real challenge for that aim that he's set himself around these famous fairways over these next 4 days. But he's ready now. That shrug of the shoulder to move the fawn t-shirt up his left bicep. Now settling over this little chip now. Hands on the wedge. Cream trousers, white golf glove protruding from that back pocket. A little swing of the wedge. Up it comes. It's absolutely beautifully judged, but is it too heavy? Needs to sit now. Comes past the flag. It's catching the downslope, and this is bad news for Rory McIlroy. Tiptoeing down towards the water. It's not going to sit, and in it goes. And what did I say, Andrew Magee? How many times have I seen that happen today? In the water goes Rory McIlroy.
It looked like as soon as he hit it, it landed too far on the green. It wasn't high enough to put some soft spin on this shot, and I just think all that waiting and all that thinking and trying to get up and execute the correct shot, I just don't know what he was thinking there. But he hasn't seen as many balls go in the water as you have today, so he didn't know all about all that stuff.
Do you know, I haven't seen anybody kind of land it there and it's still roll that far. I think maybe these greens are baking out. Yes. They're getting faster and faster as the afternoon. I thought that he had maybe judged that perfectly and that it hadn't got enough on it to go off the green. I thought maybe it was going to slow down as it hit the pin, but it didn't. It got faster and faster and faster. I think this is baking out, isn't it? And here's Ludvig Åberg with his third shot. He's got this absolutely right, tiptoeing the ball up to the flag to within a couple of feet. So there's going to be a birdie from about 3 feet for Ludvig Åberg, who's currently at 2 under par. So he'll move, hopefully, to 3 under par from the point of view of Åberg. But look, Rory McIlroy is going to move backwards as well.
Well, Mark, if you're keeping count up there and Content Center, we have Rory has walked backwards, back across the Sarazen Bridge, back into this really tough chipping area. I wouldn't call it a chipping. This is more of a long pitch. And the tricky part also is it's into the grain. They the mowers mow up this hill and make that grass blade grow into the shot, which makes hitting it solid even more difficult. So to add a little,
so the shot coming up is hard.
It's very difficult.
Is that harder than the original?
It's harder than the pitch he just had. So why don't you count for us? So he's over in 2, in the water in 3, dropping in 4. What's the next shot, Checkers? I thought you went to private school. So he has dropped. His ball is in play. There we go. Hitting his 5th.
Hitting his 5th.
So standing over it now, Rory McIlroy just needs to keep a cool head here. Doesn't want to see this start for his 11th quest for the Grand Slam unravel over the closing holes. here on day one at Augusta. Needs to fly the water. Those pine trees reflected perfect symmetry in the glassy surface. The ball flying up towards the flag, skips once, twice, and past the pin and onto the first collar of rough beyond the green. And again, no control for McIlroy. There's absolutely no sticking this green. It's like landing it on a trampoline, and Rory McIlroy's ball has bounced once, twice, and through to the right-hand edge.
Can you imagine what's going on in his head? He's played a very, very nice, solid, conservative round, 4 under for the first 14 holes of this event, and all of a sudden he's come to this 15th Firethorn, they call this one, and there's sure some fire going through his head right now. He's got a downhill defensive putt for a bogey, and he cannot give this a run either.
No, if this has too much on it, then that goes through the hole and into the water. There's absolutely nothing to stop the ball, and that has led some players as well to being incredibly conservative and leaving their balls way, way short, I've seen today.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of break in the action before Rory hits another one. Good time to fill up your pint and get ready for the action for this bogey putt. Bhatia first up here. He's played conservatively after all this, and he has got a, what's he got? Kind of my mark. Okay, in the water in 2, on 3. He's putting for par. So he's going to beat Rory probably on this hole, playing conservative, which is, yuck, no one likes this guy. Here we go. Down the hill, fast. It's picking up speed. Left, right of the hole. It's missed. He's gonna make a 6. Rory up next. Take a sip.
And that moves Akshay Bhatia to 1 over par, so slips out of those subpar numbers. And now Rory McIlroy tidying up the surface of this green. There's a little splash of white sand that's been left from a previous visitor to this almost avocado-shaped green, I'd say. If you lie an avocado on its side, Rory McIlroy standing right at the bottom of the avocado.
Come on, Kat. There's only one person who can...
No.
Come on.
Come on.
Say it.
Come on.
It looks like a bit of an... I'm going to change it to acorn, but yes, it's avocado.
An avocado.
ABB, like that one?
I love it.
First one of the Masters.
I'm not sure Rory McIlroy be concerned about what kind of fruit or vegetable this green looks like. He's really making a meal of it. Now standing, widening his stance, casting that dark shadow into the white sand behind him, putting from the edge of the green. Very tentative from McIlroy. Now it catches the downslope. Will it turn towards the hole? He wants it to bend a little bit more round to the left-hand side. Good for weight on that slippery surface. He's got a couple of feet left to go, maybe a foot and a half, but it's going to be a double bogey.
Oh, just a disaster. Just an absolute disaster. How do you wash this away? Birdie the last 3. That'll do it. But this is just, after a beautiful drive, a great forehand right at the flagstick. This Augusta National is playing like I've wanted to see this for years, and we haven't seen it.
Just looking at the stats for the 15th, and I sort of appreciate that it can change over the course of the day, Trish. But McIlroy's, if he holds out, double bogey will be only the 3rd double bogey on that hole today. One worse, which was Patrick Cantlay, but it's playing the 15th hardest on the course. It's not, the fifth has been the hardest today. For example, the scores to par on the hole are 6 under before these are all collated. It's not one of the hardest.
No, it isn't. No, and I think when Rory looks again, he just, whether it was something to do with the weight that he had, I've no idea. I mean, you can't blame that. It doesn't help. He was in, perfect position. It's not like he hit a shot. I don't think he mishit it. I think he just totally misjudged the speed of. I think he hit it exactly where he wanted to, and then all of a sudden he's realised, oh my God, I've got it so wrong. It needed one that was coming down feathering, and he got one that it was actually the first bounce was absolutely spitting forward, and he will be so disappointed because, as I say, I don't think he played a shot that he wasn't expecting to play. He got it wrong.
And the hole before that, Trish, the birdie chance from close range, that could have got him to 5 under, and now the double, and he drops back to 2 under. But he would have practiced in the week chipping from that spot, wouldn't he? Time and again. But as Andrew and Kat have been saying,
the greens have changed.
There we go.
Yeah, they've probably very much changed from this morning to this afternoon. That's the whole key. and he just did not see that first bounce coming at all.
So it's how he responds, isn't it? Kat and Andrew, as he goes on to the 16th tee, but you're also watching Bryson playing into the 15th as well.
Yeah, Bryson coming down the slope on the 15th. We've got Shane Lowry here as well in front of us, and Hideki Matsuyama just gazing up the slope towards Bryson DeChambeau in that royal blue T-shirt. He's put his ball to the back right edge of the green, so same line as Rory McIlroy coming in, but his ball has clung to the putting surface, so he'll be putting with the flat stick and safely on the green for Bryson DeChambeau, who's at 2 under par now, the same score as Rory McIlroy. And now this is the big test, isn't it, for McIlroy? Andrew Magee on the tee.
Well, I was just trying to do the math again here because I'm really good at this. He's only 5 back. Let's don't panic. He's made a double in the first round. He's 2 under par. You know, if he can shoot in the 60s, 69, kind of feels pretty good. You know, a good 69, 3 under. He's only 4 back. So come out tomorrow. We're okay. Stay calm. Hit a good shot here. 1 shot at a time. It really works. Try it at home.
First up on the tee at 16, Ludwig Aubert, who birdied the 15th, the par 5, so he moves to 3 under par. Swing of the cream-clad shoulders, those Masters green trousers billowing around his waist as the ball flies up to the heart of the green, and now it's just going to move slightly down the slope to the left, getting closer and closer to the pin. Very good tee shot from Aubert.
Classic, right of the pin, as we all know we have to do on 16. Use the big slope, trundle it down to that left back pin placement. Excellent.
Now Akshay Bhatia is about to take his tee shot on 16. Meanwhile, over on 15, I can see Shane Lowry just loping up the slope towards the green. 3 balls on the putting surface, so all 3 players so far playing that hole well in that group, Andrew Magee.
Yeah, it's just crazy watching the layup shots, the 2 shots, Lowry and Matsuyama. You know, 30 feet past the hole with a little wedge. I mean, 30 feet past for these guys. That's as good as you're going to get on 15 today at this late stage. This course is firmed up. It's very difficult. Good-looking shot going into 16th right behind us. Bhatia, perfect in that spot. It's coming down towards the hole, past the hole. They're going to come back. The crowd is standing. Is it one of those? It just stayed short of the hole for a hole-in-one, but it'll be a tap-in.
They like that here on 16. There's been some stunning tee shots on the 16th. The 15th has been so difficult. The 16th, they've been going straight at the pin, and now it's over to Rory McIlroy. Can he bounce back? Double bogey for him on the 15th. That sees him fall from 4 under par, 4 off the lead, to 2 under par, 5 shots off the lead, and now getting ready to flight this ball over the long, thin lake, that chocolate brown water just crumpling slightly in the evening breeze. Fawn T-shirt, 8-iron, swings and makes connection with the ball straight up into the air, heading into the centre of the green. He knows that the downslope is there, and will that move towards the left and head towards the flag? Of course it does. McIlroy has been here so many times before. It's a lovely tee shot from McIlroy, safely on the green, and he will have a chance for birdie from about 20 feet.
Yeah, I like the patience there. Don't try to force it, even though it was an 8-iron and it's a par 3, and just stay patient. He's got a 15, 18 footer for birdie here, and that's a good shot.
What do you think Harry Diamond said to him on that walk from 15 to 16?
I probably can't say that on the radio, but he probably just said the same thing. It's early in this tournament. We're still in it. Don't let that bother you. It's just 1 double bogey and hit a good shot here.
So now we turn our attention. Rory McIlroy will head down 16 away to our left along the shores of that lake, those steep banks on which the turtles have hauled themselves out to dry in the evening sun. They are big this year, these turtles, Andrew. They're the size of dinner plates.
Oh my. So they're hurricane strength. They made it through one of those things, and they've eaten extra whatever. You go ahead, Kat. You had it well. You finished it.
I just wondered if maybe there's something extra in the water here in Augusta this year. There's certainly something extra on the greens. Rory McIlroy with that double bogey on the 15th, looking to bounce back on 16 with a glorious tee shot. And here, an eagle putt for Bryson DeChambeau, currently at 2 under par. But this is this slippy shot, back down towards the flag, back down towards the water, Andrew Magee.
Yes, this is one we've seen all day. Let's see if Bryson can... I just don't understand how he has such great touch with those rigid, stiff arms. He's the only one in golf that looks like this. and he's won 2 U.S. Opens, which is a really difficult putting. And this putt here from 45 feet from the back of the green, the one big backstroke. The backstroke is same length as his right foot. He's measured that, I'm sure, many times probably in his house. He probably has a putting green in the living room.
And he knows he can't overshoot the flag here. He's seen so many slip down beneath the murky surface of the pond here. On it goes, lightest of touches from DeChambeau now catching that downslope, working towards the pin. This looks very good indeed from the US Open champion. Just putting the brakes on, a couple of feet short for Bryson DeChambeau, but not flirting with the danger here on 15. Nowhere near the water, and he should be able to tap in for a birdie here. Will take him to 3 under par.
Yeah, very good start. Like we've been talking about. Just don't panic. Beautiful day. The wind's going to come up tomorrow. Anything can happen when the wind comes up, especially if they don't put any water on these greens tonight, which they'll spritz them a little bit tonight, and they'll probably spritz them in the morning to keep them from looking too brown for the telly. They don't want the people around the world going, oh, look at that Augusta National. It's got a brown golf course now. That's not going to happen.
Mark, I heard you giggle.
Yes, I'm just enjoying listening and yeah, having a little giggle at his turn of phrase. Have they reached the green up ahead?
He has, and that putt, as I said, for birdie, 25 feet from the pin for McIlroy, wiping the blade of the putter on the palm of his hand. Big, thick shadow cast by the trees now as the sun dips down below the horizon. Golden light bathing the green beyond where the hole is cut towards the back left edge, and McIlroy sends the ball up the slope now. He's already up and after it. Hates this one, doesn't like that one at all. Miss for McIlroy, and he will mark that. How long's he got to tap in for the par there? It's still a bit of meat on those bones, I think.
So you can tell the mind is wandering a little bit. He knows he'd let 2 go or 3 go, and he's got to keep his medal for a few more holes. It's just so easy to lose it right here, but he's a champion. 3 pars is not bad.
Shane Lowry leaving his birdie putt shy on the 15th by a good 5-6 feet or so for the Irishman, currently at 1 under par, so 6 shots off the lead of Justin Rose, who's safely in the clubhouse with a 65 today, 7 under par. Meanwhile, let's get the binoculars back out again. Andrew Magee, look away along this 16th over the water that is just shining underneath the evening sunshine. Birdie putt for Oberg. He birdied the 15th, and that was very close again on 16, missing on the right, so no birdie for Oberg either here on 16. Oberg at 3 under par, 4 shots off the lead. It's going to have some more work to do here, actually, Andrew. Just seen him crouching back down again. I don't think he's lost his turn here for Oberg in those Masters green trousers. Runner-up here, of course, last year on his major championship debut, and a good pick, you'd say, good match for Augusta National.
Oh, yes, exactly, the Augusta green. You see so many of the houses painted around here. The outside of the window frames are Masters green, and this is a good sign for us that McIlroy's inside of where he just tapped in, so maybe we shouldn't sweat this one too much for Rory. It's just a small tap in from less than 2 feet. Let's see how long he takes over the back. He's not taking that much time, so he's probably pretty comfortable here.
In it goes for par for Ludwig Oberg. He stays at 3 under, already a winner on the PGA Tour this season. And McIlroy tidying up as well. One last morose look at the hole for what might have been had that putt obediently dropped below the surface of the green. Shane Lowry with a putt for a birdie, was that, I think?
Yes, he made a birdie there. Quietly, everybody's looking up at the group on 16 green, and quietly the boys are finishing up back here on the 15th. Shane Lowry with a nice birdie. Bryson DeChambeau with a birdie putt here. These guys are playing this sensibly. Not a lot of water and mess with this group. Very enjoyable.
They're not hanging around either, which is refreshing as well here on the 15th, where we've seen quite a lot of waiting. And here is Bryson DeChambeau in that royal blue shirt with the chevron on the back in the darker colours. Rigid arms, bowed back, the head twitching once or twice towards the hole. Just a couple of feet for Bryson DeChambeau, and then it goes for birdie for the US Open champion, and he will move to 3 under par, 4 shots off the lead mark.
Do you think, Trish, when you just watch McIlroy come down 16 and then head 17, there is just a slight change in body language, isn't there?
Oh, it's impossible not to. I defy anybody to be in the position he's been in all day long, play the type of golf, play the golf course the way it needs to be played, and then right at the very end, really, when if you said to me, McIlroy's going to double bogey coming in somewhere, I'd say, OK, fair enough, he's knocked it in the drink. He's knocked it in the drink at 13. He's hoiked it off the tee at 16. Not in a million years would I believe that he's just off the back of 15. And he wasn't all the way down the bottom, and he didn't hit a bad shot. He's got it wrong. I would never have thought. He has such an exquisite short game. And if he needs that shot where it just goes in low and checks, he can do it any day of the week. But he just didn't think he needed it.
Well, I mean, we were talking last night, Trish, about the chip he hit on the 17th at Marco Simone during the Ryder Cup, which you reckon is one of the best chip shots
I've ever seen. I know. It was outstanding. The noise on that chip was just, there's not too many people who can play that, get the one that absolutely fizzes and you think it's going like a rocket, and then it just exquisite.
Matt Fitzpatrick had a birdie putt on 18, which he just put to the left of the hole. He has made his par 1 under for his round today. For Matt Fitzpatrick, what did he misjudge then, Rory?
Well, I just don't think he had any clue that that the first bounce was going to be so, have that velocity. In all honesty, it just because it was, if he needed to hit one that just needed to come down feathery soft, it's easy to do that. I just don't think he saw that at all. And as soon as it bounced, we all looked and thought, this is big trouble.
Rose 7 under, Connors, Scheffler 4 under, Hatton finished 3 under, DeChambeau has played 15 3 under, Aberg has just hit his tee shot on 17 3 under.
Yeah, so now he's ahead of Rory McIlroy. McIlroy's on 2 under. Oberg has hit the fade down the right-hand side of the 17th fairway. James Gregg patiently waiting up at our commentary position, high up above the left-hand side of that 17th green. And now Rory McIlroy with the 3 wood in hand, long shadows of the pine trees stretching out in front of him. Broad-shouldered Northern Irishman with the flashy white shoes and the pink splashes of colour on the heels, settles over the ball, pegged down low, 5 shots off Justin Rose's lead, puts a bit into that, and he's leaning left, McIlroy, looking slightly anxiously into the distance. We watch the ball come down, and it's under the cover of the trees to the right-hand side. Down the right-hand side of the fairway, we need a slightly closer angle on that to see exactly what he's got on the 17th for his second shot. Cat.
9-9 for Bryson DeChambeau, sent high and straight at the pin here on the par 3, 16th. Down it comes and onto the putting surface. Now it will work towards the left, out of the shadows and into the sunshine for Bryson DeChambeau at 3 under par. And that looks like a good birdie chance coming up for DeChambeau. That was a great tee shot.
Yeah, I smashed the 9-iron. I think most players have hit the 8s or 7s today. That shows you the strength of this Bryson DeChambeau. Plus, you just look at his muscles. He's really buff. But past the hole, 9-iron, use the slope, gorgeous.
He's one of the few players that seems to be smiling at the moment, Andrew.
He's been good about that, hasn't he? What's not to smile about? His bank account is flush.
That's Tommy Fleetwood's approach, Kat.
Yep, beautiful approach from Tommy Fleetwood. Did manage to stick the green from way back. We're just seeing him walk down now in his light-coloured T-shirt and dark trousers. But both Tommy Fleetwood and I think, is that John Rahm? He may have missed the green to the right-hand side. Coming down the hill now, Rahm, Clark and Fleetwood. 2 balls on the green. Tommy Fleetwood's just going beyond the flag and coming up well within the confines of the green. And 2 players then who have managed to get some control on this slick 15th green. Tommy Fleetwood among them at 1 over par. So a good chance to come for Tommy Fleetwood to move up the leaderboard.
Yeah, he's bringing himself back a little bit, isn't he, Tommy Fleetwood?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I mean, he got off to a horror start today, didn't he? We see Wyndham Clark. Sorry, I've just had to. That shot we saw on 10, Shane Lowry. Yeah. Well, Wyndham Clark has got an absolute shocker, and Kat will love every second of that because it's coming straight at her.
He's He's got the rage on Wyndham Clark on the back nine, because I saw him miss a putt at some point on one of those greens on the back nine, and the putter went down in real anger on the bag behind the green. And
they are the angry group. They are Rahm and Wyndham Clark.
They're all in there together.
Not Tommy.
No, never Tommy. No. Tommy's smiling away, but goodness me, the other two.
I don't know why Jon Rahm would be upset with his approach shot, though. Absolute stunner from the former champion, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, landed just before the pin there, and it checked up, actually, and he must have hit a towering shot in there. We weren't looking that way. We were looking behind it. Bryson's tee shot almost went in for a hole-in-one on 16. But we do have two eagle opportunities coming up, and that's what we're here for, eagle opportunities, Kath. Let's buckle down and watch this one.
They've been few and far between on this par 5 15th, but Jon Rahm to within about 10 feet for his eagle opportunity. Tommy Fleetwood probably about 35, 40 feet, and Wyndham Clark missing the green to the right-hand side, and there's this lozenge of white sand, this little bunker, really thin, just a couple of paces across, but short-sided. He's got to lift the ball up and over the sand. Lovely lob shot from Wyndham Clark beyond the flag, now sits down onto that green and does get a little bit of bite, curving round beyond the flag by about 12 feet or so for Wyndham Clark, but he would have been trying, wouldn't he, to have joined his playing partners on the green and to give himself as well a chance to go for eagles, some rare eagles on this par 5 15th today. Lovely long shadows cast and a kind of pinkish tinge on the grass in the late afternoon here at Augusta National, as the caddies in their white boiler suits busy themselves around the green, taking the flag out of the hole and cleaning up the ball and marking some things in the yardage book. And it's going to be Tommy Fleetwood to putt first.
Yes, left to right downhill. We keep seeing the same putt and chip all afternoon. Let's see if he can judge this distance. Left to right, downhill, past the hole. It could go in the water. This has to just trickle in last roll. Remember that chip Tiger Woods made a couple years ago on 16? That last roll, you saw that Nike logo roll in? That's what Tommy Fleetwood needs right now.
Looking to be better than most than Tommy Fleetwood, pacing around this one. Those bright orange soles on his white golf shoes flashing as he paces to and fro. Now a couple of swings of the putter as he slides the face of it behind the ball, casting a long shadow with that long dark hair protruding from underneath the base of his cap. This looks really good from Tommy Fleetwood. Has it got that last roll? It does, but that last roll takes it by on the right-hand edge. He's going to be able to tap in for a birdie from just a few inches from Tommy Fleetwood. Gorgeously judged.
Terrific speed. Just broke off the right edge a little bit. Lovely putt. Best putt we've seen coming down this hill. Jon Rahm on a similar line. Should have learned something from that. And could he do with an eagle here to get this maybe jumpstart a little bit for tomorrow?
It's going to be Wyndham Clark to play first. Crouched down in the primrose yellow t-shirt. The American, navy blue trousers, white shoes and a navy blue baseball cap. Kind of humbug pattern on his putter, black and white stripes. And this from 15 feet for Clark, currently at 3 over par. So as we've been alluding to in our coverage this evening, this is the angry group. They've seen a lot of frustration as they've gone round the course on this opening day, but this would be a little tonic for Clark. For birdie from 15 feet, sends it on its way, curving in from left to right. No. The frustration continues for Clark. A flap of the hand in anger, and he'll just tidy up for the par. He'll stay at 3 over. But now's the big moment for Jon Rahm, and maybe this would soothe the rage somewhat, Andrew.
I don't think anything would soothe this guy's rage. He's just always that way. He's Wyndham Clark and Jon Rahm play at my club in Arizona, and I would say Rahm walks around with rage most of the day. He does have a left to right little trickler here. But yes, an eagle. You know what you get, chappers, if you make an eagle here.
Yes.
I'll show you some pictures when I get back in on my phone, okay?
Some nice crystal.
You get some crystal that says Eagle number 15 with your name engraved in the glasses. So here we go, Jon Rahm. The sun glinting off this silver shaft. Couple more wiggles of his feet. One last look at the hole. Putter is going to go back sometime today. Oh, spread the stance out. Jon Rahm for a 3. Just taps it just so lightly. Lost its speed, losing it to the right. Easy 4.
Very easy for Jon Rahm. In it goes, and he will move to 2 over par. But the former champion really labouring on this first day of the Masters, Mark. He's at 2 over. Wyndham Clark at 3 over. And Tommy Fleetwood has a putt here, though, that can take him into, well, not quite the red figures, but certainly back to level par. In it goes. Just tapped in for Tommy Fleetwood. And there's the birdie for Fleetwood, takes him to level par.
Rory second on 17. James Gregg.
172 yards he's left himself from the right first cut. Oh dear me. Well, he was standing there holding the pose, a little twirl of the club. He thought that was going to provide him with a bounce back birdie opportunity, but the ball of McIlroy has cantered through right at the feet of the patrons behind this 17th green mark. That is going to be a really, really difficult pitch shot that he's left himself. 30 yards or so back into the breeze. That's perhaps the only saving grace here at number 17, but that is not the spot to be for Rory McIlroy. A really, really poor approach shot, as we see Ludwig Åberg from just 10 or so yards further on from McIlroy's approach shot down that right-hand side. He's hit an absolute peach. He doesn't hang around, does he? The Scandi superstar. Just a little practice swing or two, and then straight in, steps in, and he's left himself about 10 feet down the hill for a birdie. Of course, Åberg there at 3 under par for the round. He'll have that to get to 4 under in a couple of moments' time. But for Rory McIlroy, he's going to have to get all of his short game creativity out of, well, pull it out of nowhere, really, because he's really got to dig deep, find something after that mistake he made at 15. And, well, I can see him just walking up towards me now, and that little strut that I saw him have as he was walking down that 15th hole towards Cat before he started to make those errors. Well, the body language, now I believe what I'm seeing, is completely different, isn't it, to, 3 holes ago.
And also, that maybe the contrast is unfair, Ian Carter, I don't know. But Åberg looks ice cold and calm and consistent compared to Rory. Bryson DeChambeau, very quickly, Cat with a birdie putt.
Yeah, up ahead, and listen to the roar for Bryson DeChambeau. He has really won the world of golf around, hasn't he? Particularly given those comments he made several years ago saying that for him, Augusta National's a par 67. He really didn't make many friends that year, did he? But over the course of the years, he has won people round. That brilliant victory for him last year at the US Open. All of those YouTube videos and all this massive following, and now he has these enormous galleries walking with him to the 17th. And DeChambeau with the birdie putt on the 16th moves to 4 under par, 3 shots off the lead.
And he's birdied 3 of his last 4 as well, Ian.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think James is absolutely spot on in terms of the demeanour of McIlroy post the double bogey. And when he was walking past me at Amen Corner, we were remarking on just how positive the body language was, how comfortable, and that was the word that he used in the build-up, that he wanted to feel comfortable here, and that has been a jolt. And it's come when the course is at its most difficult. It's baked out and it's hard, but you can see just how frustrated he is right now, and this is just such an important chip shot coming up for him on 17.
And it is difficult and it is hard, but there are others. Bryson DeChambeau's one, Åberg is another, who are just navigating it as they go through the closing holes.
Yeah, I think he's in shock, to be honest. I don't like, as I say, it's the one sort of mistake you do not expect Rory to make, and wow, this is difficult, but he has to get up and down here.
James.
He has options. Does he stun it into the bank? He's stood over it now, is McIlroy. He's not wasted a great deal of time over this third shot here at 17. He stunned it just a couple of feet shy of the green here, and that was a really poorly judged chip shot actually from McIlroy. It's rolled on some 20-25 feet by, and he kind of just looks at it, sinks his shoulders down, passes the wedge back to Harry Diamond. He was kind of in between there. We saw him practicing earlier on in the week, didn't we? We saw him by the back of the first green, and he has that shot in the locker that not many players do, able to point that wedge with the face pointing right up to the sky, slide the club under the ball, but he was in between there. He didn't know whether to do that or to stun one into the bank, and ultimately he's got a long par putt. Ian Carter.
Bryson DeChambeau's tee shot on 17, and he's pulled it to the left and into the trees, so he'll do well to be able to access the green with you, James, when he gets up there. Just reflecting on McIlroy there, one of the things that he talked about ahead of his round was just how important it is to be very tidy around the greens, and the fact that he wasn't on 15 and now hasn't been on 17, that has the potential to eat into his psyche, I think.
Yeah, 15. I don't think you can't second guess that. I think he hit a tremendous shot, the 4-iron. He could have hit 5-iron, but it has to be 100% perfect, and that's not the shot to play. I think he left himself a fairly straightforward, not a straightforward up and down, but certainly straightforward 5 without any problem. He just played the wrong shot, I believe. I'd be really interested to hear his interview afterwards to see what he says, because that's not a mistake I expect McIlroy to make.
But then it's how you respond to these things. I was noticing that Victor Hovland double bogeyed 9 and then responded with 3 birdies in his next 5, James.
As McIlroy's par putt is on the way. It's very slippery the last 8 feet or so, and that's where it is now, but the ball will just trundle on. He hit it far too firm on that line, and he's going to have meat on the bone to come back up the hill for his bogey 5, Rory McIlroy. He just doesn't look like he's taken the care over the last 2 shots we've seen here. The chip shot, Trish said it looked fairly straightforward. I think he did need to do a little bit of thinking. I've seen several players go through the back of this 17th green. There's a big runoff area. You either play the little low runner and get it skirting up there and teetering onto the green, or you try and flight one and get it checking and spinning. There is a bit of a backstop when you're pitching back down this 17th green. Rory used neither to his advantage there. It was a chip shot that your average club golfer could have hit, and that's not being overly critical. That's just a fact. He had 25 feet left for his par, and he's left himself 6.5, 7 feet for his bogey 5 in a couple of moments' time, and it just looks like the concentration, the pizzazz, the panache that he had as he was striding down towards his tee shot down that 15th hole. Like I said, I could see him walking towards that second shot earlier on, and it just looked so comfortable. It looked like the McIlroy that we all love so much when he's playing on at his best. As we hear Akshay Bhatia roll one in from long range, that gets him into the red numbers here. The left-hander from California, 22 years of age, a 2-time PGA Tour winner, and now it's going to be Ludvig Åberg, who hit a beautiful approach shot in here. And look, if he knocks this in, he's there in that gaggle of golfers there at 4 under par. And the Swede, a runner-up last year, of course, on his major championship debut, and he's a winner this season on the PGA Tour. And if he's hitting fairways and greens, which he has done by the sounds of things all the way through this opening round, he is a very difficult man to beat on any golf course, let alone Augusta National. I hear roars. Where are those roars coming from?
There are roars on the TV feed for what you've already seen.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Mark. Didn't want to be missing a crucial
That's all right.
moment.
No.
But look, Ludvig Åberg, he actually comes in here having missed his last 2 cuts. One of those at the Players, one of the bigger golf tournaments outside of the 4 golfing majors, and at the Texas Open last week. Maybe, just maybe, he's used those extra couple of days he had last weekend to just fine-tune his game, because he's been brilliant so far here on this opening day of his second Masters. The Super Swede rocks his shoulders. He's watching this ball intently, and it just misses on the left-hand side. And I tell you what, that's crept on a little bit further than he would have liked as well, Trish Johnson. This golf course has definitely got firmer and fiery, hasn't it? We're seeing a lot more players who, to the untrained eye, would look like they're being careless with chips and putts, but maybe it's just that the greens have just sped up ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think so, James. Yeah, and 15 was the one that I thought was fairly straightforward. And that one on 17, I think, yeah, he had 2 options, and I agree with you entirely. I think he was in 2 minds. He didn't really know. That was such a poor chip shot. He sort of, almost was thinking about hitting the sort of lob shot and ended up playing the chip and run, and to miss it so far on the left-hand side as well, with the ball running past the flag, was just not what you'd expect from McIlroy. But this is a big putt. This one really is.
It really is, and he's stood over the ball now here, Trish, and rocks the shoulders forwards, and that is going to be a catastrophic second double bogey in the space of 4 holes for Rory McIlroy. A double bogey, having made an error with his 3rd shot at the par 5 15th. And a careless one, really, here, you've got to say, at number 17. There's no way of dressing it up. He was in a fine position down the right-hand side. He had a decent angle into this back left hole location, and he blazed it through the back of the green. A lacklustre chip. I will just see this par putt for Ludvig Åberg, well, attempt to be tidied up, but it's not too dissimilar a putt to Rory McIlroy's. Maybe he does learn a little bit from what he's seen from his Ryder Cup teammate. This putt does turn a little from right to left. The green trousers looking resplendent here in this setting sun, and the Swede makes no mistake whatsoever. So he keeps himself there at -3 here on this opening day. Rory McIlroy, though, with a double bogey here at number 17. Trish Johnson, I think that is very careless from McIlroy.
Honestly, James, I can't believe what I've just witnessed in the last half hour or so. For someone that is so in control of their golf ball for the first sort of, 3.5 hours, 4 hours of this tournament, to make those mistakes out of nowhere is just absolutely extraordinary.
I'm going to take you back to the 14th, when he was 4 under. And he had a birdie putt. He had a birdie putt on 14, and Justin Rose was in trouble. Justin Rose was in trouble on 17. On 8 in trouble on 18. He was 8 under.
Yep.
And we were faced with Rose bogeying and McIlroy birdieing, and a 4-shot lead that Rose had would have gone to 2.
2, absolutely.
You said that the McIlroy putt was huge.
Yeah.
And he missed that on 14. He double bogeyed 15. He's parred 16, he's double bogeyed 17, and Ian Carter, the 2-shot gap that there could have been between Rose and McIlroy, is now 7.
Yeah, and all that good work is being frittered away here with what's happened on 15 and 17. I actually was walking back up from Amen Corner, and you walk past the 14th green, and I stopped there and I saw McIlroy's approach shot in there. It was imperious. Yeah. And I think Bartia had already hit it in very close. McIlroy followed him, and I was so close. You could see where Bartia had put the marker. And I thought, that's perfect. You've just got to slide this putt to the side of that marker, and it'll track for the hole. And he was bamboozled. And when he missed that putt, he looked at Harry Diamond and just said, wow. It was a misread. And then, of course, what happened on 15th. But one question from me to you guys, because you've seen him all the way round. I obviously haven't, because I was on Amen Corner. By the sound of it, his ball striking had been so good in his round so far. Are these the first 2 chips that he's had to make?
Pretty much, yes. I can't remember him missing. Maybe the first couple of holes he might have missed. No, he had an exquisite chip on the 3rd, but that's because he was just short of the green. Yeah. So apart from that, he
was in the fairway bunker on the 2nd, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And did he?
And he didn't get up and down. No, he didn't get up and down there. But he's played a couple of chips very early on the front 9, and they were both beautifully executed. The only thing that changed, and I don't think you can blame the second shot on 15 at all, because he played it perfectly from where he was, but he did have quite a long wait, and he had to wait for Batia, who knocked it in the drink, and then had to play his shot from the drop zone. Then he had to wait for the guys in front to get past after they played at 16. He let them go, and I just think he might have lost his concentration just in where he was trying to land the ball and what he thought was going to happen on the chip shot on 15. And since then, I mean, honestly, I can't actually believe what we're watching. I can't, and he won't believe it either.
Bryson DeChambeau got himself in trouble down the left on the fairway on the 17, so he's just had to chip out. James Gregg will be keeping an eye on that and watching Rory on 18 and his tee shot.
Yeah, Rory's just teed off number 18. Difficult to see where on earth that's landed from where I looked, but he wasn't leaning. His body language suggested it was fine. So we'll have to wait and see. Ian, I believe you know where his tee shot on 18.
Yes, it's just peeled off to the right. Actually caught a branch of a tree and has come down into the pine straw down the right-hand side. And McIlroy striding off that 18th tee with a face like thunder.
I can see Bryson DeChambeau now just gearing up to play his 3rd shot. Of course, DeChambeau, last year's US Open champion, a man who possesses over 1 million YouTube subscribers, and that's exactly why he got that Reebok deal, Mark, because that is a big audience of people, isn't it, who perhaps don't know who John Daly is. So that's good stuff. He's just going through his 3rd shot routine now, alongside his caddy Hideki Matsuyama, incidentally, former champion, 1 over par. He's hit a beauty in here. He's therefore going to have a chance to get back to even par in a couple of moments' time. And Shane Lowry is just kind of lumbering his way very casually up the right-hand side of this 17th hole. So shadows starting to lengthen. I've got eyes on Bryson DeChambeau, who's not, again, wasted too much time with this third shot. It's going to be from, I'd say, around 100 yards. That's not exactly scientific like he likes to be, and it looks like it's from that first cut of rough down the breeze, firm greens as we know, and this is not going to be an easy up and down if he wants to keep himself at 4 under par. He's ducking down almost as if he's asking his ball to sit, and it needed to, because it's pitched somewhere near pin high and rolled off the back of this green, not quite into McIlroy territory amongst the feet of the patrons here at 17, but he is going to be chipping for his 4th shot, Bryson DeChambeau. 4 under par, a good start, but needs to, well, look lively if he wants to stay at 3 under par, walking up number 18. So I'll bring you news of that in a couple of moments.
Okay, Justin Rose 7 under, Corey Connors and Scotty Scheffler 4 under, Bryson also on 4 under with 2 to play. Tyrrell Hatton 3 under, Ludwig Oberg is 3 under, going down 18. Aaron Rai 2 under, Harris English 2 under, Jason Day 2 under, and then there are a huge plethora of golfers on 1 under, which includes Cam Smith, former Open champion, Fred Couples, Brian Harman, Patrick Reed, Minwoo Lee, Bubba Watson. There is a whole load. I have to move the screen down as well. Sungjae Im, Victor Hovland is on 1 under. Batir is on 1 under as he goes down 18. Shane Lowry on 1 under as he plays 17. And the Victor Hovland point that I was making was Victor Hovland double bogeys 9, takes a 6 on the par 4 9th, and yet works his way back and stays calm and finishes his round 1 under. It's not a direct comparison, but it's just an example.
It is, and it's. I think the disappointing thing, obviously from McIlroy's point of view, is that he's frittered away what I thought was looking like a really, really good first round, because it was so efficient. He wasn't doing anything spectacular. He was picking up his shots on the par 5s, as he did on 8 and 13, and he did on the short par 4 third, and he wasn't having to do anything spectacular. He was looking comfortable, and he was actually 4 for 4 on his scrambling up till the 15th, so he had a couple of chips beforehand, and now we can see him here on 18. He's blocked out by the tree down the right hand side. He's just swapped clubs with caddy Harry Diamond, and Trish can only just play for position here, and somehow he's got to escape this hole without dropping another shot. He's back to level par now.
I think he's having a go at this, Ian.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
He's down the shaft on this iron, and he'll have to move it a lot from left to right, from the pine straw, down the right-hand side. Low trajectory, low runner. It has turned over. It's now coming up the slope, which is pretty steep, up to that 18th green, and it has come to rest just short of the green, from where he'll play his third shot on 18. James.
Bryson DeChambeau will drop a stroke here at number 17, although the par chip, as effectively as it was from the back of this green, just grazed the right lip. So the reigning US Open champion will fall back to 3 under par here, having hit an errant tee shot here at this penultimate hole on the opening day. Again, just another player who's put together a good body of work here during this opening round, but will just finish with a little bit of a whimper. We saw the same from Rose with the bogey at the last. Obviously McIlroy we've been hearing all about, and then Bryson here will drop a shot at number 17 in a couple of moments time after, well, the poor tee shot led to a bit of a sort of catalogue of errors here, but he will escape with what looks to be just the one drop shot.
He very nearly holed that, Trish.
Yeah. I was going to say, it was a bold call saying he was going to drop a shot. I thought, well, that's definitely going in. He's made a great effort at that.
Now Oberg on 18 here.
Yes, 128 yards to the flag, 308-yard drive down the right-hand side of the 18th, and that lovely languid swing of this tall Swede on a high trajectory sends the ball up to the flag, and then it just goes into reverse on the second bounce, but beautifully judged, and he's given himself 8-9 feet for birdie. And he's a danger man on this leaderboard. He is looking
good, isn't he?
He's looking really good. And if he knocks that in, that would be a 4 under par, 68 to put him alongside Scheffler. DeChambeau's in the process of dropping a shot, but Corey Connors in the clubhouse at 4 under.
Matsuyama in front of you, James?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, the former winner here, of course, Japanese superstar. And actually, Andrew's not kidding. I heard him talking about the plethora of photographers that basically follow his every single move, Hideki Matsuyama. So always that added kind of gallery, if you like, or group of people following the Japanese superstar around. So he's got himself a 3.5 foot putt for par. Shane Lowry, who himself was nice and aggressive with his chip here at 17. His, though, was potential birdie chip, but he did race it on some 6-7 feet by. He was really cross with himself when he saw where it had finished with Shane Lowry, and had left himself a little tiddler. A tiddler, by the way, that I've seen so many players missing here on this opening day. No shadows now. The sun has disappeared away to our right-hand side. Therefore, the Irishman has a little left to righter for par to keep himself in the red numbers here, and Shane Lowry will be really annoyed with himself there. He had a really good look for birdie, so he thought, and he's going to walk off here at even par, having made a bogey 5. So Matsuyama will tidy his par putt up next, and then it'll be Bryson DeChambeau, who of course has a little bit of work left for his bogey 5.
Okay, and we've got eyes on Rory on 18, just off the 18th green, Ian.
Yes, he's just going to go up a step almost onto the putting surface, probably 3-4 paces to the green and then uphill. And it's one of those chips that you can be aggressive with. Ordinarily, you'd be looking to potentially hole this, the standard of Rory McIlroy, but the last 2 chips have been very loose. This one needs to be good, and it does look good as it gathers towards the hole and heads towards the hole and almost drops for McIlroy. But that's going to be a par 4. It's just a couple of inches to the right of the hole. My goodness me, how we would have loved a couple of those on 15 and 17 as well, because they've been so costly, and McIlroy frustratedly taps that in for his par 4, having failed to chip in at the last. But double bogey at 15, double bogey at 17, and what was a very, very promising round of golf ends in an anticlimactic level par 72, and a very stern look on the face of the Northern Irishman, because he knows that he has squandered what could have been a really, really good start that would have sent a very, very impressive, a very strong message to the rest of the field. James.
Bryson DeChambeau just settled now over this 3.5 footer to make sure that the damage is only a single stroke. Tidies it up, no problems, does Bryson DeChambeau, the man who of course led after rounds 1 and 2 last year, eventually finishing in a tie for 6. So he'll walk to the 18th tee just to my left hand side there at 3 under par here on this opening day.
Tyrrell Hatton also on 3 under par. Corey Connors and Scottie Scheffler on 4 under, and Justin Rose on 7 under. He leads by 3, and Rory McIlroy deep in conversation with his caddy Harry Diamond as he waits for his playing partners to finish off on 18. And there was a little shake of the head a couple of times as well as he picked his ball out of the hole, Ian, and walked off the 18th green.
Yeah, he's got to regroup now, hasn't he? It's not as though he's got to do anything special with that. But Barty, a really good, strong finish for him. And he's just knocked in a birdie putt on the 18th, which will mean that he finishes with a 2 under par 70.
Birdie.
He has. He's finished with 5 birdies in the last 6 holes and a drop shot on the 15th. So he's come home in 34 with 3 bogeys on his card.
3 bogeys. He's only parred 1 hole on his.
And that was the 11th. So yes, quite the round for Akshay Bhatia, and a 70 for him. And he's right in the thick of this. Justin Rose, the leader, with his 65. And what an important putt coming up here for Ludvig. Ludvig Åberg of Sweden, 3 under par, runner-up on his major debut last year. Had played the Ryder Cup before he played a major. And here he is now. This for birdie. Really good chance on 18, and he converts it. And a very cool little wave of the hand as he picks the ball from the hole, pops it in his pocket, and then takes the blue cap from his head and shakes hands with his caddy and then Rory McIlroy and Harry Diamond, and that is a really good day's work for him right at the end of the day. Tough conditions, as tough as they will have been for anybody, and he's in the house with a 68, 4 under par alongside Scheffler and 3 behind the leader Rose.
4 birdies on his back 9, no bogeys, very clean as he came home for Ludwig Aberg. Here's Bryson DeChambeau on 18.
Practice routines done, and he steps into it now. He is an imposing figure. You don't need to do too much working out to work out who it is on the 18th hole. There it is, the swish of the tee shot for Bryson DeChambeau, and he's admiring it. How's it looking from your perspective, T?
Absolute beauty, down the right side of the fairway, just missing the first cut of rough, and down that right-hand side he'll be happy enough with that. That was almost like on a piece of rope, wasn't it? Beautiful.
That was absolutely mullered, wasn't it? It really was. It had plenty on it. You don't want to be that little golf ball, poor little thing. What's it done to deserve that, eh?
Just back to what we were talking about with the Swede as well. That is a 5 birdies, 1 bogey, but as I say, 4 birdies as he came home. That's a very, very clean round of golf.
Flawless, absolutely flawless. And he is one of those players, I think, that every time I watch him, I'm more and more impressed. I love the way he plays. He's so quick. He does the same thing every time. No part of his routine ever changes. And actually, his attitude is fantastic as well, because you can't really tell whether he's 4 under or 4 over.
Yes, I think that's a great point. And the other thing is, missed cuts, as James was pointing out, the Players' Championship and then last time out in Texas. Yet he comes in here seemingly without a care in the world and puts together such an efficient first round there. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think he's had a good start to the year, though. I mean, we were in the studio earlier in the year, and he had a 62, I think, first round, and we couldn't quite figure out what was going after that, and he had really bad bout of flu. And for the next 3 days he played, he made the cut, but he was struggling so badly. And then, obviously, he then won the tournament. I think it was the tournament after, or the very next tournament.
Yeah, won at Torrey Pines.
He won at Torrey Pines. So, and it was actually Torrey Pines. That's right, because he played at Torrey Pines. They changed the tournament because it was supposed to be a Riviera, wasn't it?
Correct.
So he obviously liked that golf course, but he really is a breath of fresh air, I think, for the game of golf in general.
I can understand why Rory McIlroy is shaking his head, not only at his own golf, but given the golf that he was playing. You look at that back 9. Rory McIlroy had that short putt for birdie on the 14th to get to 5 under par, missed that. So he goes from 4 under with 4 to play and finishes level. Oberg was level after the 11th, makes 4 birdies in the closing holes to finish 4 under, and Batir, as we were saying, was 2 over after the 12th, and he's finished 2 shots better than McIlroy as well. So as McIlroy's nosedived at the, in the last holes of that back 9, he's watched his 2 playing partners and rivals for the green jacket just go
only was he
motoring
2
past him.
over after 12, he went in the water at 15. When McIlroy cleared the green.
He
did, didn't he, Batir?
Yeah.
Justin Rose is the leader on 7 under. Let's get his thoughts.
Obviously delighted to get off to such a great start, and that start definitely it happened out of the gates. So for the first few holes, everything was going exactly where I was looking, and certainly the first hole, which I think is definitely one of the trickier holes on the golf course, to knock in a nice 25-footer down the hill right to left. Is exactly what you need to settle yourself into the Masters. And then 2 and 3 are birdie opportunities. So yeah, to be 3 under through 3 kind of really got me on the front foot, and felt like I was playing great golf. And when I did find myself in a little bit of trouble, especially early, number 5, hold a great putt there for par. And then middle of the back 9, I felt like there were a couple of moments where the momentum could have changed, but really good up and downs on 14 and 15 to keep the round really hot. And yeah, obviously the only blemish on 18, but there's no point dwelling on that. I think it was a really good day's golf on a golf course that was a stern test. I think if you look at the overall leaderboard, not many low scores out there, so you had to hit a lot of quality shots, and delighted with the way I played.
And that's the key at the end there, isn't it? No point dwelling on the bogey on 18, which is his only bogey of the whole day.
No, and I must admit, I think if you finish on 7 under and you've got the lead that he's got, I'm not sure you do actually think about 18. I mean, it was actually a very good 5 he made. So I don't think that, if you're 3 or 4 under, 2 under, 3 under, you make that finish, yeah, you might think about it. But 7 under, he would have absolutely died for that score without a shadow of a doubt. So, yeah, a top-class round of golf by Justin Rose. And, he's like you say, he loves this golf course. There's no reason to think he's going to go away.
We're waiting for Matsuyama, DeChambeau and Lowry to play 18, not for the first time today. I've just seen a shot of the screen of Wyndham Clark shaking his head. I mean, you know, they're that group go off at 10:26 tomorrow. Fleetwood, Wyndham Clark, and John Rahm. They will be worth following tomorrow morning. They've been not for necessarily the right reasons. They've been quite good entertainment this afternoon. Tommy Fleetwood is the only member of the three who isn't angry.
Hideki Matsuyama at 1 over par with his second shot into the 18th now. From the left side, just shy of the first of the bunkers down the left-hand side. And now this very distinctive swing of his with a little pause at the top of the backswing. Good-looking contact up the hill and lands it on the green and beautifully judged. Superb spin control on the ball, and that has come to rest just 5 feet shy of the cup. And a really good birdie opportunity for Matsuyama to finish his round on level par.
It's interesting, isn't it? His pause at the top of his backswing is nowhere near as pronounced as it was maybe 2 years ago. And without a shadow of a doubt, I mean, he had an unbelievable start to the year, didn't he, in Hawaii? I think he shot 35 under, I think
he
that
did.
was the winning score. So, you're not surprised to see him there or thereabouts.
He got very unlucky today, didn't he, as well, on the 15th.
So did.
The shot that hit the flagstick went backing to Rays Creek, cost him a double bogey. Bryson DeChambeau, right-hand side of the 18th fairway, in his lighter blue polo shirt, darker blue trousers, huge chunk of turf goes forward. DeChambeau leans to the left, looks round the pine trees, fabulous iron shot as well, distance control superb, pin high right-hand side, maybe 12 feet or so from the right of the 18th green for a birdie finish which would have him within 3 shots of Justin Rose's lead. He's currently 3 under par, birdie putt to come.
Opened up with a 65 last year, didn't he? Was halfway leader as well. Real breakthrough year at Augusta for Bryson DeChambeau. Went on to be runner-up at the US PGA and then win the US Open, famously against Rory McIlroy. Here's Shane Lowry with his second shot into the 18th, again from adjacent to the bunkers. Oh, that's a lovely shot as well. Oh, that's as good as anything we've seen today on this 18th, and Lowry will be thrilled with that. He's put it to 3.5, 4 feet, so a real opportunity for him on the closing hole. And it's a big, long, hard trudge up that, and he's making it look that way as well. You don't often see him spit on the course, but a couple of spits there as he's coming up there, which isn't particularly edifying, but anyway, that's by the by.
Better than having a wee in the creek.
Yes, yes. Yes, good point. So, those three coming up 18. If they can make birdies, it's so interesting, isn't it? You know, Matsuyama makes a birdie and finishes at level par, same score as Rory McIlroy, but will feel completely different about life. Yet will have had exactly the same score and will be in exactly the same position within the tournament.
But the other thing in all of this is, you know, you look at, and we can interpret body language in all sorts of different ways, but Oberg is one of those, and I would argue that DeChambeau is at the moment, whereby, as you say, Trish, I would throw DeChambeau in at the moment of not knowing as much whether he's up or down. Watching him today,
that's because he's up.
Yeah, but when he didn't have the best of, you know, he bogeyed 4, he bogeyed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He bogeyed 7. He bogeyed 5. Right, but nothing seems to have affected him today.
No, he's also changed his personality totally. Yeah. No. But I mean, literally, he's changed character. It's like he's had a lobotomy, in all honesty. So, and for the better, without a shadow of a doubt. But it's the better for his golf. But he is such a happier person because of the interaction he now has, and actually the love he now has from the fans. Because when he first came out on tour, and you know, let's be fair, the arrogance, some of the stuff he said, he was not loved at all. Now I think somehow he has managed, and you know, his YouTube stuff is big as well, interacting with people in general. He's just a much happier person, and there's no doubt that has played into his golf game. But I'm not so sure if he was, you know, if we're watching what had happened to Rory, happened to DeChambeau, I'm not sure it would have been that much different. I think Oberg is a different kettle of fish. He is just a very unusual character and destined to go to the very, very top.
We've said it before, haven't we? He's sort of Bjorn Borg-like, and I'm saying Bjorn Borg, and I look at the name beneath Oberg's, and it's Connors. As in Jimmy Connors, Borg and Connors. Corey Connors, obviously the Canadian who's not Jimmy Connors. Yeah, just in case.
That would be a heck of a story.
Yeah.
It really would. Well, it's a great scene around the 18th, isn't it? I was walking up there probably an hour or so ago, and just as Justin Rose was finishing, and you just sort of look and you see what is a natural amphitheatre. There's no grandstand there. People have left their seats there all day long, and they get towards the end of the day, they take up those seats, people stand behind, and it creates its own natural stadium. We're right at the end of this day, and as we've been describing, Bryson DeChambeau, one of the most popular figures in the game, the US Open champion, plays on the LIV Tour. I think he's one of the most important golfers out there, because what he does could shape the way that this game goes forward, reunification and all of that sort of thing. When he won the US Open, he gave impetus to that movement. It's stalled at the moment, there's no doubt about that. But my goodness me, if he became Masters champion, that would be hugely significant. And this putt here, therefore, is important, because this is for a birdie to finish down the slope delicately, and it trundles past the right edge of the hole. He thought it was going to break from there, but it didn't. He ruefully just cricks his neck there as if to say, slight misread, but nonetheless he's in all probability going to break 70, and I think anyone who does that today is going to feel very pleased with their work.
So on his yardage book it's got bad, which is obviously Bryson something DeChambeau. See, it was just in case it was Alexander.
Not Baldrick.
Aldrich, I think it is.
Oh yes, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
We were having a bit of a quiz last night about middle names, weren't we? Alexander being, winners of this tournament, and I was just
Jordan
wondering whether
Spieth is an Alexander. Nick Faldo.
Nick Faldo
and
Scheffler. Indeed.
Yeah. Right, Shane Lowry.
You were going to try and put his middle name in there, weren't you?
No chance. Absolutely no chance of that. I'm actually looking for his score. Level par. So this is a birdie chance to get into the red numbers on his last hole of the day. Tickly one. 4.5 footer. Right into the heart of the hole. Didn't take any time over that. And Shane Lowry finishes in the red numbers. 6 shots behind our leader, Justin Rose. Fabulous iron shot into the 18th green. And there's a big old deep breath and a sigh, and the baseball cap comes off, and he gives his caddy a good old pat on the back and says, well done, fella. Good day's work. We're in the mix here at the Masters. 1 under par for Shane Lowry. That's around a 71.
I don't think he's got a middle name.
Well, that's why, you see, I couldn't get it.
Now, can Matsuyama get himself to level par? He's at 1 over at the moment. Superb approach shot in. 4 feet for birdie on 18. Former champion misses, horseshoes out. Oh, goodness me. That looked really good, but just an ounce too much, and it didn't drop, and he has to settle for a par and a round of 73, which leaves him in a share of 37th place, and that double bogey on the 13th when he hit the flag.
He has not had much luck today, has he?
No. What will not improve John Rahm's mood, I saw on the 17th, hit a lovely putt for birdie, did exactly that, caught the inside of the hole, half disappeared like into the cup and then spat out and didn't drop. Ian?
Bryson DeChambeau then for his par and a round of 69. Swings the putter through the ball and into the hole, bends down, takes the ball from the hole, takes the cap from the head and shows it to all sides. Warm handshakes all round and warm applause from the crowds around the 18th, and people start to move away. They've seen the last of the superstars in contention really on this first day of the 89th Masters, and Bryson DeChambeau, a 3 under par 69, is right in the mix with 3 rounds to go.
McIlroy's still in the mix, isn't he?
Very much so. Very much so.
It's just more the reaction, I think, to the last 4 holes is more shock than anything else, and also, I suppose, what if or what could have been, but equally not out of it.
I think shock because he was playing so well and then finds himself frittering shots in a way that was inconceivable how well he was playing up to that point. But also, I think there is an awareness that the inherent vulnerability of Rory McIlroy at the Masters and in the majors for the last decade is still very much there.
In terms of the mistakes made there, I know we've already discussed them, but the chip from the back of the 15th, as Trish has beautifully described, is almost a misread. He's hit the shot. He's been playing beautifully. He hit the shot he wanted to hit, but hasn't got it right, hasn't read it right, and he's been surprised by how that's run on and ended up in the water. Going over the back of the 17th is a real no-no here at Augusta, isn't it? That's really difficult once you go over the back of the 17th there.
Yeah, well, 17 was weird because he's looked at that in the air and he thinks it's good, and it's pitched 5 yards behind the flag. It's downwind. You have to pitch it 5 yards. That's 10 yards out. That's a huge error. Now, I don't know whether it's a club error or whether he's got some sort of flyer just out of that, but either way...
He was in the fairway, though, wasn't he?
Wasn't he just in the semi-rough? I'm not quite sure, but either way. But that is just, there's only one place you don't go. And he put himself in that position. So, yeah, I mean, so disappointing. And so surprising, I've got to be honest. He's turned a 66 into a 72.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
Finally, and we're back on air as part of 5 Live Sport tomorrow from 7 o'clock, and then uninterrupted coverage from 8:30 on 5 Live, and then from 10 o'clock on Sports Extra all the way to the conclusion of the second round. But we'll end it, Ian, with a leaderboard, maybe those in the red numbers, because there are big names and there are stories wherever you look.
There are. It's been, it's 8 months, isn't it? You have to wait for major championship golf these days, with the Open finishing in July. It's been worth the wait today. It's been an incredible day of golf. Justin Rose, once again, 5th time he's at the top of the leaderboard after the first round of the Masters. A 7-under par, 65, 3 shots clear of 3 players. Corey Connors of Canada, who's a very consistent performer at Augusta. The defending champion, Scotty Scheffler, very, very efficient today, as you'd expect. The world number 1 at 4 under par. And Ludwig Aubert with a really, really strong finish to his 68, so they're sharing second place at 4 under par. Tyrrell Hatton hitting form 3 under par alongside his live colleague Bryson DeChambeau. What a debut for Aaron Rai from Wolverhampton. He heads the players at 2 under par that also include Harris English, Jason Day and Akshay Bhatia, who had an incredible finish with 5 birdies in the last 6 holes. Michael Kim's been a real form horse of late on the PGA Tour. He's in the group at 1 under par that also includes Cameron Smith. Incredibly, a 65-year-old Fred Couples, Brian Harman, who won last week, Patrick Reed, a former champion, Minwoo Lee, a recent winner on the PGA Tour, Bubba Watson at 1 under par, Denny McCarthy at 1 under par, and also Matt Fitzpatrick, who's been so short of form of late. He was round in a 1 under par 71, as was Shane Lowry and Victor Hovland. And of course, in that group, on level par 72, there is Colin Morikawa, who was a lot of people's favourite, so too Sergio Garcia, but also, as we've been discussing, Rory McIlroy, after his capitulation on 15 and 17, double bogeys on both of those holes. So having been right up there at the top of the leaderboard, down to a share of 27th in a relative blink of the eye.
Ian, thank you. Whole of the team, thank you. Plenty of updates throughout the day on 5 Live, and then part of the coverage, as I say, with Darren on 5 Live Sport from 7 o'clock, uninterrupted from 8:30 on 5 Live. Thank you very much for listening. We'll see you tomorrow.